Introductory from The Prophets of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Harris. The Prophets of Religion by Upton Sinclair. Offertory. This book is a study of supernaturalism from a new point of view, as a source of income and a shield to privilege. I have searched the libraries through, and no one has done it before. If you read it, you will see that it needed to be done. It has meant 25 years of thought and a year of investigation. It contains the facts. I published the book myself, so that it may be available at the lowest possible price. I am giving my time and energy in return for one thing which you may give me, the joy of speaking a true word and getting it heard. Note to 5th edition, 1926. The Prophets of Religion was first published early in 1917. The present edition represents a sale of over 60,000 copies, without counting a dozen translations. In this edition a few errors have been corrected, but otherwise the book has not been changed. The reader will understand that references to the World War are of the date 1917, prior to America's entrance. This book is the first of a series of volumes, an economic interpretation of culture, which now includes The Brass Check, The Goose Step, The Goslings, and Mammonart. Bootstrap lifting. Bootstrap lifting? Says the reader. It is a vision I have seen. Upon a vast plain, men and women are gathered in dense throngs, crouched in uncomfortable and distressing positions, their fingers hooked in the straps of their boots. They are engaged in lifting themselves, tugging and straining until they grow red in the face, exhausted. The perspiration streams from their foreheads, they show every symptom of distress. The eyes of all are fixed, not upon each other, nor upon their bootstraps, but upon the sky above. There is a look of rapture upon their faces, and now and then, amid grunts and groans, they cry out with excitement and triumph. I approach one and say to him, "Friend, what is this you are doing?" He answers without pausing to glance at me, "I am performing spiritual exercises. See how I rise?" "But," I say, "you are not rising at all." Whereat he becomes instantly angry. "You are one of the scoffers." "But friend," I protest, "don't you feel the earth under your feet?" "You are a materialist." "But friend, I can see—" "You are without spiritual vision." And so I move on among the sweating and groaning hordes. Being of a sympathetic turn of mind, I cannot help being distressed by the prevalence of this singular practice among so large a portion of the human race. How is it possible that none of them should suspect the futility of their procedure? Or can it really be that I am uncomprehending? That in some way they are actually getting off the ground, or about to get off the ground? Then I observe a new phenomenon. A man gliding here and there among the bootstrap lifters, approaching from the rear and slipping his hands into their pockets. The position of the spiritual exercisers greatly facilitates his work. Their eyes being cast up to heaven, they do not see him. Their thoughts being occupied, they do not heed him. He goes through their pockets at leisure, and transfers the contents to a bag he carries, and then moves on to the next victim. I watch him for a while, and finally approach and ask, "What are you doing, sir?" He answers, I am picking pockets." "Oh," I say, puzzled by his matter-of-course tone. "But, I beg pardon, are you a thief?" "Oh no," he answers, smilingly. "I am the agent of the Wholesale Pickpockets Association. This is Prosperity." "I see," I reply. "And these people let you—" "It is the law," he says. "It is also the gospel." I turn, following his glance, and observe another person approaching, a stately figure, clad in scarlet and purple robes, moving with slow dignity. He gazes about at the sweating and grunting hordes. Now and then he stops and lifts his hands in a gesture of benediction, and proclaims in rolling tones, "Blessed are the bootstrap lifters, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." He moves on, and after a bit stops and announces again, "Man doth not live by bread alone, but by every word that cometh out of the mouth of the prophets and priests of bootstrap lifting." Watching a while longer, I see this majestic one approach the agent of the Wholesale Pickpockets Association. The agent greets him as a friend, and proceeds to transfer to the pockets of his capacious robes a generous share of the loot which he has collected. The majestic one does not cringe, nor does he make any effort to hide what is going on. On the contrary, he cries aloud, "It is more blessed to give than to receive." And again he cries, "The laborer is worthy of his hire." And a third time he cries, yet more sternly, "Render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's." And the bootstrap lifters pause long enough to answer, "Lord have mercy upon us, and incline our hearts to keep this law." Then they renew their straining and tugging. I step up, and in timid tones begin, "Reverend sir, will you tell me by what right you take this wealth?" Instantly a frown comes upon his face, and he cries in a voice of thunder, "Blasphemer!" And all the bootstrap lifters desist from their lifting, and menace me with furious looks. There is a general call for a policeman of the Wholesale Pickpockets Association. And so I fall silent, and slink away in the throng, and thereafter keep my thoughts to myself. Over the vast plain I wander, observing 1,000 strange and incredible and terrifying manifestations of the bootstrap lifting impulse. There is, I discover, a regular propaganda on foot. A long time ago, no man can recall how far back, the wholesale pickpockets made the discovery of the ease with which a man's pockets could be rifled while he was preoccupied with spiritual exercises, and they began offering prizes for the best essays in support of the practice. Now their propaganda is everywhere triumphant, and year by year we see an increase in the rewards and emoluments of the prophets and priests of the cult. The ground is covered with stately temples of various designs, all of which I am told are consecrated to bootstrap lifting. I come to where a group of people are occupied in laying the cornerstone of a new white marble structure. I inquire and am informed it is the First Church of Bootstrap Lifters Scientist. As I stand watching, a card is handed to me, informing me that a lady will do my bootstrap lifting at $5 per lift. I go on to another building, which I am told is a library containing volumes in defense of the bootstrap lifters, published under the auspices of the Wholesale Pickpockets. I enter, and find endless vistas of shelves, also several thousand current magazines and papers. I consult these, for my legs have given out in the effort to visit and inspect all phases of the bootstrap lifting practice. I discover that hardly a week passes that someone does not start a new cult, or revive an old one. If I had 100 lifetimes I could not know all the creeds and ceremonies, the services and rituals, the litanies and liturgies, the hymns, anthems, and offertories of Bootstrap lifting. There are the Holy Roman Bootstrap lifters, whose priests are fed by transubstantiation; the established Anglican Bootstrap lifters, whose priests live by livings; the Baptist Bootstrap lifters, whose preachers practice total immersion in Standard Oil; there are Yogi Bootstrap lifters, with flowing robes of yellow silk; Theosophist Bootstrap lifters, with green and purple auras; Mormon Bootstrap lifters, Mazdaznan Bootstrap lifters, Spiritualist and Spirit Fruit, Millerite and Dowieite, Holy Roller and Holy Jumper, Come to Glory Negro, Billy Sunday Baseball and Salvation Army Bass Drum Bootstrap lifters. There are the 1,000 varieties of New Thought Bootstrap lifters, the Mystic and Transcendentalist, Swedenborgian and Jakob Behme Bootstrap lifters, the Elbert Hubbard High Art Bootstrap lifters with 500,000 magazinelets at 2 bits apiece, the Uplift and Optimist, the Ralph Waldo Trine and Orison Swett Marden Bootstrap lifters with 100,000 volumes at $1 per volume. There are the Platonist and Hegelian and Kantian professors of collegiate metaphysical Bootstrap lifting, at several $1,000s per year each. There are the Nietzschean Bootstrap lifters, who lift themselves to the Superman, and the art for art's sake neo-pagan Bootstrap lifters, who lift themselves down to the ape. Excepting possibly the last mentioned group, the priests of all these cults, the singers, shouters, prayers, and exhorters of Bootstrap lifting, have as their distinguishing characteristic that they do very little lifting at their own bootstraps, and less at any other man's. Now and then you may see one bend and give a delicate tug of a purely symbolic character, as when the supreme pontiff of the Roman Bootstrap lifters comes once a year to wash the feet of the poor; or when the Sunday school superintendent of the Baptist Bootstrap lifters shakes the hand of one of his Colorado mine slaves. But for the most part the priests and preachers of Bootstrap lifting walk haughtily erect, many of them being so swollen with prosperity that they could not reach their bootstraps if they wanted to. Their role in life is to exhort other men to more vigorous efforts at self-elevation, that the agents of the Wholesale Pickpockets Association may ply their immemorial role with less chance of interference. Religion. The reader, offended by this raillery, asks if I mean to impugn the sincerity of all who preach the supremacy of the soul. No. I admit the honesty of the heroes and madmen of history. All I ask of the preacher is that he shall make an effort to practice his doctrine. Let him be tormented like Don Quixote. Let him go mad like Nietzsche. Let him stand upon a pillar and be devoured by worms, like Simeon Stylites. On these terms I grant to any dreamer the right to hold himself above economic science. Man is an evasive beast, given to cultivating strange notions about himself. He is humiliated by his simian ancestry, and tries to deny his animal nature, to persuade himself that he is not limited by its weaknesses, nor concerned in its fate. And this impulse may be harmless, when it is genuine. But what are we to say when we see the formulas of heroic self-deception made use of by unheroic self-indulgence? What are we to say when we see asceticism preached to the poor by fat and comfortable retainers of the rich? What are we to say when we see idealism become hypocrisy, and the moral and spiritual heritage of mankind twisted to the knavish purposes of class cruelty and greed? What, I say, is bootstrap lifting? It is the fate of many abstract words to be used in two senses, one good and the other bad. Morality means the will to righteousness, or it means Anthony Comstock. Democracy means the rule of the people, or it means Tammany Hall. And so it is with the word religion. In its true sense, religion is the most fundamental of the soul's impulses, the impassioned love of life, the feeling of its preciousness, the desire to foster and further it. In that sense, every thinking man must be religious. In that sense, religion is a perpetually self-renewing force, the very nature of our being. In that sense I have no thought of assailing it. I would make clear that I hold it beyond assailment. But we are denied the pleasure of using the word in that honest sense, because of another which has been given to it. To the ordinary man, religion means, not the soul's longing for growth, the hunger and thirst after righteousness, but certain forms in which this hunger has manifested itself in history, and prevails today throughout the world. That is to say, institutions having fixed dogmas and "revelations," creeds and rituals with an administering caste claiming supernatural sanction. By such institutions the moral strivings of the race, the affections of childhood, and the aspirations of youth are made the prerogatives and stock in trade of ecclesiastical hierarchies. It is the thesis of this book that religion, in this sense, is a source of income to parasites, and the natural ally of every form of oppression and exploitation. If by my jesting at bootstrap lifting I have wounded some dear prejudice of the reader, let me endeavor to speak in a more persuasive voice. I am a man who has suffered, and has seen the suffering of others. I have devoted my life to analyzing the causes of the suffering, to find out if it be necessary and foreordained, or if by any chance there be a way of escape for future generations. I have found that the latter is the case. The suffering is needless, it can with ease and certainty be banished from the earth. I know this with the knowledge of science, in the same way that the navigator of a ship knows his latitude and longitude, and the point of the compass to which he must steer in order to reach the port. Come, reader, let us put aside prejudice, and the terrors of the cults of the unknown. The power which made us has given us a mind, and the impulse to its use. Let us see what can be done with it to rid the earth of its ancient evils. And do not be troubled if at the outset this book seems to be entirely destructive. I assure you that I am no crude materialist. I am not so shallow as to imagine that our race will be satisfied with a barren rationalism. I know that the old symbols came out of the heart of man because they corresponded to certain needs of the heart of man. I know that new symbols will be found, corresponding more exactly to the needs of our time. If here I set to work to tear down an old and ramshackle building, it is not from blind destructfulness, but as an architect who means to put a new and sounder structure in its place. Before we part company I shall submit the blueprint of that new home of the spirit. End of introductory. Book 1, The Church of the Conquerors, Part 1, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I saw the conquerors riding by with trampling feet of horse and men. Empire on empire like the tide flooded the world and ebbed again. 1,000 banners caught the sun, and cities smoked along the plain, and laden down with silk and gold, and heaped up pillage groaned the wain. Kemp. The Priestly Lie. When the first savage saw his hut destroyed by a bolt of lightning, he fell down upon his face in terror. He had no conception of natural forces, of laws of electricity. He saw this event as the act of an individual intelligence. Today we read about fairies and demons, dryads and fauns and satyrs, Wotan and Thor and Vulcan, Frey and Flora and Ceres, and we think of all these as pretty fancies, play products of the mind, losing sight of the fact that they were originally meant with entire seriousness, that not merely did ancient man believe in them, but was forced to believe in them, because the mind must have an explanation of things that happen, and an individual intelligence was the only explanation available. The story of the hero who slays the devouring dragon was not merely a symbol of day and night, of summer and winter. It was a literal explanation of the phenomena. It was the science of early times. Men imagined supernatural powers such as they could comprehend. If the lightning god destroyed a hut, obviously it must be because the owner of the hut had given offense, so the owner must placate the god, using those means which would be effective in the quarrels of men: presents of roast meats and honey and fresh fruits, of wine and gold and jewels and women, accompanied by friendly words and gestures of submission. And when in spite of all things the natural evil did not cease, when the people continued to die of pestilence, then came the opportunity for hysterical or ambitious persons to discover new ways of penetrating the mind of the god. There would be dreamers of dreams, and seers of visions, and hearers of voices, readers of the entrails of beasts and interpreters of the flight of birds. There would be burning bushes and stone tablets on mountain tops, and inspired words dictated to aged disciples on lonely islands. There would arise special castes of men and women, learned in these sacred matters, and these priestly castes would naturally emphasize the importance of their calling, would hold themselves aloof from the common herd, endowed with special powers and entitled to special privileges. They would interpret the oracles in ways favorable to themselves and their order. They would proclaim themselves friends and confidants of the god, walking with him in the night time, receiving his messengers and angels, acting as his deputies in forgiving offenses, in dealing punishments, and in receiving gifts. They would become makers of laws and moral codes. They would wear special costumes to distinguish them. They would go through elaborate ceremonies to impress their followers, employing all sensuous effects: architecture and sculpture and painting, music and poetry and dancing, candles and incense and bells and gongs. And storied windows richly dight, casting a dim religious light, There let the pealing organ blow To the full-voiced choir below, In service high and anthem clear, As may with sweetness through mine ear Dissolve me into ecstasies, And bring all heaven before mine eyes. So built itself up, in 1,000 complex and complicated forms, the priestly lie. There are a score of great religions in the world, each with scores or hundreds of sects, each with its priestly orders, its complicated creed and ritual, its heavens and hells. Each has its thousands or millions or hundreds of millions of true believers. Each damns all the others, with more or less heartiness, and each is a mighty fortress of graft. There will be few readers of this book who have not been brought up under the spell of some one of these systems of supernaturalism, who have not been taught to speak with respect of some particular priestly order, to thrill with awe at some particular sacred rite, to seek respite from earthly woes in some particular ceremonial spell. These things are woven into our very fiber in childhood. They are sanctified by memories of joys and griefs. They are confused with spiritual struggles. They become part of all that is most vital in our lives. The reader who wishes to emancipate himself from their thrall will do well to begin with a study of the beliefs and practices of other sects than his own, a field where he is free to observe and examine without fear of sacrilege. Let him look into Madame Blavatsky's Secret Doctrine, or her Isis Unveiled, encyclopedias of the fantastic inventions which terror and longing have wrung out of the tortured soul of man. Here are mysteries and solemnities, charms and spells, illuminations and transmigrations, angels and demons, guides, controls and masters, all of which it is permissible to refuse to support with gifts. Let the reader then go to James Freeman Clarke's 10 Great Religions, and realize how many billions of humans have lived and died in the solemn certainty that their welfare on earth and in heaven depended upon their accepting certain ideas and practicing certain rites, all mutually exclusive and incompatible, each damning the others and the followers of the others. So gradually the realization will come to him that the test of a doctrine about life and its welfare must be something else than the fact that one was born to it. The Great Fear. It was not the fault of primitive man that he was ignorant, nor that his ignorance made him a prey to dread. The traces of his mental suffering will inspire in us only pity and sympathy, for nature is a grim schoolmistress, and not all her lessons have yet been learned. We have a right to scorn and anger only when we see this dread being diverted from its true function, a stimulus to a search for knowledge, and made into a means of clamping down ignorance upon the mind of the race. That this has been the deliberate policy of institutionalized religion no candid student can deny. The first thing brought forth by the study of any religion, ancient or modern, is that it is based upon fear, born of it, fed by it, and that it cultivates the source from which its nourishment is derived. The fear of divine anger, says Professor Jastrow, runs as an undercurrent through the entire religious literature of Babylonia and Assyria. In the words of Tabi Utul Enlil, king of ancient Nippur, Who is there that can grasp the will of the gods in heaven? The plan of a God is full of mystery. Who can understand it? He who is still alive at evening is dead the next morning. In an instant he is cast into grief. In a moment he is crushed. And that cry might be duplicated from almost any page of the Hebrew Scriptures, the only difference being that the Hebrews combined all their fears into one great fear. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, we are told by Solomon of the 1,000 Wives, and the psalmist repeats it. Dominion and fear are with him, cries Job. How then can any man be just before God? Or how can he be clean that is born of a woman? Behold, even the moon hath no brightness, and the stars are not pure in his sight. How much less man, that is a worm, and the Son of Man, which is a worm. He goes on in his lyrical rapture. Sheol is naked before him, and destruction hath no covering. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astonished at his rebuke. The thunder of his power who can understand? That all this is some of the world's great poetry does not in the least alter the fact that it is an abasement of the soul, an hysterical perversion of the facts of life, and a preparation of the mind for the seeds of priestcraft. The book of Job has been called a wisdom drama. And what is the denouement of this drama? What is ancient Hebrew wisdom's last word about life? Wherefore I abhor myself, says Job, and repent in dust and ashes. The poor fellow has done nothing. We have been told at the beginning that he was perfect and upright, and one that feared God, and eschewed evil. But the Sabaeans and the Chaldeans rob him, and the fire of God falls from heaven and burns up his sheep and his servants, and a great wind from the wilderness kills his sons and daughters, and then his body becomes covered with boils, a phenomenon caused in part by worry and the consequent nervous indigestion, but mainly by excess of starch and deficiency of mineral salts in the diet. Job, however, has never heard of the fasting cure for disease, and so he takes him a potsherd to scrape himself withal, and he sits among the ashes, a highly unsanitary procedure enforced by his religious ritual. So naturally he feels like a worm, and abhors himself, and cries out, I know that thou canst do all things, and that no purpose of thine can be restrained. By which utter unreasoning humility he succeeds in appeasing the great fear, and his friends make a sacrifice of 7 bullocks and 7 rams, a feast for a whole templeful of priests. And then, the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before, and after this Job lived 140 years, and saw his sons and his sons' sons, even 4 generations. You do not have to look very deeply into this wisdom drama to find out whose wisdom it is. Confess your own ignorance and your own impotence, abandon yourself utterly, and then we, the sacred caste, the keepers of the holy secrets, will secure your pardon and respite, in exchange for fresh meat. Here are verses from a psalm of the ancient Babylonians, which heathen chant is identical in spirit and purpose with the utterances of Job. The sin that I have wrought, I know not. The unclean that I have eaten, I know not. The offense into which I have walked, I know not. The Lord, in the wrath of his heart, hath regarded me. The God, in the anger of his heart, hath surrounded me. A goddess, known or unknown, hath wrought me sorrow. I sought for help, but no one took my hand. I wept, but no one hearkened to me. The feet of my goddess I kiss, I touch them. To the God, known or unknown, I utter my prayer. O God, known or unknown, turn thy countenance, accept my sacrifice. O Goddess, known or unknown, look mercifully on me, accept my sacrifice. Salve Regina. And now let the reader leap 3,000 years of human history, of toil and triumph of the intellect of man, and instead of a Hebrew manuscript or a Babylonian brick, there confronts him a little publication, printed on a modern rotary press in the capital of the United States of America, bearing the date of October, 1914, and the title Salve Regina. In it we find "a beautiful prayer," composed by the late Cardinal Rampolla. We are told that Pius X attached to it an indulgence of 100 days, each time it is piously recited, applicable to the souls in purgatory. O Blessed Virgin, Mother of God, cast a glance from heaven, where thou sittest as Queen, upon this poor sinner, your servant. Though conscious of his unworthiness, he blesses and exalts thee from his whole heart as the purest, the most beautiful, and the most holy of creatures. He blesses thy holy name. He blesses thy sublime prerogatives as real Mother of God, ever virgin, conceived without stain of sin, as co-redemptress of the human race. He blesses the Eternal Father who chose you, etc. He blesses the Incarnate Word, etc. He blesses the Divine Spirit, etc. He blesses, exalts, and thanks the most august Trinity, etc. O Virgin, holy and merciful, be pleased to accept this little homage of your servant, and obtain for him also from your divine Son pardon for his sins. Amen. And then, looking more closely, we discover the purpose of this beautiful prayer, and of the neat little paper which prints it. Salve Regina is raising funds for the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception, a home for more priests; and Catholic ladies who desire to collect for it may receive little books which they are requested to return within 3 months. Pius X writes a letter of warm endorsement, and sets an example by giving $400 out of his poverty, or, to be more precise, out of the poverty of the pitiful peasantry of Italy. There is included in the paper a form of bequest for "devoted clients of our Blessed Mother," and at the top of the editorial page the most alluring of all baits for the loving hearts of the flock, that the names of deceased relatives and friends may be written in the collection books, and will be transferred to the records of the shrine, and these persons will share in all its spiritual benefits. In the days of Job it was with threats of boils and poverty that the priestly lie maintained itself. But in the case of this blackest of all terrors, transplanted to our free republic from the heart of the Dark Ages, the wretched victims see before their eyes the glare of flames, and hear the shrieks of their loved ones writhing in torment through uncounted ages and eternities. Fresh meat. In the days when I was experimenting with vegetarianism, I sought earnestly for evidence of a non-meat-eating race. But candor compelled me to admit that man was like the monkey and the pig and the bear. He was vegetarian when he could not help it. The advocates of the reform insist that meat as a diet causes muddy brains and dulled nerves. But you would certainly never suspect this from a study of history. What you find in history is that all men crave meat, all struggle for it, and the strongest and cleverest get it. Everywhere you find the subject classes living in the midst of animals which they tend, but whose flesh they rarely taste. Even in modern America, sweet land of liberty, our millions of tenant farmers raise chickens and geese and turkeys, and hardly venture to consume as much as an egg, but save everything for the summer boarder or the buyer from the city. It would not be too much to say of the cultural records of early man that they all have to do, directly or indirectly, with the reserving of fresh meat to the masters. In J.T. Trowbridge's cheerful tale of the adventures of Captain Seaborn, we are told by the cannibal priest how idol worship has ameliorated the morals of the tribe. For though some warriors of renown continue anthropophagous, 'tis rare that human flesh goes down the low caste man's esophagus. I suspect that we should have to go back to the days of the caveman to find the first lover of the flesh pots who put a taboo upon meat, and promised supernatural favors to all who would exercise self-control, and instead of consuming their meat themselves, would bring it and lay it upon the sacred griddle, or altar, where the god might come in the night time and partake of it. Certainly, at any rate, there are few religions of record in which such devices do not appear. The early laws of the Hebrews are more concerned with delicatessen for the priests than with any other subject whatever. Here, for example, is the way to make a Nazarite. He shall offer his offering up to the Lord, one he-lamb of the first year without blemish for a burnt offering, and one ewe-lamb of the first year without blemish for a sin offering, and one ram without blemish for peace offerings, and a basket of unleavened bread, cakes of fine flour mingled with oil, and wafers of unleavened bread anointed with oil, and their meat offerings. And the law goes on to instruct the priests to take certain choice parts and wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. This is holy for the priest. What was done with the other portions we are not told, but earlier in this same Book of Numbers we find the general law that every offering of all the holy things of the children of Israel, which they bring unto the priest, shall be his, and every man's hallowed things shall be his. Whatsoever any man giveth to the priest, it shall be his. In the same way we are told by Viscount Amberley that the priests of Ceylon first present the gifts to the god, and then eat them. Among the Parsees, when a man dies, the relatives must bring 4 new robes to the priests. If they do this, the priests wear the robes. If they fail to do it, the dead man appears naked before the judgment throne. The devotees are instructed that he who performs this rite succeeds in both worlds, and obtains a firm footing in both worlds. Among the Buddhists, the followers give alms to the monks, and are told specifically what advantages will thereby accrue to them. In the Ayatareyo Brahmanam of the Rig Veda we read, "He who, knowing this, sacrifices according to this rite, is born from the womb of Agni and the offerings, participates in the nature of the Rik, Yajas, and Saman, the Veda, sacred knowledge, the Brahma, sacred element, and immortality, and is absorbed into the deity." Among the Parsees, the priest eats the bread and drinks the hauma, or juice of a plant, considered to be both a plant and a god. Among the Episcopalians, a contemporary Christian sect, the sacred juice is that of the grape, and the priest is not allowed to throw away what is left of it, but is ordered reverently to consume it. Inasmuch as the priest is the sole judge of how much good sherry wine he shall consecrate previous to the ceremony, it is to be expected that the priests of this cult should be lukewarm towards the prohibition movement, and should piously refuse to administer their sacrament with unfermented and uninteresting grape juice. End of Book 1, Part 1. Book 1, The Church of the Conquerors, Part 2, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Priestly Empires. In every human society of which we have record, there has been one class which has done the hard and exhausting work, the hewers of wood and drawers of water. And there has been another, much smaller class, which has done the directing. To belong to this latter class is to work also, but with the head instead of the hands. It is also to enjoy the good things of life, to live in the best houses, to eat the best food, to have choice of the most desirable women. It is to have leisure to cultivate the mind and appreciate the arts, to acquire graces and distinctions, to give laws and moral codes, to shape fashions and tastes, to be revered and regarded, in short, to have power. How to get this power and to hold it has been the first object of the thoughts of men from the beginning of time. The most obvious method is by the sword, but this method is uncertain, for any man may take up a sword, and some may succeed with it. It will be found that empires based upon military force alone, however cruel they may be, are not permanent, and therefore not so dangerous to progress. It is only when resistance is paralyzed by the agency of superstition that the race can be subjected to systems of exploitation for hundreds and even thousands of years. The ancient empires were all priestly empires. The kings ruled because they obeyed the will of the priests, taught to them from childhood as the word of the gods. Thus, for instance, Prescott tells us, "Terror, not love, was the spring of education with the Aztecs. Such was the crafty policy of the priests, who, by reserving to themselves the business of instruction, were enabled to mold the young and plastic mind according to their own wills, and to train it early to implicit reverence for religion and its ministers." The historian goes on to indicate the economic harvest of this teaching. To each of the principal temples, lands were annexed for the maintenance of the priests. The estates were augmented by the policy or devotion of successive princes, until, under the last Montezuma, they had swollen to an enormous extent, and covered every district of the empire. And this concerning the frightful system of human sacrifices, whereby the priestly caste maintained the prestige of its divinities. At the dedication of the temple of Huitzilopochtli in 1486, the prisoners, who for some years had been reserved for the purpose, were ranged in files, forming a procession nearly 2 miles long. The ceremony consumed several days, and 70,000 captives are said to have perished at the shrine of this terrible deity. The same system appears in Professor Jastrow's account of the priesthood of Babylonia and Assyria. The ultimate source of all law being the deity himself, the original legal tribunal was the place where the image or symbol of the god stood. A legal decision was an oracle or omen, indicative of the will of the god. The power thus lodged in the priests of Babylonia and Assyria was enormous. They virtually held in their hands the life and death of the people. And of the business side of this vast religious system, the temples were the natural depositories of the legal archives, which in the course of centuries grew to veritably enormous proportions. Records were made of all decisions. The facts were set forth and duly attested by witnesses. Business and marriage contracts, loans and deeds of sale were in like manner drawn up in the presence of official scribes, who were also priests. In this way all commercial transactions received the written sanction of the religious organization. The temples themselves, at least in the large centers, entered into business relations with the populace. In order to maintain the large household represented by such an organization as that of the temple of Enlil of Nippur, that of Nin Girsu at Lagash, that of Marduk at Babylon, or that of Shamash at Sippar, large holdings of land were required which, cultivated by agents for the priests, or farmed out with stipulations for a goodly share of the produce, secured an income for the maintenance of the temple officials. The enterprise of the temples was expanded to the furnishing of loans at interest, in later periods at 20%, to barter in slaves, to dealings in lands, besides engaging labor for work of all kinds directly needed for the temples. A large quantity of the business documents found in the temple archives are concerned with the business affairs of the temple, and we are justified in including the temples and the large centers as among the most important business institutions of the country. In financial or monetary transactions, the position of the temples was not unlike that of national banks. And so on. We may venture the guess that the learned professor said more in that last sentence than he himself intended, for his lectures were delivered in that temple of plutocracy, the University of Pennsylvania, and paid out of an endowment which specifies that all polemical subjects shall be positively excluded. Prayer wheels. These priestly empires exist in the world today. If we wish to find them, we have only to ask ourselves, what countries are making no contribution to the progress of the race? What countries have nothing to give us, whether in art, science, or industry? For example, Gervais tells us of the Talapoins, or priests of Siam, that they are exempted from all public charges, they salute nobody, while everybody prostrates himself before them. They are maintained at the public expense. In the same way we read of the Negroes of the Caribbean islands that their priests and priestesses exercise an almost unlimited power. Miss Kingsley, in her West African Studies, tells us that if we desire to understand the institutions of this district, we must study the native's religion. For his religion has so firm a grasp upon his mind that it influences everything he does. It is not a thing apart, as the religion of the Europeans is at times. The African cannot say, "Oh, that is all right from a religious point of view, but one must be practical." To be practical, to get on in the world, to live the day and night through, he must be right in the religious point of view, namely, must be on working terms with the great world of spirits around him. The knowledge of this spirit world constitutes the religion of the African, and his customs and ceremonies arise from his idea of the best way to influence it. Or consider Henry Savage Lander's account of Tibet. In Lhasa and many other sacred places, fanatical pilgrims make circumambulations, sometimes for miles and miles, and for days together, covering the entire distance lying flat upon their bodies. From the ceiling of the temple hang hundreds of long strips, katas, offered by pilgrims to the temple, and becoming so many flying prayers when hung up, for mechanical praying in every way is prominent in Tibet. Thus, instead of having to learn by heart long and varied prayers, all you have to do is to stuff the entire prayer book into a prayer wheel, and revolve it while repeating as fast as you can 4 words meaning, "O God, the gem emerging from the lotus flower." The attention of the pilgrims is directed to a large box, or often a big bowl, where they may deposit whatever offerings they can spare. And it must be said that their religious ideas are so strongly developed that they will dispose of a considerable portion of their money in this fashion. The Lamas are very clever in many ways, and have a great hold over the entire country. They are 90% of them unscrupulous scamps, depraved in every way and given to every sort of vice. So are the women Lamas. They live and sponge on the credulity and ignorance of the crowds. It is to maintain this ignorance, upon which their luxurious life depends, that foreign influence of every kind is strictly kept out of the country. The Butcher Gods. In this last sentence we have summed up the fundamental fact about institutionalized religion. Wherever belief and ritual have become the means of livelihood of a class, all innovation will of necessity be taken as an attack upon that class. It will be literally a crime, robbing the priests of their age-long privileges. And of course they will oppose the robber, using every weapon of terrorism, both of this world and the next. They will require the submission not merely of their own people, but of their neighbors, and their jealousy of rival priestly castes will be a cause of wars. The story of the early days of mankind is a sickening record of torture and slaughter in the name of 10,000 butcher gods. Thus, for example, we read in the Hebrew religious records how the priests were engaged in establishing the prestige of a fetish called the Ark, and how the people of one tribe violated this fetish and wakened the wrath of Jehovah, the God. And he smote the men of Beth Shemesh, because they had looked into the ark of the Lord. Even he smote of the people 50,060 men. And the people lamented, because the Lord had smitten many of the people with a great slaughter. And the men of Beth Shemesh said, Who is able to stand before this holy Lord God? This terrible old Hebrew divinity said of himself that he was a jealous God. Throughout the time of his sway he issued through his ministers precise instructions for the most revolting cruelties, the extermination of whole nations of men, women, and children, whose sole offense was that they did not pay tribute to Jehovah's priests. Thus, for example, the chief of his prophets, Moses, called the people together, and with all solemnity and with many warnings handed down 10 commandments graven upon stone tablets. He went on to set forth how the people were to set upon and rob their neighbors, and gave them these bloodthirsty instructions. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and hath cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them, and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. But thus shall ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars, and break down their images, and cut down their groves, and burn their graven images with fire. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. The records of this Jehovah are full of similar horrors. He sent his chosen people out to destroy the Midianites, and they slew all the males, but this was not sufficient, and Moses was wroth, and commanded them to kill all the married women, and to take the single women for themselves. We are told that 16,000 single women were spared, of whom the Lord's tribute was 32. In the book of Joshua we read that he had an interview with a supernatural personage called the Captain of the Lord's host, and how this captain had given to him a magic spell which would destroy the city of Jericho. The city should be accursed, even it and all that are therein, to the Lord. Every living thing except one traitor harlot was to be slaughtered, and all the wealth of the city reserved to the priestly caste. This was carried out to the letter, except that Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah of the tribe of Judah, took of the accursed thing. That is, he hid some gold and silver in his tent, whereupon the army met with a defeat, and everybody knew that something was wrong, and Joshua rent his clothes and fell to the earth upon his face before the ark of the Lord, and got another message from Jehovah, to the effect that the guilty man should be burned with fire, he and all that he hath. And Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan the son of Zerah, and the silver, and the garment, and the wedge of gold, and his sons, and his daughters, and his oxen, and his asses, and his sheep, and his tent, and all that he had, and they brought them unto the valley of Achor. And Joshua said, Why hast thou troubled us? The Lord shall trouble thee this day. And all Israel stoned him with stones, and burned them with fire, after they had stoned him with stones. We have no means of knowing what was the character of the unfortunate inhabitants of the city of Jericho, nor of the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and all the rest of the victims of Jehovah. To be sure, we are told by the Hebrew priests that they sacrificed their children to their gods. But then, consider what we should believe about the Hebrew religion if we took the word of rival priestly castes. Consider, for example, that in this 20th century we saw an Orthodox Jew tried in a Russian court of law for having made a sacrifice of Christian babies. Nevertheless, we know that the Jews represent a considerable part of the intelligence and idealism of Russia. We know in the same way that the Moors had most of the culture and all of the scientific knowledge of Spain, that the Huguenots had most of the conscience and industry of France, and we know that they were massacred or driven out to death by the priestly castes of the Middle Ages. End of Book 1, Part 2. Book One, The Church of the Conquerors, Part 3, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Holy Inquisition. Let us have one glimpse of the conditions in those medieval times, so that we may know what we ourselves have escaped. In the 15th century there was established in Europe the cult of a three-headed god, whose priests had won lordship over a continent. They were enormously wealthy, and unthinkably corrupt. They sold to the rich the license to commit every possible crime, and they held the poor in ignorance and degradation. Among the comparatively intelligent and freedom-loving people of Bohemia there arose a great reformer, John Huss, himself a priest, protesting against the corruptions of his order. They trapped him into their power by means of a safe conduct, which they repudiated because no promise to a heretic could have validity. They found him guilty of having taught the hateful doctrine that a priest who committed crimes could not give absolution for the crimes of others. And they held an auto de fe, which means a sentence of faith. As we read in Lee's History of the Inquisition, the cathedral of Constance was crowded with Sigismund, the emperor, and his nobles, the great officers of the empire with their insignia, the prelates in their splendid robes. While mass was sung, Huss, as an excommunicate, was kept waiting at the door. When brought in, he was placed on an elevated bench by a table, on which stood a coffer containing priestly vestments. After some preliminaries, including a sermon by the Bishop of Lodi, in which he assured Sigismund that the events of that day would confer on him immortal glory, the articles of which Huss was convicted were recited. In vain he protested that he believed in transubstantiation and in the validity of the sacrament in polluted hands. He was ordered to hold his tongue, and on his persisting, the beadles were told to silence him. But in spite of this he continued to utter protests. The sentence was then read in the name of the council, condemning him both for his written errors and those which had been proven by witnesses. He was declared a pertinacious and incorrigible heretic, who did not desire to return to the church. His books were ordered to be burned, and himself to be degraded from the priesthood, and abandoned to the secular court. 7 bishops arrayed him in priestly garb, and warned him to recant while yet there was time. He turned to the crowd, and with broken voice declared that he could not confess the errors which he never entertained, lest he should lie to God, when the bishops interrupted him, crying that they had waited long enough, for he was obstinate in his heresy. He was degraded in the usual manner, stripped of his sacerdotal vestments, his fingers scraped. But when the tonsure was to be disposed of, an absurd quarrel arose among the bishops as to whether the head should be shaved with a razor, or the tonsure be destroyed with scissors. Scissors won the day, and a cross was cut in his hair. Then on his head was placed a conical paper cap, a cubit in height, adorned with painted devils and the inscription, "This is the heresiarch." The place of execution was a meadow near the river, to which he was conducted by 2,000 armed men, with Palsgrave Louis at their head, and a vast crowd, including many nobles, prelates, and cardinals. The route followed was circuitous, in order that he might be carried past the episcopal palace, in front of which his books were burning, whereat he smiled. Pity from man there was none to look for, but he sought comfort on high, repeating to himself, "Christ Jesus, Son of the living God, have mercy upon us." And when he came in sight of the stake he fell on his knees and prayed. He was asked if he wished to confess, and said that he would gladly do so if there were space. A wide circle was formed, and Ulrich Schorand, who, according to custom, had been providently empowered to take advantage of final weakening, came forward, saying, "Dear sir and master, if you will recant your unbelief and heresy, for which you must suffer, I will willingly hear your confession. But if you will not, you know right well that according to canon law, no one can administer the sacrament to a heretic." To this Huss answered, "It is not necessary. I am not a mortal sinner." His paper crown fell off, and he smiled as his guards replaced it. He desired to take leave of his keepers, and when they were brought to him he thanked them for their kindness, saying that they had been to him rather brothers than jailers. Then he commenced to address the crowd in German, telling them that he suffered for errors which he did not hold, and he was cut short. When bound to the stake, 2 cartloads of faggots and straw were piled up around him, and the Palsgrave and Vogt for the last time adjured him to abjure. Even yet he could save himself, but only repeated that he had been convicted by false witnesses on errors never entertained by him. They clapped their hands and then withdrew, and the executioners applied the fire. Twice Huss was heard to exclaim, "Christ Jesus, Son of the living God, have mercy upon me!" Then a wind springing up and blowing the flames and smoke into his face checked further utterances, but his head was seen to shake and his lips to move while one might twice or thrice recite a Pater Noster. The tragedy was over. The sorely tried soul had escaped from its tormentors, and the bitterest enemies of the reformer could not refuse to him the praise that no philosopher of old had faced death with more composure than he had shown in his dreadful extremity. No faltering of the voice had betrayed an internal struggle. Palsgrave Louis, seeing Huss's mantle on the arm of one of the executioners, ordered it thrown into the flames, lest it should be reverenced as a relic, and promised the man to compensate him. With the same view the body was carefully reduced to ashes and thrown into the Rhine, and even the earth around the stake was dug up and carted off. Yet the Bohemians long hovered around the spot and carried home fragments of the neighboring clay, which they reverenced as relics of their martyr. The next day thanks were returned to God in a solemn procession, in which figured Sigismund and his queen, the princes and nobles, 19 cardinals, 2 patriarchs, 77 bishops, and all the clergy of the council. A few days later Sigismund, who had delayed his departure for Spain to see the matter concluded, left Constance, feeling that his work was done. Hellfire. If such a scene could be witnessed in the world today, it would only be in some remote and wholly savage place, such as the mountains of Haiti or the Solomon Islands. It could no longer happen in any civilized country, the reason being, not any abatement of the pretensions of the priesthood, but solely the power of science embodied in the physical arm of a secular state. The advance of that arm the Church has fought systematically in every country and at every point. To quote Buckle, "A careful study of the history of religious toleration will prove that in every Christian country where it has been adopted, it has been forced upon the clergy by the authority of the secular classes. The wolf of superstition has been driven into its lair, but it has backed away snarling, and it still crouches, watching for a chance to spring. The church which burned John Huss, which burned Giordano Bruno for teaching that the earth moves round the sun, that same church, in the name of the same three-headed God, sent out Francesco Ferrer to the firing squad. If it does not do the same thing to the author of this book, it will be solely because of the police. Not being allowed to burn me here, the clergy will vent their holy indignation by sentencing me to eternal burning in a future world which they have created, and which they run to suit themselves. It is a fact, the significance of which cannot be exaggerated, that the measure of the civilization which any nation has attained is the extent to which it has curtailed the power of institutionalized religion. Those peoples which are wholly under the sway of the priesthood, such as Tibetans and Koreans, Siamese and Caribbeans, are peoples among whom the intellectual life does not exist. Farther in advance are Hindus and Turks, who are religious but not exclusively. Still farther on the way are Spaniards and Irish. Here, for example, is a flashlight of the Irish peasantry, given by one of their number, Patrick McGill. The merchant was a great friend of the parish priest, who always told the people if they did not pay their debts, they would burn forever and ever in hell. The fires of eternity will make you sorry for the debts that you did not pay, said the priest. What is eternity? He would ask in a solemn voice from the altar steps. If a man tried to count the sands on the seashore, and took 1,000,000 years to count every single grain, how long would it take him to count them all? A long time, you'll say, but that time is nothing to eternity. Just think of it! Burning in hell, while a man, taking 1,000,000 years to count a grain of sand, counts all the sand on the seashore. And this because you did not pay Farley McEwen his lawful debts within the letter of the law. That concluding phrase, within the letter of the law, struck terror into all who listened, and no one, maybe not even the priest himself, knew what it meant. There is light in Ireland today, and hope for an Irish culture. The thing to be noted is that it comes from two movements, one for agricultural cooperation, and the other for political independence, both of them definitely and specifically non-religious. This same thing has been true of the movements which have helped on happier nations, such as the republics of France and America, which have put an end to the power of the priestly caste to take property by force, and to dominate the mind of the child without its parents' consent. This is as far as any nation has so far gone. It has apparently not yet occurred to any legislature that the state may owe a duty to the child to protect its mind from being poisoned, even though it has the misfortune to be born of poisoned parents. It is still permitted that parents should terrify their little ones with images of a personal devil and a hell of eternal brimstone and sulfur. It is permitted to found schools for the teaching of devil doctrines. It is permitted to organize gigantic campaigns and systematically to infect whole cities full of men, women, and children with hellfire phobias. In the American city where I write, one may see gatherings of people sunk upon their knees, even rolling on the ground in convulsions, moaning, sobbing, screaming to be delivered from such torments. I open my morning paper and read of the arrest of 5 men and 7 women in Los Angeles, members of a sect known as the Church of the Living God, upon a charge of having disturbed the peace of their neighbors. The police officers testified that the accused claimed to be possessed of the divine spirit, and that as signs of this possession they crawled on the floor, grunted like pigs, and barked like dogs. There were other acts even more startling, about which the newspapers did not go into details. And again, a week or 2 later, I read how a woman has been heard screaming and found tied to a bedpost, being whipped by a man. She belonged to a religious sect which had found her guilty of witchcraft. Another woman was about to shoot her, but this woman's nerve failed and the high priest was called in, who decreed a whipping. The victim explained to the police that she would have deserved to be whipped had she really been a witch, but a mistake had been made. It was another woman who was the witch. And again, in the Los Angeles Times, I read a perfectly serious news item telling how a certain man awakened one morning and found on his pillow where his head had lain a perfect reproduction of the head of Christ with its crown of thorns. He called in his neighbors to witness the miracle, and declared that while he was not superstitious, he knew that such a thing could not have happened by chance, and he knew what it was intended to signify. He would buy more Liberty bonds, and be more ardent in his support of the war. And this is the world in which our scientists and men of culture think that the battle of the intellect is won, and that it is no longer necessary to spend our energies in fighting religion. End of Book 1, Part 3. End of Book 1. Book 2. The Church of Good Society, Part 1, of The Prophets of Religion by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Within the house of Mammon his priesthood stands alert, by mysteries attended, by dusk and splendors girt, knowing, for faiths departed, his own shall still endure, and they be found his chosen, untroubled, solemn, sure. Within the house of Mammon the golden altar lifts, where dragon lamps are shrouded, as costly incense drifts, a dust of old ideals, now fragrant from the coals, to tell of hopes long ended, to tell the death of souls. Sterling. The Rainmakers. I begin with the Church of Good Society because it happens to be the church in which I was brought up. Reading this statement, some of my readers suspected me of snobbish pride. I search my heart. Yes, it brings a hidden thrill that as far back as I can remember I knew this atmosphere of urbanity, that twice every Sunday those melodious and hypnotizing incantations were chanted in my childish ears. I take up the book of ritual, done in aristocratic black leather with gold lettering, and the old worn volume brings me strange stirrings of recollected awe. But I endeavor to repress these vestigial emotions, and to see the volume, not as a message from God to good society, but as a landmark of man's age-long struggle against myth and dogma used as a source of income and a shield to privilege. In the beginning, of course, the priest and the magician ruled the field. But today, as I examine this Book of Common Prayer, I discover that there is at least one spot out of which he has been cleared entirely. There appears no prayer to planets to stand still, or to comets to go away. The Church of Good Society has discovered astronomy! But if any astronomer attributes this to his instruments with their marvelous accuracy, let him at least stop to consider my economic interpretation of the phenomenon. The fact that the heavenly bodies affect the destinies of mankind so little that there has not been sufficient emolument to justify the priest in holding on to his job as astrologer. But when you come to the field of meteorology, what a difference! Has any utmost precision of barometer been able to drive the priest out of his prerogatives as rainmaker? Not even in the most civilized of countries. Not in that most decorous and dignified of institutions, the Protestant Episcopal Church of America. I study with care the passage wherein the clergyman appears as controller of the fate of crops. I note a chastened caution of phraseology. The church will not repeat the experience of the sorcerer's apprentice, who set the demons to bringing water, and then could not make them stop. The spell invokes moderate rain and showers. And, as an additional precaution, there is a counterspell against excessive rains and floods, the weather faucet being thus under exact control. I turn the pages of this Book of Common Prayer, and note the remnants of magic which it contains. There are not many of the emergencies of life with which the priest is not authorized to deal. Not many natural phenomena for which he may not claim the credit. And in case anything should have been overlooked, there is a blanket order upon Providence. Graciously hear us, that those evils which the craft or subtlety of the devil or man worketh against us, be brought to naught. I am reminded of the idea which haunted my childhood, reading fairy stories about the hero who was allowed 3 wishes that would come true. I could never understand why the hero did not settle the matter once for all, by wishing that everything he wished might come true. Most of these incantations are harmless, and some are amiable. But now and then you come upon one which is sinister in its implications. The volume before me happens to be of the Church of England, which is even more forthright in its confronting of the great magic. Many years ago I remember talking with an English army officer, asking how he could feel sure of his soldiers in case of labor strikes. Did it never occur to him that the men had relatives among the workers, and might sometime refuse to shoot them? His answer was that he was aware of it. The military had worked out its technique with care. He would never think of ordering his men to fire upon a mob in cold blood. He would first start the spell of discipline to work. He would march them round the block, and get them in the swing, get their blood moving to military music. Then, when he gave the order, in they would go. I have never forgotten the gesture, the animation with which he illustrated their going. I could hear the grunting of bayonets in the flesh of men. The social system prevailing in England has made necessary the perfecting of such military technique. Also, you discover, English piety has made necessary the providing of a religious sanction for it. After the job has been done and the bayonets have been wiped clean, the company is marched to church, and the officer kneels in his family pew, and the privates kneel with the parlor maids, and the clergyman raises his hands to heaven and intones, We bless thy holy name, that it hath pleased thee to appease the seditious tumults which have been lately raised up among us. And sometimes the clergyman does more than bless the killers. He even takes part in their bloody work. In the Home Office records of the British government I read, volume 40, page 17, how certain miners were on strike against low wages and the truck system, and the vicar of Abergavenny put himself at the head of the yeomanry and the greys. He wrote the Home Office a lively account of his military operations. All that remained was to apprehend certain of the strikers, and then I shall be able to return to my clerical duties. Later he wrote of the sinister influences which kept the miners from returning to their work, and how he had put half a dozen of the most obstinate in prison. The Babylonian Fire God. So we come to the most important of the functions of the tribal god, as an ally in war, an inspirer to martial valor. When in ancient Babylonia you wished to overcome your enemies, you went to the shrine of the fire god, and with awful rites the priest pronounced incantations, which have been preserved on bricks and handed down for the use of modern churches. Pronounce in a whisper, and have a bronze image therewith, commands the ancient text, and runs on for many strophes in this fashion: Let them die, but let me live. Let them be put under a ban, but let me prosper. Let them perish, but let me increase. Let them become weak, but let me wax strong. O fire god, mighty, exalted among the gods, thou art the god, thou art my lord, etc. This was in heathen Babylon, some 3,000 years ago. Since then the world has moved on. 3,000 years of war and peace and glory, of hope and work and deeds and golden schemes, of mighty voices raised in song and story, of huge inventions and of splendid dreams. And in one of the world's leading nations the people stand up and bare their heads and sing to their God to save their king and punish those who oppose him. O Lord our God, arise, scatter his enemies, and make them fall. Confound their politics, frustrate their knavish tricks. On him our hopes we fix, God save us all. Recently, I understand, it has become the custom to omit this stanza from the English national anthem, but it is clear that this is because of its crudity of expression, not because of objection to the idea of praying to a god to assist one nation and injure others, for the same sentiment is expressed again and again in the most carefully edited of prayer books. Abate their pride, assuage their malice, and confound their devices. Defend us, thy humble servants, in all assaults of our enemies. Strengthen him, the king, that he may vanquish and overcome all his enemies. There is none other that fighteth for us, but only thou, O God. Prayers such as these are pronounced in every so-called civilized nation today. Behind every battle line in Europe you may see the priests of the Babylonian fire god, with their bronze images and their ancient incantations. You may see magic spells being wrought, magic standards sanctified, magic bread eaten, and magic wine drunk, fetishes blessed and hoodoos lifted, eternity ransacked to find means of inciting soldiers to the mood where they will "go in." Throughout all civilization the phobias and manias of war have thrown the people back into the toils of the priest, and that church which forced Galileo to recant under threat of torture, and had Ferrer shot beneath the walls of the fortress of Montjuich, is rejoicing in a rebirth of religion. The Medicine Men. Andrew D. White tells us that it was noted that in the 14th century, after the Great Plague, the Black Death, had passed, an immensely increased proportion of the landed and personal property of every European country was in the hands of the Church. Well did a great ecclesiastic remark that pestilences are the harvests of the ministers of God. And so naturally the clergy hold on to their prerogative as banishers of epidemics. Who knows what day the Lord may see fit to rebuke the upstart teachers of impious and atheistical inoculation, and scourge the people back into His fold, as in the good old days of Moses and Aaron? Viscount Amberley, in his immensely learned and half-suppressed work, The Analysis of Religious Belief, quotes some missionaries to the Fiji Islanders, concerning the ideas of these benighted heathen on the subject of a pestilence. It was the work of a disease maker, who was burning images of the people with incantations, so they blew horns to frighten this disease maker from his spells. The missionaries undertook to explain the true cause of the affliction, and thereby reveal that they stood upon the same intellectual level as the heathen they were supposed to instruct. It appeared that the natives had been at war with their neighbors, and the missionaries had commanded them to desist. They had refused to obey, and God had sent the epidemic as punishment for savage presumption. And on precisely this same Fijian level stands the Book of Common Prayer of our most decorous and cultured of churches. I remember as a little child lying on a bed of sickness, occasioned by the prevalence in our home of the Southern custom of hot bread 3 times a day, and there came an amiable clerical gentleman and recited the service proper to such pastoral calls. Take therefore in good part the visitation of the Lord. And again, when my mother was ill, I remember how the clergyman read out in church a prayer for her, specifying all sickness in mind, body, or estate. I was thinking only of my mother, and the meaning of these words passed over my childish head. I did not realize that the elderly plutocrat in black broadcloth who knelt in the pew in front of me was invoking the aid of the Almighty so that his tenements might bring in their rentals promptly, so that his little flyer in cotton might prove successful, so that the children in his mills might work with greater speed. Somebody asked Voltaire if you could kill a cow by incantations, and he answered, "Yes, if you use a little strychnine with it." And that would seem to be the attitude of the present day Anglican church member. He calls in the best physician he knows, he makes sure that his plumbing is sound, and after that he thinks it can do no harm to let the Lord have a chance. It makes the women happy, and after all, there are a lot of things we don't yet know about the world. So he repairs to the family pew, and recites over the venerable prayers, and contributes his mite to the maintenance of an institution which, 14 Sundays every year, proclaims the terrifying menaces of the Athanasian Creed. Whoever will be saved, before all things it is necessary that he hold the Catholic faith, which faith, except one do keep whole and undefiled, without doubt he shall perish everlastingly. For the benefit of the uninitiated reader, it may be explained that the Catholic faith here referred to is not the Roman Catholic, but that of the Church of England and the Protestant Episcopal Church of America. This creed of the ancient Alexandrian lays down the truth with grim and menacing precision. 44 paragraphs of metaphysical minutiae closing with the final doom: "This is the Catholic faith, which except a man believe faithfully, he cannot be saved." You see, the founders of this august institution were not content with cultured complacency. What they believed really, with their whole hearts, and they were ready to act upon it, even if it meant burning their own at the stake. Also, they knew the ceaseless impulse of the mind to grow, the terrible temptation which confronts each new generation to believe that which is reasonable. They met the situation by setting out the true faith in words which no one could mistake. They have provided, not merely the creed of Athanasius, but also the 39 Articles, which are 39 separate and binding guarantees that one who holds orders in the Episcopal Church shall be either a man of inferior mentality or else a sophist and hypocrite. How desperate some of them have become in the face of this cruel dilemma is illustrated by the tale which is told of Dr. Jowett of Balliol College, Oxford, that when he was required to recite the Apostles' Creed in public, he would save himself by inserting the words "used to" between the words "I believe," saying the inserted words under his breath, thus: "I used to believe in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." Perhaps the eminent divine never did this, but the fact that his students told it and thought it funny is sufficient indication of their attitude toward their "religion." The son of William George Ward tells in his biography how this leader of the Tractarian movement met the problem with cynicism which seems almost sublime. Make yourself clear that you are justified in deception, and then lie like a trooper. The canonization of incompetence. The supreme crime of the church today is that everywhere and in all its operations and influences it is on the side of sloth of mind, that it banishes brains, it sanctifies stupidity, it canonizes incompetence. Consider the power of the Church of England and its favorite daughter here in America. Consider their prestige with the press and in politics, their hold upon literature and the arts, their control of education and the minds of children, of charity and the lives of the poor. Consider all this, and then say what it means to society that such a power must be, in every new issue that arises, on the side of reaction and falsehood. "So it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be," runs the church's formula, and this per se and a priori, of necessity and in the nature of the case. Turn over the pages of history and read the damning record of the church's opposition to every advance in every field of science, even the most remote from theological concern. Here is the Reverend Edward Massey preaching in 1772 on "the dangerous and sinful practice of inoculation," declaring that Job's distemper was probably confluent smallpox, that he had been inoculated doubtless by the devil, that diseases are sent by Providence for the punishment of sin, and that the proposed attempt to prevent them is "a diabolical operation." Here are the Scotch clergy of the middle of the 19th century denouncing the use of chloroform in obstetrics, because it is seeking "to avoid one part of the primeval curse on woman." Here is Bishop Wilberforce of Oxford anathematizing Darwin. The principle of natural selection is absolutely incompatible with the Word of God. It "contradicts the revealed relation of creation to its Creator." It "is inconsistent with the fullness of His glory." It is "a dishonoring view of nature." And the bishop settled the matter by asking Huxley whether he was descended from an ape through his grandmother or grandfather. Think what it means, friends of progress, that these ecclesiastical figures should be set up for the reverence of the populace, and that every time mankind is to make an advance in power over nature, the pioneers of thought have to come with crowbars and derricks and heave these figures out of the way. And you think that conditions are changed today? But consider syphilis and gonorrhea, about which we know so much and can do almost nothing. Consider birth control, which we are sent to jail for so much as mentioning. Consider the divorce reforms for which the world is crying and for which it must wait, because of St. Paul. Realize that up to date it has proven impossible to persuade the English Church to permit a man to marry his deceased wife's sister. That when the war broke upon England the whole nation was occupied with a squabble over the disestablishment of the Church of Wales. Only since 1888 has it been legally possible for an unbeliever to hold a seat in Parliament, while up to the present day men are tried for blasphemy and convicted under the decisions of Lord Hale, to the effect that "it is a crime either to deny the truth of the fundamental doctrines of the Christian religion or to hold them up to contempt or ridicule." Said Mr. Justice Horridge at the West Riding Assizes, 1911, "A man is not free in any public place to use common ridicule on subjects which are sacred." The purpose, as outlined by the public prosecutor in London, is "to preserve the standard of outward decency." And you will find that the one essential to prosecution is always that the victim shall be obscure and helpless. Never by any chance is he a duke in a drawing room. I will record an utterance of one of the obscure victims of the British standard of outward decency, a teacher of mathematics named Holyoake, who presumed to discuss in a public hall the starvation of the working classes of the country. A preacher objected that he had discussed "our duty to our neighbor," and neglected "our duty to God," whereupon the lecturer replied, "Our national church and general religious institutions cost us, upon accredited computation, about £20,000,000 annually. Worship being thus expensive, I appeal to your heads and your pockets whether we are not too poor to have a God. While our distress lasts, I think it would be wise to put deity upon half pay." And for that utterance the unfortunate teacher of mathematics served 6 months in the common jail at Gloucester. While men were being tried for publishing the Free Thinker, the Premier of England was William Ewart Gladstone; and if you wish to know what an established church can do by way of setting up dullness in high places, get a volume of this grand old man's writings on theological and religious questions. Read his Juventus Mundi, in the course of which he establishes a mystic connection between the trident of Neptune and the Christian Trinity. Read his efforts to prove that the writer of Genesis was an inspired geologist. This writer of Genesis points out in nature a grand fourfold division set forth in an orderly succession of times. First, the water population; secondly, the air population; thirdly, the land population of animals; fourthly, the land population consummated in man. And it seems that this division and sequence is understood to have been so affirmed in our time by natural science that it may be taken as a demonstrated conclusion and established fact. Hence we must conclude of the writer of Genesis that "his knowledge was divine." Consider that this was actually published in one of the leading British monthlies, and that it was necessary for Professor Huxley to answer it, pointing out that so far is it from being true that a fourfold division and orderly sequence of water, air, and land animals has been affirmed in our time by natural science, that on the contrary the assertion is directly contradictory to facts known to everyone who is acquainted with the elements of natural science. The distribution of fossils proves that land animals originated before sea animals, and there has been such a mixing of land, sea, and air animals as utterly to destroy the reputation of both Genesis and Gladstone as possessing a divine knowledge of geology. End of Book 2, Part 1. Book 2, The Church of Good Society, Part 2, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gibson's Preservative. I have a friend, a well-known scholar, who permits me the use of his extensive library. I stand in the middle and look about me, and see in the dim shadows walls lined from floor to ceiling with decorous and grave-looking books, bound for the most part in black, many of them fading to green with age. There are literally thousands of such, and their theme is the pseudoscience of divinity. I close my eyes, to make the test fair, and walk to the shelves and put out my hand and take a book. It proves to be a modern work, A History of the English Prayer Book in Relation to the Doctrine of the Eucharist. I turn the pages and discover that it is a study of the variations of one minute detail of church doctrine. This learned divine he has written many such works, as the advertisements inform us, fills up the greater part of his pages with footnotes from hundreds of authorities, arguments and counter-arguments over supernatural subtleties. I will give one sample of these footnotes, asking the reader to be patient. I add the following valuable observation of Dean Good, On Eucharist, 2, page 757. See also Archbishop Ware in Gibson's Preservative, Volume N, Chapter 2. One great point for which our divines have contended, in opposition to Romish errors, has been the reality of that presence of Christ's body and blood to the soul of the believer which is effected through the operation of the Holy Spirit, notwithstanding the absence of that body and blood in heaven. Like the sun, the body of Christ is both present and absent. Present, really and truly present in one sense, that is, by the soul being brought into immediate communion with, but absent in another sense, that is, as regards the contiguity of its substance to our bodies. The authors under review, like the Romanists, maintain that this is not a real presence, and assuming their own interpretation of the phrase to be the only true one, press into their service the testimony of divines who, though using the phrase, apply it in a sense the reverse of theirs. The ambiguity of the phrase, and its misapplication by the Church of Rome, have induced many of our divines to repudiate it, etc. Realize that of the work from which this valuable observation is quoted there are at least 2 volumes, the second volume containing not less than 757 pages. Realize that in Gibson's Preservative there are not less than 10 volumes of such writing. Realize that in this 20th century a considerable portion of the mental energies of the world's greatest empire is devoted to that kind of learning. I turn to the date upon the volume, and find that it is 1910. I was in England within a year of that time, and so I can tell what was the condition of the English people, while printers were making, and papers were reviewing, and bookstores were distributing this work of ecclesiastical research. I walked along the Embankment, and saw the pitiful wretches, men, women, and sometimes children, clad in filthy rags, starved white and frozen blue, soaked in winter rains and shivering in winter winds, homeless, hopeless, unheeded by the doctors of divinity, unpreserved by Gibson's Preservative. I walked on Hampstead Heath on Easter Day, when the population of the slums turns out for its one holiday. I walked, literally trembling with horror, for I had never seen such sights nor dreamed of them. These creatures were hardly to be recognized as human beings. They were some new grotesque race of apes. They could not walk, they could only shamble. They could not laugh, they could only leer. I saw a hand organ playing, and turned away. The things they did in their efforts to dance were not to be watched. And then I went out into the beautiful English country. Cultured and charming ladies took me in swift, smooth motor cars, and I saw the pitiful hovels and the drink-sodden, starch-poisoned inhabitants. Slum populations everywhere, even on the land. When the newspaper reporters came to me, I said that I had just come from Germany, and that if ever England found herself at war with that country, she would regret that she had let the bodies and the minds of her people rot, for which expression I was severely taken to task by more than one British divine. The bodies and the minds, the rot of the latter being the cause of the former. All over England in that year of 1910, in thousands of schools, rich and poor, and in the greatest centers of learning, men like Dean Goode were teaching boys dead languages and dead sciences and dead arts, sending them out to life with no more conception of the modern world than a monk of the Middle Ages, sending them out with minds made hard and inflexible, ignorant of science, indifferent to progress, contemptuous of ideas. And then suddenly, almost overnight, this terrified people finds itself at war with a nation ruled and disciplined by modern experts, scientists, and technicians. The awful muddle that was in England during the first 2 years of the war has not yet been told in print, but thousands know it, and some day it will be written, and it will finish forever the prestige of the British ruling caste. They rushed off an expedition to Gallipoli, and somebody forgot the water supply, and at one time they had 95,000 cases of dysentery. They always "muddle through," they tell you. That is the motto of their ruling caste. But this time they did not "muddle through." They had to come to America for help. As I write, our Congress is voting billions and tens of billions of dollars, and 1 million of the best of our young manhood are being taken from their homes, because in 1910 the mind of England was occupied with Dean Goode on Eucharist, and the 10 volumes of Gibson's Preservative. The Elders. What the church means in human affairs is the rule of the aged. It means old men in the seats of authority, not merely in the church, but in the law courts and in Parliament, even in the army and navy. For a test, I look up the list of bishops of the Church of England in Whitaker's Almanac. It appears that there are 40 of these functionaries, including the archbishops, but not the suffragans, and that the total salary paid to them amounts to more than $900,000 a year. This, it should be understood, does not include the pay of their assistants, nor the cost of maintaining their religious establishments. It does not include any private incomes which they or their wives may possess, as members of the privileged classes of the empire. I look up their ages in Who's Who, and I find that there is only one below 53. The oldest of them is 91, while the average age of the goodly company is 70. There have been men in history who have retained their flexibility of mind, their ability to adjust themselves to new circumstances at the age of 70, but it will always be found that these men were trained in science and practical affairs, never in dead languages and theology. One of the oldest of the English prelates, the Archbishop of Canterbury, recently stated to a newspaper reporter that he worked 17 hours a day and had no time to form an opinion on the labor question. And now, here is the crux of the argument. Do these aged gentlemen rule of their own power? They do not. They do literally nothing of their own power. They could not make their own episcopal robes. They could not even cook their own episcopal dinners. They have to be maintained in all their comings and goings. Who supports them, and to what end? The roots of the English church are in the English land system, which is one of the infamies of the modern world. It dates from the days of William the Norman, who took possession of Britain with his sword, and in order to keep possession for himself and his heirs, distributed the land among his nobles and prelates. In those days, you understand, a high ecclesiastic was a man of war, who did not stoop to veil his predatory nature under pretense of philanthropy. The abbots and archbishops of William wore armor, and had their troops of knights, like the barons and the dukes. William gave them vast tracts, and at the same time he gave them orders, which they obeyed. Says the English chronicler, "Stark he was. Bishops he stripped of their bishoprics, abbots of their abbacies." Green tells us that "the dependence of the church on the royal power was strictly enforced. Homage was exacted from bishop as from baron." And what was this homage? The bishop knelt before William, bareheaded and without arms, and swore, "Here, my lord, I become liege man of yours for life and limb and earthly regard, and I will keep faith and loyalty to you for life and death, God help me." The lands which the church got from William the Norman she has held, and always on the same condition, that she shall be liege man for life and limb and earthly regard. In this you have the whole story of the Church of England, in the 20th century as in the 11th. The balance of power has shifted from time to time, Old families have lost the land, and new families have gotten it. But the loyalty and homage of the church have been held by the land, as the needle of the compass is held by a mass of metal. Some 250 years ago a popular song gave the general impression: For this is law that I'll maintain Until my dying day, sir, That whatsoever king shall reign, I'll still be vicar of Bray, sir. So, wherever you take the Anglican clergy, they are Tories and Royalists, conservatives and reactionaries, friends of every injustice that profits the owning class. And always among themselves you find them intriguing and squabbling over the dividing of the spoils. Always you find them enjoying leisure and ease, while the people suffer and the rebels complain. One can pass down the corridor of English history and prove this statement by the words of Englishmen from every single generation. Take the 14th century. The "Good Parliament" declares that unworthy and unlearned caitiffs are appointed to benefices of 1,000 marks, while the poor and learned hardly obtain one of 20. God gave the sheep to be pastured, not to be shaven and shorn. And a little later comes the poet of the people, Piers Plowman. But now is religion a rider, a roamer through the streets, a leader at the love day, a buyer of the land, pricking on a palfrey from manor to manor, a heap of hounds at his back, as though he were a lord, and if his servant kneel not when he brings his cup, he loreth on him asking who taught him courtesy. Badly have lords done to give their heirs lands. Away to the orders that have no pity. Money reigns upon their altars. There where such parsons be living at ease, they have no pity on the poor. That is their charity. Ye hold you as lords, your lands are too broad. But there shall come a king, and he shall shrive you all, and beat you as the Bible saith for breaking of your rule. Another step through history, and in the early part of the 16th century, here is Simon Fish, addressing King Henry VIII in the Supplication for the Beggars, complaining of the strong, puissant, and counterfeit, holy and idle, which are now increased under your sight, not only into a great number, but into a kingdom. They have begged so importunately, that they have gotten into their hands more than a third part of all your realm. The goodliest lordships, manors, lands, and territories are theirs. Besides this, they have the 10th part of all the corn, meadow, pasture, grass, wool, colts, calves, lambs, pigs, geese, and chickens. Yea, and they look so narrowly upon their profits, that the poor wives must be countable to them of every 10th egg, or else she getteth not her rights at Easter, shall be taken as an heretic. Is it any marvel that your people so complain of poverty? The Turk now, in your time, should never be able to get so much ground of Christendom. And what do all these greedy sort of sturdy, idle, holy thieves? These be they that have made 100,000 idle whores in your realm. These be they that catch the pox of one woman and bear them to another. The petitioner goes on to tell how they steal wives and all their goods with them, and if any man protest they make him a heretic, so that it maketh him wish that he had not done it. Also they take fortunes for masses and then don't say them. If the Abbot of Westminster should sing every day as many masses for his founders as he is bound to do by his foundation, 1,000 monks were too few. The petitioner suggests that the king shall tie these holy idol thieves to the carts, to be whipped naked about every market town till they will fall to labor. Church History. King Henry did not follow this suggestion precisely, but he took away the property of the religious orders for the expenses of his many wives and mistresses, and forced the clergy in England to forswear obedience to the Pope, and make his royal self their spiritual head. This was the beginning of the Anglican Church, as distinguished from the Catholic, a beginning of which the Anglican clergy are not so proud as they would like to be. When I was a boy, they taught me what they called church history, and when they came to Henry VIII, they used him as an illustration of the fact that the Lord is sometimes wont to choose evil men to carry out his righteous purposes. They did not explain why the Lord should do this confusing thing, nor just how you were to know, when you saw something being done by a murderous adulterer, whether it was the will of the Lord or of Satan, nor did they go into details as to the motives which the Lord had been at pains to provide, so as to induce his royal agent to found the Anglican Church. For such details you have to consult another set of authorities, the victims of the plundering. When I was in college, my professor of Latin was a gentleman with bushy brown whiskers and a thundering voice, of which I was often the object, for even in those early days I had the habit of persisting in embarrassing questions. This professor was a devout Catholic, and not even in dealing with ancient Romans could he restrain his propaganda impulses. Later on in life he became editor of the Catholic Encyclopedia, and now when I turn its pages I imagine that I see the bushy brown whiskers and hear the thundering voice, "Mr. Sinclair, it is so because I tell you it is so." I investigate and find that my ex-professor knows all about King Henry VIII, and his motives in founding the Church of England. He is ready with an economic interpretation, as complete as the most rabid muckraker could desire. It appears that the king wanted a new wife, and demanded that the Pope should grant the necessary permission. In his efforts to browbeat the Pope into such betrayal of duty, King Henry threatened the withdrawal of the annats and the Peter's pence. Later on he forced the clergy to declare that the Pope was "only a foreign bishop," and in order to "stamp out overt expression of disaffection," he embarked upon a veritable reign of terror. In Anglican histories you are assured that all this was a work of religious reform, and that after it the Church was the pure vehicle of God's grace. There were no more "holy idol thieves," holding the land of England and plundering the poor. But get to know the clergy, and see things from the inside, and you will meet someone like the Archbishop of Cashel, who wrote to one of his intimates, "I conclude that a good bishop has nothing more to do than to eat, drink, and grow fat, rich, and die, which laudable example I propose for the remainder of my days to follow." If you say that might be a casual jest, hear what Thackeray reports of that period, the 18th century, which he knew with peculiar intimacy. I read that Lady Yarmouth, my most religious and gracious king's favorite, sold a bishopric to a clergyman for £5,600. She betted him the £5,000 that he would not be made a bishop, and he lost and paid her. Was he the only prelate of his time led up by such hands for consecration? As I peep into George II.'s St. James, I see crowds of cassocks pushing up the back stairs of the ladies of the court, stealthy clergy slipping purses into their laps, that godless old king yawning under his canopy in his chapel royal, as the chaplain before him is discoursing. Discoursing about what? About righteousness and judgment? Whilst the chaplain is preaching, the king is chattering in German and almost as loud as the preacher, so loud that the clergyman actually burst out crying in his pulpit, because the defender of the faith and the dispenser of bishoprics would not listen to him. End of Book 2, Part 2. Book 2, The Church of Good Society, Part 3, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Land and Livings. And how is it in the 20th century? Have conditions been much improved? There are great Englishmen who do not think so. I quote Robert Buchanan, a poet who spoke for the people, and who therefore has still to be recognized by English critics. He writes of the New Rome, by which he means present-day England. The gods are dead, but in their name humanity is sold to shame, while, then as now, the tinselled priest sitteth with robbers at the feast, blesses the laden blood-stained board, weaves garlands round the butcher's sword, and poureth freely, now as then, the sacramental blood of men. You see, the land system of England remains, the changes having been for the worse. William the Conqueror wanted to keep the Saxon peasantry contented, so he left them their commons. But in the 18th century these were nearly all filched away. We saw the same thing done within the last generation in Mexico, and from the same motive. Because developing capitalism needs cheap labor, whereas people who have access to the land will not slave in mills and mines. In England, from the time of Queen Anne to that of William and Mary, the parliaments of the landlords passed some 4,000 separate acts, whereby more than 7 million acres of the common land were stolen from the people. It has been calculated that these acres might have supported 1 million families, and ever since then England has had to feed 1 million paupers all the time. As an old song puts the matter, why prosecute the man or woman who steals a goose from off the common, and let the greater felon loose who steals the common from the goose? In our day the land aristocracy is rooted like the native oak in British soil, some of them direct descendants of the Normans, others children of the court favorites and panders who grew rich in the days of the Tudors and the unspeakable Stuarts. 7 men own practically all the land of the city and county of London, and collect tribute from 7 millions of people. The estates are entailed, that is, handed down from father to oldest son automatically. You cannot buy any land. But if you want to build, the landlord gives you a lease, and when the lease is up, he takes possession of your buildings. The tribute which London pays is more than $100 million a year. So absolute is the right of the landowner that he can sue for trespass the driver on an aeroplane which flies over him. He imposes on fishermen a tax upon catches made many hundred of yards from the shore. And in this graft, of course, the church has its share. Each church owns land, not merely that upon which it stands, but farms and city lots from which it derives income. Each cathedral owns large tracts, so do the schools and universities in which the clergy are educated. The income from the holdings of a church constitutes what is called a living. These livings, which vary in size, are the prerogatives of the younger sons of the ruling families, and are intrigued and scrambled for in exactly the fashion which Thackeray describes in the 18th century. About 6,000 of these livings are in the gift of great landowners. One noble lord alone disposes of 56 such plums. And needless to say, he does not present them to clergymen who favor radical land taxes. He gives them to men like himself, autocratic to the poor, easy-going to members of his own class, and cynical concerning the grafts of grace. In one English village which I visited, the living was worth £700, with the use of a fine mansion. As the incumbent had a large family, he lived there. In another place the living was worth £1,000, and the incumbent hired a curate, himself appearing twice a year, on Christmas Day and on the King's birthday, to preach a sermon. The rest of the time he spent in Paris. It is worth noting that in 1808 a law was proposed compelling absentee pluralists, that is, clergymen holding more than one living, to furnish curates to do their work. It might be interesting to note that this law met with strenuous clerical opposition, the House of Bishops voting against it without a division. Thus we may understand the sharp saying of Karl Marx that the English clergy would rather part with 38 of their 39 articles than with 1/39 of their income. There is always a plentiful supply of curates in England. They are the sons of the less influential ruling families, and of the clergy. They have been trained at Oxford or Cambridge, and possess the one essential qualification, that they are gentlemen. Their average price is £250 a year. Their function was made clear to me when I attended my first English tea party. There was a wicker table, perhaps 1.5 feet square, having 3 shelves, one below the other. On the top layer the plates and napkins, on the next the muffins, and on the lowest the cake. Said the hostess, "Will you pass the curate, please?" I looked puzzled, and she pointed. "We call that the curate, because it does the work of a curate." Graft in Tail. As one of America's head muckrakers, I found that I was popular with the British ruling classes. They found my books useful in their campaigns against democracy, and they were surprised and disconcerted when they found I did not agree with their interpretation of my writings. I had told of corruption in American politics. Surely I must know that in England they had no such evils. I explained that they did not have to. Their graft, to use their own legal phrase, was in tail. The grafters had, as a matter of divine right, the things which in America they had to buy. In America, for instance, we had a Senate, a millionaires' club, for admission to which the members paid in cash. But in England the same men came to the same position as their birthright. Political corruption is not an end in itself, it is merely a means to exploitation. And of exploitation England has even more than America. When I explained this, my popularity with the British ruling classes vanished quickly. As a matter of fact, England is more like America than she realizes. Her British reticence has kept her ignorant about herself. I could not carry on my business in England because of the libel laws, which have as their first principle, "The greater the truth, the greater the libel." Englishmen read with satisfaction what I write about America, but if I should turn my attention to their own country, they would send me to jail, as they sent Frank Harris. The fact is that the new men in England, the lords of coal and iron and shipping and beer, have bought their way into the landed aristocracy for cash, just as our American senators have done. They have bought the political parties with campaign gifts, precisely as in America. They have taken over the press, whether by outright purchase like Northcliffe, or by advertising subsidy, both of which methods we Americans know. Within the last decade or two another group has been coming into control. And not merely is this the same class of men as in America, it frequently consists of the same individuals. These are the big money lenders, the international financiers, who are the fine and final flower of the capitalist system. These gentlemen make the world their home, or, as Shakespeare puts it, their oyster. They know how to fit themselves to all environments. They are Catholics in Rome and Vienna, country gentlemen in London, bon vivants in Paris, Democrats in Chicago, socialists in Petrograd, and Hebrews wherever they are. And of course in buying the English government, these new classes have bought the English church. Skeptics and men of the world as they are, they know that they must have a religion. They have read the story of the French Revolution, and the shadow of the guillotine is always over their thoughts. They see the giant of labor, restless in his torment, groping as in a nightmare for the throat of his enemy. Who can blind the eyes of this giant? Who can chain him to his couch of slumber? There is but one agent, without rival, the keeper of the holy secrets, the deputy of the almighty awfulness, the giver and withholder of eternal life. Tremble, slave! Fall down and bow your forehead in the dust. I can see in my memory the sight that thrilled my childhood, my grim old bishop, clad in his gorgeous ceremonial robes, stretching out his hands over the head of the new priest, and pronouncing that most deadly of all the Christian curses: "Whose sins thou dost forgive, they are forgiven; and whose sins thou dost retain, they are retained." Bishops and beer. For example, the international Shylocks wanted the diamond mines of South Africa, wanted them more firmly governed and less firmly taxed than could be arranged with the "old man" of the Boers. So the armies of England were sent to subjugate the country. You might think they would have had the good taste to leave the lowly Jesus out of this affair, but if so, you have missed the essential point about established religion. The bishops, priests, and deacons are set up for the populace to revere, and when the robber classes need a blessing upon some enterprise, then is the opportunity for the bishops, priests, and deacons to earn their "living." During the Boer War the bloodlust of the English clergy was so extreme that writers in the dignified monthly reviews felt moved to protest against it. When the pastors of Switzerland issued a collective protest against cruelties to women and children in the South African concentration camps, it was the Right Reverend Bishop of Winchester who was brought forward to make reply. Nowadays all England is reading Bernhardi and shuddering at Prussian glorification of war, But no one mentions Bishop Weldon of Calcutta, who advocated the Boer War as a means of keeping the nation virile, nor Archbishop Alexander, who said that it was God's way of making "noble natures." The British God had other ways of improving nations, for example, the opium traffic. The British traders had been raising the poppy in India and selling its juice to the Chinese. They had made perhaps 100 million "noble natures" by this method, and also they were making $100 million a year. The Chinese, moved by their new virility, undertook to destroy some opium and to stop the traffic, whereupon it was necessary to use British battleships to punish and subdue them. Was there any difficulty in persuading the established Church of Jesus to bless this holy war? There was not. Lord Shaftesbury, himself the most devout of Anglicans, commented with horror upon the attitude of the clergy, and wrote in his diary: "I rejoice that this cruel and debasing opium war is terminated. We have triumphed in one of the most lawless, unnecessary, and unfair struggles in the records of history, and Christians have shed more heathen blood in 2 years than the heathens have shed of Christian blood in 2 centuries." That was in 1843. For 70 years thereafter, pious England continued to force the opium traffic upon protesting China, and only in the last 2 or 3 years has the infamy been brought to an end. Throughout the long controversy, the attitude of the church was such that Li Hung Chang was moved to assert in a letter to the Anti-Opium Society: "Opium is a subject in the discussion of which England and China can never meet on a common ground. China views the whole question from a moral standpoint, England from a fiscal." And just as the Chinese people were poisoned with opium, so the English people are being poisoned with alcohol. Both in town and country, labor is sodden with it. Scientists and reformers are clamoring for restriction. And what prevents? Head and front of the opposition for a century, standing like a rock, has been the Established Church. The Reverend Dawson Burns, historian of the early temperance movement, declares that "among its supporters I cannot recall one Church of England minister of influence." When Asquith brought in his bill for the restriction of the traffic in beer, he was confronted with petitions signed by members of the clergy, protesting against the act. And what was the basis of their protest? That beer is a food and not a poison? Yes, of course, but also that there was property invested in brewing it. 332 clergy of the Diocese of Peterborough declared: "We do strongly protest against the main provisions of the present bill, as creating amongst our people a sense of grave injustice as amounting to a confiscation of private property, spelling ruin for thousands of quite innocent people, and provoking deep and widespread resentment, which must do harm to our cause and hinder our aims." I have come upon references to another and even more plain-spoken petition, signed by 1,280 clergymen, but wartime facilities for research have not enabled me to find the text. In Professor Henry C. Vedder's "Jesus Christ and the Social Question," we read: "It was authoritatively stated a short time ago that Mr. Asquith's temperance bill was defeated in Parliament through the opposition of clergymen who had invested their savings in brewery stock, the profits of which might have been lessened by the bill." Also the power of the clergy, combined with the brewer, was sufficient to put through Parliament a provision that no prohibition legislation should ever be passed without providing for compensation to the owners of the industry. Today, all over America, appeals are being made to the people to eat less grain. The grain is being shipped to England, some of it to be made into beer. And a high Anglican prelate, His Grace the Archbishop of York, comes to America to urge us to increased sacrifices, and in his first newspaper interview takes occasion to declare that his church is not in favor of prohibition as a measure of wartime economy. Anglicanism and alcohol. This partnership of bishops and beer is painfully familiar to British radicals. They see it at work in every election, the publican confusing the voters with spirits, while the parson confuses them with spirituality. There are two powerful societies in England employing this deadly combination, the Anti-Socialist Union and the Liberty and Property Defense League. If you scan the lists of the organizers, directors, and subsidizers of these satanic institutions, you find Tory politicians and landlords, prominent members of the higher clergy, and large-scale dealers in drunkenness. I attended in London a meeting called by the Liberty and Property Defense League, to listen to a denunciation of socialism by W. H. Mallock, a master sophist of Roman Catholicism. Upon the platform were a bishop and half a dozen members of the Anglican clergy, together with the secretary of the Federated Brewers Association, the secretary of the Wine, Spirit, and Beer Trade Association, and 3 or 4 other alcoholic magnates. In every public library in England, and many in America, you will find an assortment of pamphlets published by these organizations, and scholarly volumes endorsed by them, in which the stock misrepresentations of socialism are perpetuated. Some of these writings are brutal, setting forth the ethics of exploitation in the manner of the Reverend Thomas Malthus, the English clergyman who supplied for capitalist depredation a basis in pretended natural science. Said this shepherd of Jesus, "A man who is born into a world already possessed, if he cannot get subsistence from his parents, and if society does not want his labor, has no claim of right to the smallest portion of food, and in fact has no business to be where he is. At nature's mighty feast there is no cover for him. She tells him to be gone, and will quickly execute her own orders." Such was the tone of the ruling classes in the 19th century, but it was found that for some reason this failed to stop the growth of socialism, and so in our time the clerical defenders of privilege have grown subtle and insinuating. They inform us now that they have a deep sympathy with our fundamental purposes, they burn with pity for the poor, and they would really and truly wish happiness to everyone, not merely in heaven, but right here and now. However, there are so many complications, and so they proceed to set out all the anti-socialist bugaboos. Here, for example, is the Reverend James Stalker, D.D., expounding "the ethics of Jesus," and admonishing us extremists. Efforts to transfer money and property from one set of hands to another may be inspired by the same passions as have blinded the present holders to their own highest good, and may be accompanied with injustice as extreme as has ever been manifested by the rich and powerful. And again the Reverend W. Sanday, D.D., an especially popular clerical author, gives us this sublime utterance of religion on wage slavery: "The world is full of mysteries, but some clear lines run through them, of which this is one: where God has been so patient, it is not for us to be impatient." And again, Professor Robert Flint, of Edinburgh University, a clergyman, author of a big book attacking socialism, and bringing us back to the faith of our fathers: "The great bulk of human misery is due, not to social arrangements, but to personal vices." I study Professor Flint's volume in the effort to find just what, if anything, he would have the church do about the evils of our time. I find him praising the sermons of Dr. Westcott, Bishop of Durham, as being the proper sort for clergymen to preach. Bishop Westcott, whether he is talking to a high society congregation or to one of working men, shows "an exquisite sense of knowing always where to stop." So I consulted the bishop's volume, "The Social Aspects of Christianity," and I see at once why he is popular with the anti-socialist propagandists. Neither I or any other man can possibly discover what he really means, or what he really wants done. I was fascinated by this Westcott problem. I thought maybe if I kept on the good bishop's trail, I might in the end find something a plain man could understand. So I got the beautiful 2-volume Life of Brooke Westcott by his son, and there I found an exposition of the social purposes of bishops. In the year 1892 there was a strike in Durham, which is in the coal country. The employers tried to make a cut in wages, and some 10,000 men walked out, and there was a long and bitter struggle which wrung the episcopal heart. There was much consultation and correspondence on episcopal stationery, and at last the masters and men were got together, with the bishop as arbitrator, and the dispute was triumphantly settled. How do you suppose? On the basis of a 10% reduction in wages. I know nothing quainter in the history of English graft than the naivete with which the bishop's biographer and son tells the story of this episcopal venture into reality. The prelate came out from the conference, "all smiles and well satisfied with the result of his day's work." As for his followers, they were in ecstasies. They "seized and waltzed one another around on the carriage drive as madly as ever we danced at a flower show ball. Hats and caps are thrown into the air, and we cheer ourselves hoarse." The bishop proceeds to his palace and sends one more communication on episcopal stationery, an order to all his clergy to "offer their humble and hearty thanks to God for our happy deliverance from the strife by which the diocese has been long afflicted." Strange to say, there were a few varlets in Durham who did not appreciate the services of the bold bishop, and one of them wrote and circulated some abusive verses in which he made reference to the bishop's comfortable way of life. The biographer then explains that the bishop was so tender-hearted that he suffered for the horses who drew his episcopal coach, and so ascetic that he would have lived on tea and toast if he had been permitted to. A curious condition in English society, where the bishop would have lived on tea and toast but was not permitted to, while the working people who didn't want to live on tea and toast were compelled to. End of Book 2, Part 3. Book 2, The Church of Good Society, Part 4, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dead Cats. For more than 100 years the Anglican clergy have been fighting, with every resource at their command, the liberal and enlightened men of England who wish to educate the masses of the people. In 1807, the first measure for a national school system was denounced by the Archbishop of Canterbury as derogatory to the authority of the Church. As a countermeasure, his supporters established the National Society for Promoting the Education of the Poor in the Doctrines of the Established Church, and the founder of the organization, a clergyman, advocated a barn as a good structure for a school, and insisted that the children of the workers should not be taught beyond their station. In 1840 a Committee of the Privy Council on Education was appointed, but bowed to the will of the archbishops, setting forth the decree of their lordships that the first purpose of all instruction must be the regulation of the thoughts and habits of the children by the doctrine and precepts of revealed religion. In 1850 a bill for secular education was denounced as presenting to the country a choice between heaven or hell, God or the devil. In 1870 Forster, author of the still unpassed bill, wrote that while the parsons were disputing, the children of the poor were growing into savages. As with education, so with social reform. During the struggle to abolish slavery in the British colonies, some enthusiasts endeavored to establish the doctrine that Christian baptism conferred emancipation upon Negroes who accepted it, whereupon the Bishop of London laid down the formula of exploitation: Christianity and the embracing of the gospel do not make the least alteration of civil property. Gladstone, who was a Democrat when he was not religious, spoke of the cultured classes of England. In almost every one, if not every one, of the greatest political controversies of the last 50 years, whether they affected the franchise, whether they affected commerce, whether they affected religion, whether they affected the bad and abominable institution of slavery, or what subject they touched, these leisured classes, these educated classes, these titled classes have been in the wrong. The Great Commoner did not add "these religious classes," for he belonged to the religious classes himself, but a study of the record will supply the gap. The Church opposed all the reform measures which Gladstone himself put through. It opposed the Reform Bill of 1832. It opposed all the social reforms of Lord Salisbury. This noble-hearted Englishman complained that at first only a single minister of religion supported him, and to the end only a few. He expressed himself as distressed and puzzled "to find support from infidels and non-professors, opposition or coldness from religionists or declaimers." And to our own day it has been the same. In 1894 the House of Bishops voted solidly against the Employers' Liability Law. The House of Bishops opposed Home Rule and beat it. The House of Bishops opposed woman's suffrage and voted against it to the end. Concerning this establishment Lord Salisbury, himself the most devout of Englishmen, used the vivid phrase, "this vast aquarium full of cold-blooded life." He told the bishops that he would give up preaching to them about ecclesiastical reform, because he knew that they would never begin. Another member of the British aristocracy, the Honorable George Russell, has written of their record and adventures. They were defenders of absolutism, slavery, and the bloody penal code. They were the resolute opponents of every political or social reform, and they had their reward from the nation outside Parliament. The Bishop of Bristol had his palace sacked and burnt. The Bishop of London could not keep an engagement to preach, lest the congregation should stone him. The Bishop of Lichfield barely escaped with his life after preaching at St. Bride's, Fleet Street. Archbishop Howley, entering Canterbury for his primary visitation, was insulted, spat upon, and only brought by a circuitous route to the deanery, amid the execrations of the mob. On the 5th of November the bishops of Exeter and Winchester were burnt in effigy close to their own palace gates. Archbishop Howley's chaplain complained that a dead cat had been thrown at him, when the archbishop, a man of apostolic meekness, replied, "You should be thankful that it was not a live one." The people had reason for this conduct, as you will always find they have, if you take the trouble to inquire. Let me quote another member of the English ruling classes, Mr. Conrad Noel, who gives "an instance of the procedure of Church and State about this period." In 1832 6 agricultural labourers in South Dorsetshire, led by one of their class, George Lovelace, in receipt of 9 shillings a week each, demanded the 10-shilling rate of wages usual in the neighbourhood. The result was a reduction to 8 shillings. An appeal was made to the chairman of the local bench, who decided that they must work for whatever their masters chose to pay them. The parson, who had at first promised his help, now turned against them, and the masters promptly reduced the wage to 7 shillings, with a threat of further reduction. Lovelace then formed an agricultural union, for which all 7 were arrested, treated as convicts, and committed to the assizes. The prison chaplain tried to bully them into submission. The judge determined to convict them, and directed that they should be tried for mutiny under an act of George III, specially passed to deal with the naval mutiny at the Nore. The grand jury were landowners, and the petty jury were farmers. Both judge and jury were churchmen of the prevailing type. The judge summed up as follows: "Not for anything that you have done, or that I can prove that you intend to do, but for an example to others, I consider it my duty to pass the sentence of 7 years' penal transportation across His Majesty's high seas upon each and every one of you." Suffer little children. The founder of Christianity was a man who specialized in children. He was not afraid of having his discourses disturbed by them. He did not consider them superfluous. "Of such is the kingdom of heaven," he said, and his church is the inheritor of this tradition, "Feed my lambs." There were children in Great Britain in the early part of the 19th century, and we may see what was done with them by turning to Gibbon's Industrial History of England. Sometimes regular traffickers would take the place of the manufacturer, and transfer a number of children to a factory district, and there keep them, generally in some dark cellar, till they could hand them over to a mill owner in want of hands, who would come and examine their height, strength, and bodily capacities, exactly as did the slave owners in the American markets. After that the children were simply at the mercy of their owners, nominally as apprentices, but in reality as mere slaves, who got no wages, and whom it was not worth while even to feed and clothe properly, because they were so cheap, and their places could be so easily supplied. It was often arranged by the parish authorities, in order to get rid of imbeciles, that one idiot should be taken by the mill owner with every 20 sane children. The fate of these unhappy idiots was even worse than that of the others. The secret of their final end has never been disclosed, but we can form some idea of their awful sufferings from the hardships of the other victims to capitalist greed and cruelty. The hours of their labor were only limited by exhaustion, after many modes of torture had been unavailingly applied to force continued work. Children were often worked 16 hours a day and by night. In the year 1819, an act of Parliament was proposed limiting the labor of children 9 years of age to 14 hours a day. This would seem to have been a reasonable provision, likely to have won the approval of Christ, yet the bill was violently opposed by Christian employers backed by Christian clergymen. It was interfering with freedom of contract, and therefore with the will of Providence. It was anathema to an established church, whose function was in 1819, as it is in 1918, and was in 1918 B.C., to teach the divine origin and sanction of the prevailing economic order. Anu and Baal called me, Hammurabi, the exalted prince, worshipper of the gods. So begins the oldest legal code which has come down to us, from 2250 B.C., and the coronation service of the English Church is made whole out of the same thesis. The duty of submission, not merely to divinely chosen king, but to divinely chosen landlord and divinely chosen manufacturer, is implicit in the Church's every ceremony, and explicit in many of its creeds. In the litany, the people petition for "increase of grace to hear meekly thy word." And here is this word, as little children are made to learn it by heart. If there exists in the world a more perfect summary of slave ethics, I do not know where to find it. My duty towards my neighbor is to honor and obey the king, and all that are put in authority under him, to submit myself to all my governors, teachers, spiritual pastors, and masters, to order myself lowly and reverently to all my betters, not to covet nor desire other men's goods, but to learn and labor truly to get mine own living, and to do my duty in that state of life unto which it shall please God to call me. 100 years ago, one of the most popular of British writers was Hannah More. She and her sister Martha went to live in the coal country to teach this catechism to the children of the starving miners. The Mendip Annals is the title of a book in which they tell of their 10 years' labors in a village popularly known as Little Hell. In this place 200 people were crowded into 19 houses. There is not one creature in it that can give a cup of broth if it would save a life. In one winter 18 perished of a putrid fever, and the clergyman could not raise a sixpence to save a life. And what did the pious sisters make of all this? From cover to cover you find in the Mendip Annals no single word of social protest, not even of social suspicion. That wages of a shilling a day might have anything to do with moral degeneration was a proposition beyond the mental powers of England's most popular woman writer. She was perfectly content that a woman should be sentenced to death for stealing butter from a dealer who had asked what the woman thought too high a price. When there came a famine, and the children of these mine slaves were dying like flies, Hannah More bade them be happy because God had sent them her pious self. In suffering by the scarcity, you have but shared in the common lot, with the pleasure of knowing the advantage you have had over many villages in your having suffered no scarcity of religious instruction. And in another place she explained that the famine was caused by God to teach the poor to be grateful to the rich. Let me remind you that probably that very scarcity has been permitted by an all-wise and gracious Providence to unite all ranks of people together, to show the poor how immediately they are dependent upon the rich, and to show both rich and poor that they are all dependent upon Himself. It has also enabled you to see more clearly the advantages you derive from the government and constitution of this country, to observe the benefits flowing from the distinction of rank and fortune, which has enabled the high to so liberally assist the low. It appears that the villagers were entirely convinced by this pious reasoning, for they assembled one Saturday night and burned an effigy of Tom Paine. This proceeding led to a tragic consequence, for one of the "common people," known as Robert, was overtaken by liquor, and was unable to appear at Sunday school next day. This fall from grace occasioned intense remorse in Robert. "It preyed dreadfully upon his mind for many months," records Martha More, "and despair seemed at length to take possession of him." Hannah had some conversation with him, and read him some suitable passages from The Rise and Progress. "At length the Almighty was pleased to shine into his heart and give him comfort." Nor should you imagine that this saintly stupidity was in any way unique in the Anglican establishment. We read in the letters of Shelley how his father tormented him with Archdeacon Paley's Evidences as a cure for atheism. This eminent churchman wrote a book which he himself ranked first among his writings, called Reasons for Contentment, addressed to the laboring classes of the British public. In this book he not merely proved that religion "smooths all inequalities because it unfolds a prospect which makes all earthly distinctions nothing." He went so far as to prove that, quite apart from religion, the British exploiters were less fortunate than those to whom they paid a shilling a day. Some of the conditions which poverty, if the condition of the laboring part of mankind must be so called, imposes, are not hardships, but pleasures. Frugality itself is a pleasure. It is an exercise of attention and contrivance, which, whenever it is successful, produces satisfaction. This is lost among abundance. And there was William Wilberforce, as sincere a philanthropist as Anglicanism ever produced, an ardent supporter of Bible societies and foreign missions, a champion of the anti-slavery movement, and also of the ruthless "combination laws," which denied to British wage slaves all chance of bettering their lot. Wilberforce published a "Practical View of the System of Christianity," in which he told unblushingly what the Anglican establishment is for. In a chapter which he described as "the basis of all politics," he explained that the purpose of religion is to remind the poor that their more lowly path has been allotted to them by the hand of God, that it is their part faithfully to discharge its duties, and contentedly to bear its inconveniences; that the objects about which worldly men conflict so eagerly are not worth the contest; that the peace of mind, which religion offers indiscriminately to all ranks, affords more true satisfaction than all the expensive pleasures which are beyond the poor man's reach; that in this view the poor have the advantage; that if their superiors enjoy more abundant comforts, they are also exposed to many temptations from which the inferior classes are happily exempted; that, having food and raiment, they should be therewith content, since their situation in life, with all its evils, is better than they have deserved at the hand of God; and finally, that all human distinctions will soon be done away, and the true followers of Christ will all, as children of the same Father, be alike admitted to the possession of the same heavenly inheritance. Such are the blessed effects of Christianity on the temporal well being of political communities. The Court Circular. The Anglican system of submission has been transplanted intact to the soil of America. When King George III lost the sovereignty of the colonies, the bishops of his divinely inspired church lost the control of the clergy across the seas. But this revolution was purely one of church politics. In doctrine and ritual the Protestant Episcopal Church of America remained in every way Anglican. The little children of our free republic are taught the same slave catechism: "To order myself lowly and reverently to all my betters." The only difference is that instead of being told "to honor and obey the king," they are told "to honor and obey the civil authority." It is the Church of Good Society in England, and it is the same in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, Charleston. Just as our ruling classes have provided themselves with imitation English schools, and imitation English manners, and imitation English clothes, so in their heaven they have provided an imitation English monarch. I wonder how many Americans realize the treason to democracy they are committing when they allow their children to be taught a symbolism and liturgy based upon absolutist ideas. I take up the hymn book, not the English, but the sturdy, independent, democratic American hymn book. I have not opened it for 20 years, yet the greater part of its contents is as familiar to me as the syllables of my own name. I read: "Holy, holy, holy, all the saints adore thee, casting down their golden crowns around the glassy sea. Cherubim and seraphim bowing down before thee, which wert and art and evermore shall be." One might quote 100 other hymns made thus out of royal imagery. I turn at random to the part-headed general, and find that there is hardly one hymn in which there is not king, throne, or some image of homage and flattery. The first hymn begins: "Ancient of days, who sittest throned in glory, to thee all knees are bent, all voices pray." And the second: "Christ, whose glory fills the skies." And the third: "Lord of all being, throned afar, thy glory flames from sun and star." There is a court in heaven above, to which all good Britons look up, and about which they read with exactly the same thrills as they read the Court Circular. The two courts have the same ethical code and the same manners. Their sovereigns are jealous, greedy of attention, self-conscious, and profoundly serious, punctilious, and precise. Their existence consisting of an endless round of ceremonies, and they being incapable of boredom. No member of the royal family can escape this regime even if he wishes, and no more can any member of the Holy Family, not even the meek and lowly Jesus, who chose a carpenter's wife for his mother, and showed all his earthly days a preference for low society. This unconventional son lived obscurely. He never carried weapons. He could not bear to have so much as a human ear cut off in his presence. But see how he figures in the Court Circular. The Son of God goes forth to war, a kingly crown to gain. His blood-red banner streams afar. Who follows in his train? This carpenter's son was one of the most unpretentious men on earth, utterly simple and honest. He would not even let anyone praise him. When someone called him "good master," he answered quickly, "Why callest thou me good? There is none good save one, that is, God." But this simplicity has been taken with deprecation by his church, which persists in heaping compliments upon him in conventional courtly style. The company of angels are praising thee on high, and mortal men and all things created make reply, all glory, laud, and honor to thee, Redeemer, King. The impression a modern man gets from all this is the unutterable boredom that heaven must be. Can one imagine a more painful occupation than that of the saints, casting down their golden crowns around the glassy sea? Unless it be that of the triumvirate itself, compelled to sit through eternity watching these saints, and listening to their mawkish and superfluous compliments. But one can understand that such things are necessary in a monarchy. They are necessary if you are going to have good society and a good society church. For good society is precisely the same thing as heaven, that is, a place to which only a few can get admission, and those few are bored. They spend their time going through costly formalities, not because they enjoy it, but because of its effect upon the populace, which reads about them and sees their pictures in the papers, and now and then is allowed to catch a glimpse of their physical presences, as at the horse show, or the opera, or the coaching parade. End of Book 2, Part 4. Book 2, The Church of Good Society, Part 5, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Horn blowing. I know the Church of Good Society in America, having studied it from the inside. I was an extraordinarily devout little boy. One of my earliest recollections, I cannot have been more than 4 years of age, is of carrying a dust brush about the house, as the choir boy carried the golden cross every Sunday morning. I remember asking if I might say the Lord's Prayer in this fascinating play, and my mother's reply, "If you say it reverently." When I was 13 I attended service, of my own volition and out of my own enthusiasm, every single day during the 40 days of Lent. At the age of 15 I was teaching Sunday school. It was the Church of the Holy Communion, at 6th Avenue and 20th Street, New York. And those who know the city will understand that this is a peculiar location, precisely halfway between the homes of some of the oldest and most august of the city's aristocracy, and some of the vilest and most filthy of the city's slums. The aristocracy were paying for the church, and occupied the best pews. They came, perfectly clad, aus dem Ei gegossen, as the Germans say, with the manner they so carefully cultivate, gracious yet infinitely aloof. The service was made for them, as all the rest of the world is made for them. The populace was permitted to occupy a fringe of vacant seats. The assistant clergyman was an Englishman and a gentleman. Orthodox, yet the warmest man's heart I have ever known. He could not bear to have the church remain entirely the church of the rich. He would go persistently into the homes of the poor, visiting the old slum women in their pitifully neat little kitchens, and luring their children with entertainments and Christmas candy. They were corralled into the Sunday school, where it was my duty to give them what they needed for the health of their souls. I taught them out of a book of lessons, and one Sunday it would be Moses in the bulrushes, and next Sunday it would be Jonah and the whale, and next Sunday it would be Joshua blowing down the walls of Jericho. These stories were reasonably entertaining, but they seemed to me futile, not to the point. There were little morals tagged to them, but these lacked relationship to the lives of little slum boys. Be good and you will be happy. Love the Lord and all will be well with you, which was about as true and as practical as the procedure of the Fijians, blowing horns to drive away a pestilence. I had a mind, you see, and I was using it. I was reading the papers, and watching politics and business. I followed the fates of my little slum boys, and what I saw was that Tammany Hall was getting them. The liquor dealers and the brothel keepers, the panders and the pimps, the crap shooters and the petty thieves, all these were paying the policeman and the politician for a chance to prey upon my boys. And when the boys got into trouble, as they were continually doing, it was the clergyman who consoled them in prison, but it was the Tammany leader who saw the judge and got them out. So these boys got their lesson, even earlier in life than I got mine, that the church was a kind of amiable fake, a pious horn-blowing, while the real thing was Tammany. I talked about this with the vestrymen and the ladies of good society. They were deeply pained, but I noticed that they did nothing practical about it. And gradually, as I went on to investigate, I discovered the reason: that their incomes came from real estate, traction, gas, and other interests, which were contributing the main part of the campaign expenses of the corrupt Tammany machine, and of its equally corrupt rival. So it appeared that these immaculate ladies and gentlemen, aus dem Ei gegossen, were themselves engaged, unconsciously perhaps, but none the less effectively, in spreading the pestilence against which they were blowing their religious horns. So little by little I saw my beautiful church for what it was and is: a great capitalist interest, an integral and essential part of a gigantic predatory system. I saw that its ethical and cultural and artistic features, however sincerely they might be meant by individual clergymen, were nothing but a bait, a device to lure the poor into the trap of submission to their exploiters. And as I went on probing into the secret life of the great metropolis of Mammon, and laying bare its infamies to the world, I saw the attitude of the church to such work. I met, not sympathy and understanding, but sneers and denunciation, until the venerable institution which had once seemed dignified and noble became to me as a sepulchre of corruption. Trinity Corporation. There stands on the corner of Broadway and Wall Street a towering brownstone edifice, one of the most beautiful and most famous churches in America. As a child I have walked through its churchyard, and read the quaint and touching inscriptions on its gravestones. When I was a little older and knew Wall Street, it seemed to me a sublime thing that here in the very heart of the world's infamy there should be raised, like a finger of warning, this symbol of eternity and judgment. Its great bell rang at noontime, and all the traders and their wage slaves had to listen, whether they would or no. Such was Old Trinity to my young soul. And what is it in reality? The story was told some 10 years ago by Charles Edward Russell. Trinity Corporation is the name of the concern, and it is one of the great landlords of New York. In the early days it bought a number of farms, and these it has held, as the city has grown up around them, until in 1908 their value was estimated at anywhere from $40 to $100 million. The true amount has never been made public. To quote Russell's words, "The real owners of the property are the communicants of the church. For 94 years none of the owners has known the extent of the property, nor the amount of the revenue therefrom, nor what is done with the money. Every attempt to learn even the simplest fact about these matters has been baffled. The management is a self-perpetuating body, without responsibility and without supervision." And the writer goes on to describe the business policy of this great corporation, which is simply the English land system complete. It refuses to sell the land, but rents it for long periods, and the tenant builds the house, and then when the lease expires, the corporation takes over the house for a nominal sum. Thus it has purchased houses for as low as $200, and made them into tenements, and rented them to the swarming poor for a total of $50 a month. The houses were not built for tenements, they have no conveniences, they are not fit for the habitation of animals. The article in Everybody's Magazine for July, 1908, gives pictures of them, which are horrible beyond belief. To quote the writer again, "Decay, neglect, and squalor seem to brood wherever Trinity is an owner. Gladly would I give to such a charitable and benevolent institution all possible credit for a spirit of improvement manifested anywhere, but I can find no such manifestation. I have tramped the 8th Ward day after day with a list of Trinity properties in my hand, and of all the tenement houses that stand there on Trinity land, I have not found one that is not a disgrace to civilization and to the city of New York." It happens that I once knew the stately prelate who presided over this corporation of corruption. I imagine how he would have shivered and turned pale had some angel whispered to him what devilish utterances were some day to proceed from the lips of the little cherub with shining face and shining robes, who acted as the bishop's attendant in the stately ceremonials of the church. Truly, even into the goodly company of the elect, even to the most holy places of the temple, Satan makes his treacherous way. Even under the consecrated hands of the bishop. For while the bishop was blessing me and taking me into the company of the sanctified, I was thinking about what the papers had reported, that the bishop's wife had been robbed of $50,000 worth of jewels. It did not seem quite in accordance with the doctrine of Jesus that a bishop's wife should possess $50,000 worth of jewels, or that she should be setting the bloodhounds of the police on the train of a human being. I asked my clergyman friend about it, and remember his patient explanation, that the bishop had to know all classes and conditions of men. His wife had to go among the rich as well as the poor, and must be able to dress so that she would not be embarrassed. The bishop at this time was making it his life work to raise $1,000,000 for the beginning of a great Episcopal cathedral, and this of course compelled him to spend much time among the rich. The explanation satisfied me, for of course I thought there had to be cathedrals, despite the fact that both St. Stephen and St. Paul had declared that "the Lord dwelleth not in temples made with hands." In the 25 years which have passed since that time, the good bishop has passed to his eternal reward, but the mighty structure which is a monument to his visitations among the rich towers over the city from its vantage point on Morningside Heights. It is called the Cathedral of St. John the Divine. And knowing what I know about the men who contributed its funds, and about the general functions of the churches of the metropolis of Mammon, it would not seem to me less holy if it were built, like the monuments of ancient ravagers, out of the skulls of human beings. Spiritual interpretation. There remains to say a few words as to the intellectual functions of the Fifth Avenue clergy. Let us realize at the outset that they do their preaching in the name of a proletarian rebel, who was crucified as a common criminal because, as they said, he stirreth up the people. An embarrassing "savior" for the church of Good Society, you might imagine, but they managed to fix him up and make him respectable. I remember something analogous in my own boyhood. All day Saturday I ran about with the little street rowdies, I stole potatoes and roasted them in vacant lots, I threw mud from the roofs of apartment houses. But on Saturday night I went into a tub and was lathered and scrubbed, and on Sunday I came forth in a newly brushed suit, a clean white collar and a shining tie and a slick derby hat and a pair of tight gloves, which made me impotent for mischief. Thus I was taken and paraded up Fifth Avenue, doing my part of the duties of Good Society. And all church members go through this same performance. The oldest and most venerable of them steal potatoes and throw mud all week, and then take a hot bath of repentance and put on the clean clothing of piety. In this same way their ministers of religion are occupied to scrub and clean and dress up their disreputable founder, to turn him from a proletarian rebel into a stained-glass windowed divinity. The man who really lived, the carpenter's son, they take out and crucify all over again. As a young poet has phrased it, they nail him to a jeweled cross with cruel nails of gold. Come with me to the new Golgotha and witness this crucifixion. Take the nails of gold in your hands, try the weight of the jeweled sledges. Here is a sledge, in the form of a dignified and scholarly volume, published by the exclusive house of Scribner, and written by the bishop of my boyhood, the bishop whose train I carried in the stately ceremonials. The Citizen in his Relation to the Industrial Situation, by the Right Reverend Henry Codman Potter, D.D., LL.D., D.C.L., a course of lectures delivered before the sons of our predatory classes at Yale University, under the endowment of a millionaire mining king, founder of the Phelps Dodge Corporation, which the other day carried out the deportation from their homes of 1,000 striking miners at Bisbee, Arizona. Says my bishop: Christ did not denounce wealth any more than he denounced pauperism. He did not abhor money, he used it. He did not abhor the company of rich men, he sought it. He did not invariably scorn or even resent a certain profuseness of expenditure. And do you think that the late Bishop of J.P. Morgan and Company stands alone as an utterer of scholarly blasphemy, a driver of golden nails? In the course of this book there will march before us a long line of the clerical retainers of privilege, on their way to the new Golgotha to crucify the carpenter's son. The rector of the Money Trust, the preacher of the Coal Trust, the priest of the Traction Trust, the Archbishop of Tammany, the chaplain of the Millionaires' Club, the pastor of the Pennsylvania Railroad, the religious editor of the New Haven, the Sunday school superintendent of Standard Oil. We shall try the weight of their jeweled sledges. Books, sermons, newspaper interviews, after-dinner speeches, wherewith they pound their golden nails of sophistry into the bleeding hands and feet of the proletarian Christ. Here, for example, is Reverend F. G. Peabody, Professor of Christian Morals at Harvard University. Professor Peabody has written several books on the social teachings of Jesus. He quotes the most rabid of the carpenter's denunciations of the rich and says, "Is it possible that so obvious and so limited a message as this, a teaching so slightly distinguished from the curbstone rhetoric of a modern agitator, can be an adequate reproduction of the scope and power of the teaching of Jesus?" The question answers itself. Of course not, for Jesus was a gentleman. He is the head of a church attended by gentlemen, of universities where gentlemen are educated. So the professor of Christian morals proceeds to make a subtle analysis of Jesus's actions, demonstrating therefrom that there are three proper uses to be made of great wealth. First, for almsgiving. The poor ye have always with you. Second, for beauty and culture, buying wine for wedding feasts, and ointment boxes, and other objets de vertu. And third, stewardship, trusteeship, which in plain English is big business. I have used the illustration of soap and hot water. One can imagine he is actually watching the scrubbing process, seeing the proletarian founder emerging all new and respectable under the brush of this capitalist professor. The professor has a rule all his own for reading the scriptures. He tells us that when there are two conflicting sayings, the rule of interpretation is that the more spiritual is to be preferred. Thus, one gospel makes Jesus say, "Blessed are ye poor." Another puts it, "Blessed are the poor in spirit." The first one is crude and literal. Obviously, the second must be what Jesus meant. In other words, the professor and his church have made for their economic masters a treacherous imitation virtue to be taught to wage slaves, a quality of submissiveness, impotence, and futility, which they call by the name of spirituality. This virtue they exalt above all others, and in its name they cut from the record of Jesus everything which has relation to the realities of life. So here is our Professor Peabody, sitting in the plumber chair at Harvard writing on Jesus Christ and the Social Question, and explaining, "The fallacy of the socialist program is not in its radicalism, but in its externalism. It proposes to accomplish by economic change what can be attained by nothing less than spiritual regeneration." And here is the Churchman, organ of the Episcopalians of New York, warning us, "It is necessary to remember that something more than material and temporal considerations are involved. There are things of more importance to the purposes of God and to the welfare of humanity than economic readjustments and social amelioration. And again, without doubt there is a strong temptation today, bearing upon clergy and laity alike, to address their religious energies too exclusively to those tasks whereby human life may be made more abundant and wholesome materially. We need constantly to be reminded that spiritual things come first. There come before my mental eye the elegant ladies and gentlemen for whom these comfortable sayings are prepared, the vestrymen and pillars of the church, with black frock coats, and black kid gloves, and shiny top hats, the ladies of good society, with their Easter costumes in pastel shades, their gracious smiles, and their sweet, intoxicating odors. I picture them as I have seen them at St. George's, where that aged wild boar, Pierpont Morgan, the elder, used to pass the collection plate; at Holy Trinity, where they drove downtown in old-fashioned carriages with grooms and footmen sitting like twin statues of insolence; at St. Thomas's, where you might see all the "400" on exhibition at once; at St. Mary the Virgin's, where the choir paraded through the aisles, swinging costly incense into my childish nostrils, the stout clergyman walking alone with nose upturned, carrying on his back a jeweled robe for which some adoring female had paid $60,000. Spiritual things come first? Ah, yes. Seek first the kingdom of God, and the jeweled robes shall be added unto you. And it is so dreadful about the French and German socialists, who, as the churchman reports, make a creed out of materialism. But then, what is this I find in one issue of the organ of the Church of Good Society? Businessmen contribute to the Y.M.C.A. because they realize that if their employees are well cared for and religiously influenced, they can be of greater service in business. Who let that material cat out of the spiritual bag? End of Book 2, Part 5. End of Book 2. Book 3, The Church of the Servant Girls, Part 1, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Church of the Servant Girls. Was it for this, that prayers like these should spend themselves about thy feet, and with hard overlabored knees kneeling, these slaves of men should beat, bosoms too lean to suckle sons, and fruitless as their orisons? Was it for this, that men should make thy name a fetter on men's necks, poor men made poorer for thy sake, and women withered out of sex? Was it for this, that slaves should be, thy word was passed to set men free? Swinburne. Charity. As everyone knows, the society lady is not an independent and self-sustaining phenomenon. For every one of these exquisite, sweet-smelling creatures that you meet on Fifth Avenue, there must be at home a large number of other women who live sterile and empty lives, and devote themselves to cleaning up after their luckier sisters. But these domestics also are human beings. They have emotions, or, in religious parlance, souls. It is necessary to provide a discipline to keep them from appropriating the property of their mistresses, also to keep them from becoming enceinte. So it comes about that there are two cathedrals in New York, one, St. John the Divine, for the society ladies, and the other, St. Patrick's, for the servant girls. The latter is located on Fifth Avenue, where its towering white spires divide with the homes of the Vanderbilts the interest of the crowds of sightseers. Now, early every Sunday morning, before good society has opened its eyes, you may see the devotees of the Irish snake charmer hurrying to their orisons, each with a little black prayer book in her hand. What is it they do inside? What are they taught about life? This is the question to which we have next to give attention. Some years ago Mr. Thomas F. Ryan, traction and insurance magnate of New York, favored me with his justification of his own career and activities. He mentioned his charities, and, speaking as one man of the world to another, he said, "The reason I put them into the hands of Catholics is not religious, but because I find they are efficient in such matters. They don't ask questions, they do what you want them to do, and do it economically." I made no comment. I was absorbed in the implications of the remark, like Agassiz when someone gave him a fossil bone, and his mind set to work to reconstruct the creature. When a man is drunk, the Catholics do not ask if it was long hours and improper working conditions which drove him to desperation. They do not ask if police and politicians are getting a rake-off from the saloon, or if traction magnates are using it as an agency for the controlling of votes. They do not plunge into prohibition movements or good government campaigns. They simply take the man in, at a standard price, and the patient slave sisters and attendants get him sober, and then turn him out for society to make him drunk again. That is charity, and it is the special industry of Roman Catholicism. They have been at it for 1,000 years, cleaning up loathsome and unsightly messes, plague, pestilence and famine, battle and murder and sudden death. Yet, puzzling as it would seem to anyone not religious, there were never so many messes, never so many different kinds of messes, as now at the end of the 1,000 years of charitable activity. But the Catholics go on, like the patient spider, building and rebuilding his web across a doorway, like soldiers under the command of a ruling class with a muddling through tradition. Theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die. And so of course all magnates and managers of industry who have messes to be cleaned up, human garbage heaps to be carted away quickly and without fuss, turn to the Catholic Church for this service, no matter what their personal religious beliefs or lack of beliefs may be. Somewhere in the neighborhood of every steel mill, every coal mine or other place of industrial danger, you will find a Catholic hospital, with its slave sisters and attendants. Once when I was muckraking near Pittsburgh, I went to one of these places to ask information as to the frequency of industrial accidents and the fate of the victims. The Mother Superior received me with a look of polite dismay. "These concerns pay us," she said. "You must see that as a matter of business it would not do for us to talk about them." Obey and keep silence. That is the Catholic law. And precisely as it is with the work of nursing and almsgiving, so it is with the work of vote-getting, the elaborate system of policemen and saloon keepers and ward heelers which the Catholic machine controls. This industry of vote-getting is a comparatively new one, but the church has been handling the masses for so many centuries that she quickly learned this new way of democracy, and has established her supremacy over all rivals. She has the schools for training the children, the confessional for controlling the women. She has the intellectual machinery, the purgatory and the code of slave ethics. She has the supreme advantage that the rank and file of her mighty host really believe what she teaches. They do not have to listen to table rappings and flounder through swamps of automatic writings in order to bolster their hope of the survival of personality after death. So it comes about that our captains of industry and finance have been driven to a more or less reluctant alliance with the papacy. The church is here, and her followers are here. Before the war several 100,000 of them pouring into the country every year. It is no longer possible to do without Catholics in America. Not merely do ditches have to be dug, roads graded, coal mined, and dishes washed, but franchises have to be granted, tariff schedules adjusted, juries and courts manipulated, police trained, and strikes crushed. Under our native political system, for these purposes millions of votes are needed, and these votes belong to people of a score of nationalities, Irish and German and Italian and French Canadian and Bohemian and Mexican and Portuguese and Polish and Hungarian. Who but the Catholic Church can handle these polyglot hordes? Who can furnish teachers and editors and politicians familiar with all these languages? Considering how complex is the service, the price is extremely moderate. The mere actual expenses of the campaign, the cost of red fire and torchlights, of liquor and newspaper advertisements. The rest may come out of the public till, in the form of exemption from taxation of church buildings and lands, a share of the public funds for charities and schools, the control of the police for saloon keepers and district leaders, the control of police courts and magistrates, of municipal administrations and boards of education, of legislatures and governors, with a few higher offices now and then, to flatter our sacred self-esteem, a senator or a justice on the Supreme Court bench, and on state occasions, to keep up our necessary prestige, some cabinet members and legislators and justices to attend high mass and be blessed in public by Catholic prelates and dignitaries. You think this is empty rhetoric, you comfortable, easy-going, ultra-cultured Americans? You professors in your classic shades, absorbed in the passionless pursuit of passionless intelligence, while the world about you slides down into the pit? You ladies of good society, practicing your sweet little charities, pursuing your dear little ideals, raising your families of one or two lovely children, while Irish and French Canadians and Italians and Portuguese and Hungarians are breeding their dozens and scores, and preparing to turn you out of your country. God's Armor. You remember Bishop Blaugram's Apology, Browning's study of the psychology of a modern Catholic ecclesiastic. He is not unaware of modern thought, this bishop. He is a man of culture, who wants to have beauty about him, to be a cabin passenger. There's power in me and will to dominate, which I must exercise. They hurt me else. In many ways I need mankind's respect, obedience, and the love that's born of fear. He wishes that he had faith, faith in anything. He understands that faith is all important. Enthusiasm's the best thing, I repeat. But you cannot get faith just by wishing for it. But paint a fire, it will not therefore burn. He tries to imagine himself going on a crusade for truth, but he asks what there would be in it for him. State the facts, read the text right, emancipate the world. The emancipated world enjoys itself with scarce a thank you. Blougram told it first it could not owe a farthing, not to him more than St. Paul. So the bishop goes on with his role, but uneasily conscious of the contempt of intellectual people. I pine among my million imbeciles. You think, aware some dozen men of sense eye me and know me, whether I believe in the last winking virgin as I vow, and am a fool, or disbelieve in her and am a knave. But, as he says, you have to keep a tight hold upon the chain of faith. That is what gives all the advantage, makes the difference, with the rough purblind mass we seek to rule. We are their lords, or they are free of us, just as we tighten or relax that hold. So he continues, but not with entire satisfaction, in his role of shepherd to those whom he calls King Bomba's Lazzaroni and Ragamuffin Saints. I wander into a Catholic bookstore and look to see what Bishop Blougram is doing with his Lazzaroni and his Ragamuffin Saints here in this new country of the far West. It is easy to acquire the information, for the saleswoman is polite and the prices fit my purse. America is going to war, and Catholic boys are being drafted to be trained for battle. So for 10 cents I obtain a firmly bound little pamphlet called God's Armor, a Prayer Book for Soldiers. It is marked Copyright by the G.R.C. Central Verein, and bears the Nihil Obstat of the Censor Theolog, and the Imprimatur of Johannes Josephus Archiepiscopus St. Ludovici, which last you may at first fail to recognize as a well-known city on the Mississippi River. Do you not feel the spell of ancient things, the magic of the past creeping over you as you read those Latin trademarks? Such is the dead hand, and its cunning, which can make even St. Louis sound mysterious. In this booklet I get no information as to the commercial causes of war, nor about the part which the clerical vote may have played throughout Europe in supporting military systems. I do not even find anything about the sacred cause of democracy, the resolve of a self-governing people to put an end to feudal rule. Instead, I discover a soldier boy who obeys and keeps silent, and who, in his inmost heart, is in the grip of terrors both of body and soul. Poor pitiful soldier boy, marking yourself with crosses, performing genuflections, mumbling magic formulas in the trenches. How many billions of you have been led out to slaughter by the greeds and ambitions of your religious masters, since first this accursed Antichrist got its grip upon the hearts of men? I quote from this little book: Start this day well by lifting up your heart to God. Offer yourself to Him, and beg grace to spend the day without sin. Make the sign of the cross. Most Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, behold me in Thy divine presence. I adore Thee and give Thee thanks. Grant that all I do this day be for Thy glory, and for the salvation of my immortal soul. During the day lift your heart frequently to God. Your prayers need not be long, nor read from a book. Learn a few of these short ejaculations by heart, and frequently repeat them. They will serve to recall God to your heart, and will strengthen you and comfort you. You remember a while back about the prayer wheels of the Tibetans. The Catholic religion was founded before the Tibetan, and is less progressive. It does not welcome mechanical devices for saving labor. You have to use your own vocal apparatus to keep yourself from hell. But the process has been made as economical as possible by kindly dispensations of the Pope. Thus, each time that you say, "My God and my all," you get 50 days indulgence. The same for "My Jesus, mercy," and the same for "Jesus, my God, I love thee above all things." For "Jesus, Mary, Joseph," you get 300 days, which would seem by all odds the best investment of your spare breath. And then come prayers for all occasions. Prayer before battle, prayer for a happy death, prayer in temptation, prayer before and after meals, prayer when on guard, prayer before a long march, prayer of resignation to death, prayer for those in their agony. I cannot bear to read them, hardly to list them. I remember standing in a cathedral somewhere in France during the celebration of some special big magic. There was brilliant white light, and a suffocating strange odor, and the thunder of a huge organ, and a clamor of voices, high, clear voices of young boys mounting to heaven, like the hands of men in a pit reaching up, trying to climb over the top of one another. It sent a shudder into the depths of my soul. There is nothing left in the modern world which can carry the mind so far back into the ancient nightmare of anguish and terror which was once the mental life of mankind, as these Roman Catholic incantations with their frantic and ceaseless importunity. They have even brought in the sex spell, and the poor frightened soldier boy, who has perhaps spent the night with a prostitute, now prostrates himself before a holy woman being who is lifted high above the shames of the flesh, and who stirs the thrills of awe and affection which his mother brought to him in early childhood. Read over the phrases of this Litany of the Blessed Virgin. Holy Mary, pray for us. Holy Mother of God, Holy Virgin of Virgins, Mother of Christ, Mother of Divine Grace, Mother most pure, Mother most chaste, Mother inviolate, Mother undefiled, Mother most amiable, Mother most admirable, Mother of good counsel, Mother of our Creator, Mother of our Savior, Virgin most prudent, Virgin most venerable, Virgin most renowned, Virgin most powerful, Virgin most merciful, Virgin most faithful, Mirror of justice, Seat of wisdom, Cause of our joy, Spiritual vessel, Vessel of honor, Singular vessel of devotion, Mystical rose, Tower of David, Tower of ivory, House of gold, Ark of the covenant, Gate of heaven, Morning star, Health of the sick, Refuge of sinners, Comforter of the afflicted, Help of Christians, Queen of angels, Queen of patriarchs, Queen of prophets, Queen of apostles, Queen of martyrs, Queen of confessors, Queen of virgins, Queen of all saints, Queen conceived without original sin, Queen of the most holy rosary, Queen of peace, pray for us. Thanksgivings. For another 5 cents, how cheaply a man of insight can obtain thrills in this fantastic world, I purchase a copy of the Messenger of the Sacred Heart, a magazine published in New York, the issue for October, 1917. There are pages of advertisements of schools and colleges with strange titles: Immaculata Seminary, Holy Cross Academy, Holy Ghost Institute, Ladycliff, Academy of Holy Child Jesus. The leading article is by a Jesuit on "The Spread of the Apostleship of Prayer Among the Young," and then Sister Clarissa writes a poem telling us "What are sorrows?" And then we are given a story called "Prayer for Daddy," and then another Jesuit father tells us about "the hills that Jesus loved." A third father tells us about the "Eucharistic propaganda," and we learn that in July, 1917, it distributed 11,699 beads, and caused the expenditure of 57,714 hours of adoration. And then the faithful are given a form of letter which they are to write to the Honorable Baker, Secretary of War, imploring him to intimate to the French government that France should withdraw from one of her advances in civilization, and join with medieval America in exempting priests from being drafted to fight for their country. And then there is a question box, just like the Hearst newspapers, only instead of asking whether she should allow him to kiss her before he has told her that he loves her, the reader asks what is the Pauline privilege, and what is the heroic act, and is Robert a saint's name, and if food remains in the teeth from the night before, would it break the fast to swallow it before Holy Communion? No, I am not inventing this. I quoted the Episcopal Book of Common Prayer, and pointed out how deftly the Church has managed to slip in a prayer for worldly prosperity. But the Catholic Church does not show any squeamishness in dealing with its million imbeciles, its rough purblind mass. There is a department of the little magazine entitled Thanksgiving, and a statement at the top that "the total number of Thanksgivings for the month is 2,143,911." I am suspicious of that, as of German reports of prisoners taken, but I give the statement as it stands, not going through the list and picking out the crudest, but taking them as they come, classified by states. General favors. For many of these favors mass and publication were promised; for others the "badge of promoter's cross" was used; for others the prayers of the "associates" had been asked. Alabama. Jewelry found, relief from pain, protection during storm. Alaska. Safe return, goods found. Arizona. 2 recoveries, suitable boarding place, illness averted, safe delivery. British Honduras. Successful operation. California. 17 recoveries, 6 situations, 2 successful examinations, house rented, stocks sold, raise in salary, return to religious duties, sight regained, medal won, baptism, preservation from disease, contract obtained, success in business, hearing restored, Easter duty made, happy death, automobile sold, mind restored, house found, house rented, successful journey, business sold, quarrel averted, return of friends, 2 successful operations. And for all these miraculous performances, the Catholic machine is harvesting the price day by day, harvesting with that ancient fervor which the Latin poet described as auri sacra fames. As Christopher Columbus wrote from Jamaica in 1503, "Gold is a wonderful thing. By means of gold we can even get souls into paradise." End of Book 3, Part 1. Book 3, The Church of the Servant Girls, Part 2, of The Prophets of Religion by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Holy Roman Empire. The system thus self-revealed you admit is appalling in its squalor. But you say that at least it is milder and less perilous than the church which burned Giordano Bruno and John Huss. But the very essence of the Catholic Church is that it does not change. Semper Idem is its motto. The same yesterday, today, and forever. The same in Washington as in Rome or Madrid. The same in a modern democracy as in the Middle Ages. The Catholic Church is not primarily a religious organization. It is a political organization, and proclaims the fact, and defies those who would shut it up in the religious field. The Reverend S.B. Smith, a Catholic doctor of divinity, explains in his Elements of Ecclesiastical Law, Protestants contend that the entire power of the Church consists in the right to teach and exhort, but not in the right to command, rule, or govern, whence they infer that she is not a perfect society or sovereign state. This theory is false, for the Church, as was seen, is vested iure divino with power, 1. To make laws, 2. To define and apply them, potestas judicialis, 3. To punish those who violate her laws, potestas coercitiva. And this is not one scholar's theory, but the formal and repeated proclamation of infallible popes. Here is the Syllabus of Errors, issued by Pope Pius IX, December 8, 1864, declaring in substance that the state has not the right to leave every man free to profess and embrace whatever religion he shall deem true. It has not the right to enact that the ecclesiastical power shall require the permission of the civil power in order to the exercise of its authority. Then in the same syllabus the rights and powers of the Church are affirmed in substance. She has the right to require the state not to leave every man free to profess his own religion. She has the right to exercise her power without the permission or consent of the state. She has the right of perpetuating the union of church and state. She has the right to require that the Catholic religion shall be the only religion of the state, to the exclusion of all others. She has the right to prevent the state from granting the public exercise of their own worship to persons immigrating from it. She has the power of requiring the state not to permit free expression of opinion. You see, the Holy Office is unrepentant and unchastened. You, who think that liberty of conscience is the basis of civilization, ought at least to know what the Catholic Church has to say about the matter. Here is Monsignor Seeger in his Plain Talk About Protestantism of Today, a book published in Boston and extensively circulated by American Catholics. Freedom of thought is the soul of Protestantism. It is likewise the soul of modern rationalism and philosophy. It is one of those impossibilities which only the levity of a superficial reason can regard as admissible. But a sound mind, that does not feed on empty words, looks upon this freedom of thought only as simply absurd, and, what is more, as sinful. You take the liberty of thinking, nevertheless. You feel safe because the law will protect you. But do you imagine that this law applies to your Catholic neighbors? Do you imagine that they are bound by the restraints that bind you? Here is Pope Leo XIII in his encyclical of 1890. And please remember that Leo XIII was the beau ideal of our capitalist statesmen and editors, as wise and kind and gentle-souled a pope as ever roasted a heretic. He says, "If the laws of the state are openly at variance with the laws of God, if they inflict injury upon the church, or set at naught the authority of Jesus Christ, which is vested in the Supreme Pontiff, then indeed it becomes a duty to resist them, a sin to render obedience." And consider how many fields there are in which the laws of a democratic state do and forever must contravene the "laws of God" as interpreted by the Catholic Church. Consider, for example, that the Pope, in his decree Ne Temere, has declared that Catholics who are married by civil authorities or by Protestant clergymen will be living in filthy concubinage. Consider in the same way the problems of education, burial, prison discipline, blasphemy, poor relief, incorporation, mortmain, religious endowments, vows of celibacy. To the above list, as given by Gladstone, one might add many issues, such as birth control, which have arisen since his time. What the Church means is to rule. Her literature is full of expressions of that intention, set forth in the boldest and haughtiest and most uncompromising manner. For example, Cardinal Manning, in the Pro Cathedral at Kensington, speaking in the name of the Pope, "I acknowledge no civil power. I am the subject of no prince. I claim more than this. I claim to be the supreme judge and director of the consciences of men, of the peasant that tills the field, and of the prince that sits upon the throne, of the household of privacy, and the legislator that makes laws for kingdoms. I am the sole, last, supreme judge of what is right and wrong." Temporal power. What this means is, that here in our American democracy the Catholic Church is a rebel, a prisoner of war who bides his time, watching for the moment to rise in revolt, and meantime making no secret of his intentions. The pious Leo XIII, addressing all true believers in America, instructed them as to their attitude in captivity. "The Church amongst you, unopposed by the constitution and government of your nation, fettered by no hostile legislation, protected against violence by the common laws and the impartiality of the tribunals, is free to live and act without hindrance. Yet, though all this is true, it would be very erroneous to draw the conclusion that in America is to be sought the type of the most desirable status of the church, or that it would be universally lawful or expedient for state and church to be, as in America, dissevered and divorced. The fact that Catholicity with you is in good condition, nay, is even enjoying a prosperous growth, is by all means to be attributed to the fecundity with which God has endowed His church. But she would bring forth more abundant fruits if, in addition to liberty, she enjoyed the favor of the laws and patronage of the public authority. Accordingly, here is Father Phelan of St. Louis, addressing his flock in the Western Watchman, June 27, 1913. Tell us we are Catholics first and Americans or Englishmen afterwards. Of course we are. Tell us, in the conflict between the church and the civil government, we take the side of the church. Of course we do. Why, if the government of the United States were at war with the church, we would say tomorrow, "To hell with the government of the United States." And if the church and all the governments of the world were at war, we would say, "To hell with all the governments of the world." Why is it that in this country, where we have only 7% of the population, the Catholic Church is so much feared? She is loved by all her children and feared by everybody. Why is it that the Pope has such tremendous power? Why, the Pope is the ruler of the world. All the emperors, all the kings, all the princes, all the presidents of the world are as these altar boys of mine. The Pope is the ruler of the world. You recall what I said at the outset about power, the ability to control the lives of other men, to give laws and moral codes, to shape fashions and tastes, to be revered and regarded. Here is a man swollen to bursting with this power, dressed in his holy robes, with his holy incense in his nostrils, and the faces of the faithful gazing up at him awe-stricken, hear him proclaim, "The church gives no bonds for her good behavior. She is the judge of her own rights and duties, and of the rights and duties of the state." And lest you think that an extreme example of ultramontanist arrogance, listen to the Boston Pilot, April 6, 1912, speaking for Cardinal O'Connell, whose official organ it is. It must be borne in mind that even though Cardinals Farley, O'Connell, and Gibbons are at heart patriotic Americans and members of an American hierarchy, yet they are as cardinals foreign princes of the blood, to whom the United States, as one of the great powers of the world, is under an obligation to concede the same honors that they receive abroad. Thus, were Cardinal Farley to visit an American man of war, he would be entitled to the salutes and to naval honors reserved for a foreign royal personage, and at any official entertainment at Washington, the Cardinal will outrank not merely every cabinet officer, the Speaker of the House and the Vice President, but also the foreign ambassadors, coming immediately next to the Chief Magistrate himself. Incidentally, it may be mentioned that when a royal personage not of sovereign rank visits New York, it is his duty to make the first call on Cardinal Farley. Knights of Slavery. Such is the worldly station of these apostles of the lowly Jesus. And what is their attitude towards their brothers in God, the rank and file of the membership, whose pennies grease the wheels of the ecclesiastical machine? His Holiness the Pope sent over a delegate to represent him in America, and at a convention of the Federation of Catholic Societies, held in New Orleans in November, 1910, this gentleman, Diomede Falconio, delivered himself on the subject of capital and labor. We have heard the slave code of the Anglican disciples of Jesus, the revolutionary carpenter. Now let us hear the slave code of his Roman disciples. Human society has its origin from God, and is constituted of two classes of people, the rich and the poor, which respectively represent capital and labor. Hence it follows that according to the ordinance of God, human society is composed of superiors and subjects, masters and servants, learned and unlettered, rich and poor, nobles and plebeians. And lest this should not be clear enough, the Pope sent a second representative, Monsignor John Bonzano, who, speaking at a general meeting of the German Catholic Central Verein, St. Louis, 1917, declared, "One of the worst evils that may grow out of the European war is the spreading of the doctrine of socialism, and the Catholic Church must be ready to counteract such doctrines. We must be ready to prevent the spread of socialism and to work against it. As I understand, you have a society of wealthy people in St. Louis ready for such a campaign. You have experienced leaders who are masters in their kind of work. They are always insistent to show that this wealth was and is in close touch with the church, and therefore it will not fail." This, you perceive, is the complete thesis of the present book, which therefore no doubt will be entitled to the Nihil Obstat of the Censor Theologue and the Imprimatur of Johann Josephus Archiepiscopus St. Ludovici. No wonder that the experienced leaders of America, our captains of industry and exploiters of labor, are forced, whatever their own faith may be, to make use of this system of subjection. A few years ago we read in our papers how a Jewish millionaire of Baltimore was presenting a fortune to the Catholic Church, to be used in its war upon socialism. The late Mark Hanna, the shrewdest and most far-seeing man that big business ever brought into power, said that in 20 years there would be two parties in America, a capitalist and a socialist, and that it would be the Catholic Church that would save the country from socialism. That prophecy was widely quoted, and sank into the souls of our steel and railway and money magnates, from which time you might see, if you watched political events, a new tone of deference to the Roman hierarchy on the part of our ruling classes. Today you cannot get an expression of opinion hostile to Catholicism into any newspaper of importance. The Associated Press does not handle news unfavorable to the Church, and from top to bottom the politician takes off his hat when the sacred host goes by. Said Archbishop Quigley, speaking before the children of the Mary Sodality, "I'd like to see the politician who would try to rule against the church in Chicago. His reign would be short indeed." Priests and police. And how is it in our national capital, the palladium of our liberties? As a means of demonstrating the power of the church and the subservience of our politicians, the Catholics have invented what they call the Cardinal's Day Mass. An elaborate procession of high ecclesiastics, dressed in gorgeous robes and jewels, through the streets of Washington, accompanied by a small army of policemen, paid by non-Catholic taxpayers. The cardinal seats himself upon a throne, and our political rulers make obeisance before him. On Sunday, January 14th, 1917, there were present at this political mass the following personages: 4 cabinet members and their wives, the Speaker of the House, a large group of senators and representatives, a general of the army and his wife, an admiral of the navy and his wife, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and his wife, and another justice of the Supreme Court and his wife. And understand that the church makes no secret of its purpose in conducting such public exhibitions. Here is the pious Pope Leo XIII again, in his encyclical of November 1st, 1885. All Catholics must make themselves felt as active elements in daily political life in the countries where they live. They must penetrate, wherever possible, in the administration of civil affairs, must constantly exert the utmost vigilance and energy to prevent the usages of liberty from going beyond the limits fixed by God's law. All Catholics should do all in their power to cause the constitutions of states and legislation to be modeled on the principles of the true church. And following these instructions, the Catholics are organized for political work. There are the various Catholic societies, such as the Knights of Columbus, secret, oath-bound organizations, the military arm of the papal power. These societies boast some 3 million members, and control not less than that many votes. The one thing that you can be certain about these votes is that on every public question, of whatever nature, they will be cast on the side of ignorance and reaction. Thus, it was the influence of the Catholic societies which put upon our national statute books the infamous law providing 5 years' imprisonment and $5,000 fine for the sending through the mail of information about the prevention of conception. It is their influence which keeps upon the statute books of New York State the infamous law which permits divorce only for infidelity, and makes it collusion if both parties desire the divorce. It is these societies which, in every city and town in America, are pushing and plotting to get Catholics upon library boards, so that the public may not have a chance to read scientific books; to get Catholics into the public schools and on school boards, so that children may not hear about Galileo, Bruno, and Ferrer; to have Catholics in control of police and on magistrates' benches, so that priests who are caught in brothels may not be exposed or punished. You are shocked at this; you think it a vulgar jest, perhaps. But during a period of vice raids in New York, I was told by a captain of police, himself a Catholic, that it was a common thing for them to get priests in their net. Of course, the official added good-naturedly, we let them slip out. I understood that he had to do that, for the Pope in his motu proprio decree has forbidden Catholics to bring a priest into court for any civil crime whatsoever. He has forbidden Catholic policemen to arrest, Catholic judges to try, and Catholic lawmakers to make laws affecting any priest of the Church of Rome. And of course we know, upon the authority of a cardinal, that the Pope is the sole, last supreme judge of what is right and wrong. He has held that position for 1,000 years and more, and wherever you consult the police records throughout the 1,000 years, you find the same entries concerning Catholic ecclesiastics. I turn to Riley's Illustrations of London Life from Original Documents, and I find in the year 1385 a certain chaplain, whose name is considerately suppressed, had a breviary stolen from him by a loose woman, because he has not given her any money, either on that night or the one previous. In 1320 John de Slaughter, a priest, is put in the Tower "for being found wandering about the city against the peace." And Richard Hayring, a priest, is indicted in the ward of Farringdon and in the ward of Crepelgate "as being a bruiser and night walker." That this has been going on for 600 years is due, not to any special corruption of the Catholic heart, but to the practice of clerical celibacy, which is contrary to nature, a transgression of fundamental instinct. It should be noted that the purpose of this transgression, which pretends to be spiritual, is really economic. It was the means whereby the church machine built up its power through the Middle Ages. The priests had children then, as they have them today, but these children not being recognized, the church machine remained the sole heir of the property of its clergy. The Church Militant. Knowing what we know today, we marvel that it was possible for Germany to prepare through so many years for her assault on civilization, and for England to have slept through it all. In exactly the same way, the historian of a generation from now will marvel that America should have slept, while the New Inquisition was planning to strangle her. For we are told with the utmost explicitness precisely what is to be done. We are to see wiped out these gains of civilization for which our race has bled and agonized for many centuries. The very gains are to serve as the means of their own destruction. Have we not heard Pope Leo tell his faithful how to take advantage of what they find in America? Our easygoing trust, our quiet certainty of liberty, our open-handed and open-homed and hail-fellow-well-met democracy? We see the army being organized and drilled under our eyes, and we can read upon its banners its purpose proclaimed. Just as the Prussian military caste had its slogan, Deutschland über alles, so the Knights of Slavery have their slogan, Make America Catholic. Their attitude to democratic institutions is attested by the fact that none of their conventions ever fails in its resolutions to deeply deplore the loss of the temporal power of our father the Pope. Their subjection to priestly domination is indicated by such resolutions as this, bearing date of May 13th, 1914. The Knights of Columbus of Texas, in annual convention assembled, prostrate at the feet of your holiness, present filial regards with assurances of loyalty and obedience to the Holy See, and request the papal blessing. On June 10th, 1912, one T.J. Carey of Palestine, Texas, wrote to Archbishop Bonzano, the apostolic delegate, "Must I, as a Catholic, surrender my political freedom to the Church? And by this I mean the right to vote for the Democratic, Socialist, or Republican parties when and where I please?" The answer was, "You should submit to the decisions of the Church, even at the cost of sacrificing political principles." And to the same effect, Monsignor Preston, in New York City, January 1st, 1888, "The man who says, 'I will take my faith from Peter, but I will not take my politics from Peter,' is not a true Catholic." Such is the papal machine, and not a day passes that it does not discover some new scheme to advance the papal glory. A Catholic battleship in the United States Navy, Catholic chaplains on all ships of the Navy, Catholic holidays, such as Columbus Day, to be celebrated by all Protestants in America. $30 million worth of church property exempted from taxation in New York City. Mission bells to be set up at the expense of the state of California. State support for parish schools, or if this cannot be had, exemption of Catholics from taxation for school purposes. So on through the list which might continue for pages. More than anything else, of course, the papal machine is concerned with education, or rather with the preventing of education. It was in its childish days that the race fell under the spell of the priestly lie. It is in his childish days that the individual can be most safely snared. Suffer little children to come unto the Catholic priest, and he will make upon their sensitive minds an impression which nothing in after life can eradicate. So the mainstay of the new Inquisition is the parish school, and its deadliest enemy is the American school system. Listen to the Reverend James Conway of the Society of Jesus in his book, The Rights of Our Little Ones. Catholic parents cannot, in conscience, send their children to American public schools, except for very grave reasons approved by the ecclesiastical authorities. While state education removes illiteracy and puts a limited amount of knowledge within the reach of all, it cannot be said to have a beneficial influence on civilization in general. The state cannot justly enforce compulsory education, even in case of utter illiteracy, so long as the essential physical and moral education are sufficiently provided for. And so, at all times and in all places, the Catholic Church is fighting the public school. Eternal vigilance is necessary, as America, the organ of the Jesuits, explains. Sometimes it is a new building code, or an attempt at taxing the school buildings, which creates hardships to the parochial and other private schools. Now it is the free textbook law that puts a double burden on the Catholics. Then again it is the unwise extension of the compulsory school age that forces children to be in school until they are 16 to 18 years old. And if you wish to know the purpose of the Catholic schools, hear Archbishop Quigley of Chicago speaking before the children of the Mary Sodality in the Holy Name Parish School. Within 20 years this country is going to rule the world. Kings and emperors will pass away, and the democracy of the United States will take their place. The West will dominate the country, and what I have seen of the Western parochial schools has proved that the generation which follows us will be exclusively Catholic. When the United States rules the world, the Catholic Church will rule the world. End of Book 3, Part 2. Book 3, The Church of the Servant Girls, Part 3, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Church Triumphant. The question may be asked, what of it? What if the Church were to rule? There are not a few Americans who believe that there have to be rich and poor, and that rule by Roman Catholics might be preferable to rule by socialists. Before you decide, at least do not fail to consider what history has to tell about priestly government. We do not have to use our imaginations in the matter, for there was once a golden age, such as Archbishop Quigley dreams of, when the power of the church was complete, when emperors and princes paid homage to her, and the civil authority made haste to carry out her commands. What was the condition of the people in those times? We are told by Lee in his History of the Inquisition that the moral condition of the laity was unutterably depraved. Uniformity of faith had been enforced by the Inquisition and its methods, and so long as faith was preserved, crime and sin was comparatively unimportant, except as a source of revenue to those who sold absolution. As Theodoric Vrie tersely puts it, hell and purgatory would be emptied if enough money could be found. The artificial standard thus created is seen in a revelation of the Virgin to Saint Birgitta that a pope who was free from heresy, no matter how polluted by sin and vice, is not so wicked but that he has the absolute power to bind and loose souls. There are many wicked popes plunged in hell, but all their lawful acts on earth are accepted and confirmed by God, and all priests who are not heretics administer true sacraments, no matter how depraved they may be. Correctness of belief was thus the sole essential. Virtue was a wholly subordinate consideration. How completely under such a system religion and morals came to be dissociated is seen in the remarks of Pius II, that the Franciscans were excellent theologians, but cared nothing about virtue. This, in fact, was the direct result of the system of persecution embodied in the Inquisition. Heretics who were admitted to be patterns of virtue were ruthlessly exterminated in the name of Christ, while in the same holy name the orthodox could purchase absolution for the vilest of crimes for a few coins. When the only unpardonable offense was persistence in some trifling error of belief, such as the poverty of Christ, when men had before them the example of their spiritual guides as leaders in vice and debauchery and contempt of sacred things, all the sanctions of morality were destroyed, and the confusion between right and wrong became hopeless. The world has probably never seen a society more vile than that of Europe in the 14th and 15th centuries. The brilliant pages of Froissart fascinate us with their pictures of the artificial courtesies of chivalry. The mystic reveries of Risbreck and of Tauler show us that spiritual life survived in some rare souls, but the mass of the population was plunged into the depths of sensuality and the most brutal oblivion of the moral law. For this, Alvaro Pelayo tells us that the priesthood were accountable, and that, in comparison with them, the laity were holy. What was that state of comparative holiness he proceeds to describe, blushing as he writes for the benefit of confessors, giving a terrible sketch of universal immorality which nothing could purify but fire and brimstone from heaven. The chroniclers do not often pause in their narrations to dwell on the moral aspects of the times, but Meyer, in his Annals of Flanders, under date of 1379, tells us that it would be impossible to describe the prevalence everywhere of perjuries, blasphemies, adulteries, hatreds, quarrels, brawls, murder, rapine, thievery, robbery, gambling, whoredom, debauchery, avarice, oppression of the poor, rape, drunkenness, and similar vices, and he illustrates his statement with the fact that in the territory of Ghent, within the space of 10 months, there occurred no less than 1,400 murders committed in the bagnios, brothels, gambling houses, taverns, and other similar places. When, in 1396, Jean Sans Peur led his crusaders to destruction at Micopolis, their crimes and cynical debauchery scandalized even the Turks, and led to the stern rebuke of Bajazet himself, who as the monk of St. Denis admits was much better than his Christian foes. The same writer, moralizing over the disaster at Agincourt, attributes it to the general corruption of the nation. Sexual relations, he says, were an alternation of disorderly lust and of incest. Commerce was naught but fraud and treachery. Avarice withheld from the church her tithes, and ordinary conversation was a succession of blasphemies. The church, set up by God as a model and protector of the people, was false to all its obligations. The bishops, through the basest and most criminal of motives, were habitual acceptors of persons. They anointed themselves with the last essence extracted from their flocks, and there was in them nothing of holy, of pure, of wise, or even of decent. God in the Schools. But that, you may say, was a long time ago. If so, let us take a modern country in which the Catholic Church has worked its will. Until recently, Spain was such a country. Now the people are turning against the clerical machine, and if you ask why, turn to Raphael Shaw's Spain from Within. On every side the people see the baleful hand of the church, interfering or trying to interfere in their domestic life, ordering the conditions of employment, draining them of their hard-won livelihood by trusts and monopolies established and maintained in the interest of the religious orders, placing obstacles in the way of their children's education, hindering them in the exercise of their constitutional rights, and deliberately ruining those of them who are bold enough to run counter to priestly dictation. Riots suddenly break out in Barcelona. They are instigated by the Jesuits. The country goes to war in Morocco. It is dragged into it solely in defense of the mines owned, actually, if not ostensibly, by the Jesuits. The consumes cannot be abolished because the Jesuits are financially interested in their continuance. We have read the statement of a Jesuit father that the state cannot justly enforce compulsory education even in case of utter illiteracy. How has that doctrine worked out in Spain? There was an official investigation of school conditions, the report appearing in the Heraldo de Madrid for November 1909. In 1857 there had been passed a law requiring a certain number of schools in each of the 79 provinces. This requirement being below the very low standards prevailing at that time in other European countries. Yet in 1909 it was found that only 4 provinces had the required number of elementary schools, and at the rate of increase then prevailing, it would have taken 150 years to catch up. 75% of the population were wholly illiterate, and 30,000 towns and villages had no government schools at all. The government owed nearly $1,500,000 in unpaid salaries to the teachers. The private schools were nearly all nuns' schools, which taught only needlework and catechism. The punishments prevailing in them were cruel and disgusting. As to the location of the schools, a report of the Minister of Education to the Cortes, the Parliament of Spain, sets forth as follows: More than 10,000 schools are on hired premises, and many of these are absolutely destitute of hygienic conditions. There are schools mixed up with hospitals, with cemeteries, with slaughterhouses, with stables. One school forms the entrance to a cemetery, and the corpses are placed on the master's table while the last responses are being said. There is a school into which the children cannot enter until the animals have been sent out to pasture. Some are so small that as soon as the warm weather begins, the boys faint for want of air and ventilation. One school is a manure heap in process of fermentation, and one of the local authorities has said that in this way the children are warmer in winter. One school in Cataluna adjoins the prison. Another, in Andalusia, is turned into an enclosure for the bulls when there is a bullfight in the town. These conditions excited the indignation of a Spanish educator by the name of Francesco Ferrer. He founded what he called a "modern school," in which the pupils should be taught science and common sense. He drew, of course, the bitter hatred of the Catholic hierarchy, which saw in the spread of his principles the end of their mastery of the people. When the Barcelona insurrection took place, they had Ferrer seized upon a charge of having been its instigator. They had him tried in secret before a military tribunal, convicted upon forged documents, and shot beneath the walls of the fortress of Montjuich. The case was thoroughly investigated by William Archer, one of England's leading critics, a man of scrupulous rectitude of mind. His conclusion is that Ferrer was absolutely innocent of the charges against him, and that his execution was the result of a clerical plot. Of Ferrer's character Archer writes: "Fragmentary though they be, the utterances which I have quoted form a pretty complete revelation. From first to last we see in him an ardent, uncompromising, incorruptible idealist. His ideals are narrow and his devotion to them fanatical, but it is devoid, if not of egoism, at any rate of self-interest and self-seeking. As he shrank from applying the money entrusted him to ends of personal luxury, so also he shrank from making his ideas and convictions subserve any personal ambition or vanity." The Menace. There are, of course, many people in America who will not rest idle while their country falls into the condition of Spain. There are anti-Catholic propaganda societies, which send out lecturers to discuss the church and its records, and this is exasperating to devout believers, who regard the church as holy and any criticism of it as blasphemy. So we have opportunity to observe the working out of the doctrine that the church is superior to the civil law. On June 12th, 1913, there came to the little town of Alwyn, Iowa, a former priest of the Catholic Church, named Jeremiah J. Crowley, to deliver a lecture exposing the papal propaganda. The Catholics of the town made efforts to intimidate the owner of the place in which the lecture was to be given. The priest of the town, Father O'Connor, preached a sermon furiously denouncing the lecturer, and after the lecture the unfortunate Crowley was surrounded by a mob of men, women, and boys, and although he was 6'3" in size, he was beaten almost to death. At the trial which followed, it developed that Father O'Connor and also his brother, a judge on the superior bench, were accessories before the fact. Nor is this a solitary instance. The Catholic military societies, with their uniforms and their armories, are not maintained for nothing. As Archbishop Quigley declared before the German Catholic Central Verein, "We have well-ordered and efficient organizations, all at the beck and nod of the hierarchy and ready to do what the church authorities tell them to do. With these bodies of loyal Catholics ready to step into the breach at any time and present an unbroken front to the enemy, we may feel secure." And so, on the evening of April 15th, 1914, a group of Catholics entered the Pierce Hotel in Denver, Colorado, overpowered a police guard, and seized the Reverend Otis L. Spurgeon, an anti-Catholic lecturer. They bound and gagged him, took him to a lonely woods, and beat him to insensibility. The same thing happened to the Reverend Augustus Barnett at Buffalo. The Reverend William Black was killed at Marshall, Texas. In each case the assailants avowed themselves Knights of Columbus, and efforts to punish them failed, because no jury can be got to convict a Catholic fighting for his pope against a godless state. The most pious Leo XIII has laid down, "It is an impious deed to break the laws of Jesus Christ for the purpose of obeying the magistrates, or to transgress the law of the church under the pretext of observing the civil law." There are papers published to warn Americans against the plotting of this political church. One of them, The Menace, has a circulation of more than 1 million, and naturally the Knights of Slavery do not enjoy reading it. Year after year they have marshaled their power to have this paper barred from the mails, so far in vain. They caused an obscenity prosecution, which failed. So finally the press rooms of the paper were blown up with dynamite. At the present time there is a Catholic Truth Society, with a publication called Truth, to oppose the anti-Catholic campaign, and that is all right, of course, except when the agents who collect the $2 subscriptions to this publication make use of untruth in their labors, promising absolution and salvation to the families, dead and living, of those who "come across" with subscriptions. In the Bulletin of the American Federation of Catholic Societies, for September, 1915, I find a record of the ceaseless plotting to bar criticism of the Catholic Church from the mails. Fitzgerald, a Tammany Catholic congressman, proposes a bill in Washington, and Judge St. Paul, of New Orleans, a member of the Federation's Law Committee, points out the difficulties in the way of such legislation. You cannot pass a law against ridiculing religion, because the Catholics want to ridicule Christian Science, Mormonism, and the Holy Ghost and Us Society. The judge thinks the purpose of the papal plotters will be accomplished if they can slip into the present law the words "scurrilous and slanderous." He hopes that this much can be done without the American people catching on. You read these things for the first time, perhaps, and you want to start an American Kulturkampf. I make haste, therefore, to restate the main thesis of this book. It is not the New Inquisition which is our enemy today. It is hereditary privilege. It is not superstition, but big business, which makes use of superstition as a wolf makes use of sheep's clothing. You remember how, when Americans first awakened to the universal corruption of our politics, we used to attribute it to the ignorant foreign vote. Turn to Lecky's Democracy and Liberty, and you will see how reformers 20 years ago explained our political depravity. But we probed deeper, and discovered that the purely American communities, such as Rhode Island, were the most corrupt of all. It dawned upon us that wherever there was a political boss paying bribes on election day, there was a captain of industry furnishing the money for the bribes, and taking some public privilege in return. So we came to realize that political corruption is merely a byproduct of big business. And when we come to probe this problem of the spread of superstition in America, this amazing renaissance of Romanism in a democracy, we find precisely the same phenomenon. It is not the poor foreigner who troubles us. Our human magic would win him, our easygoing trust, our quiet certainty of liberty, our open-handed and open-homed and hail-fellow well-met democracy. We should break down the Catholic machine, and not all the priests in the hierarchy could stop us, were it not for the Steel Trust, and the Coal Trust, and the Beef Trust, the Liquor Trust, and the Traction Trust, and the Money Trust, those masters of America who do not want citizens free and intelligent and self-governing, but who want the slave hordes as they come, ignorant, inert, physically, mentally, and morally helpless. No, do not let yourself be lured into a Kulturkampf. It is not the pennies of the servant girls which build the towering cathedrals. It is not the $2 contributions for the salvation of souls which support the Catholic Truth Society, and the Knights of Columbus, and the Holy Name Society, and the Mary Sodality, and the National Shrine of the Immaculate Conception, and all the rest of the machinery of the papal propaganda. These help, of course, but the main sources of growth are, first, the subsidies of industrial exploiters, the majority of whom are non-Catholic, and second, the privilege of public plunder granted as payment for votes by politicians who are creatures and puppets of big business. End of Book 3, Part 3. Book 3, The Church of the Servant Girls, Part 4, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Coal. The proof of these statements is written all over the industrial life of America. I will stop long enough to present an account of one industry, asking the reader to accept my statement that if space permitted I could present the same sort of proof for a dozen other industries which I have studied: the steel mills of western Pennsylvania, the meat factories of Chicago, the glass works of southern Jersey, the silk mills of Paterson, the cotton mills of North Carolina, the woolen mills of Massachusetts, the lumber camps of Louisiana, the copper mines of Michigan, the sweatshops of New York. In a lonely part of the Rocky Mountains lies a group of enormously valuable coal mines owned by the Rockefellers and other Protestant exploiters. The men who work these mines, some 12 or 15,000 in number, come from all the nations of Europe and Asia, and their fate is that of the average wage slave. I do not ask anyone to take my word, but present sworn testimony, taken by the United States Commission on Industrial Relations in 1914. Here is the way the Italian miners live, as described in a doctor's report. Houses up the canyon, so called, of which 8 are habitable, and 46 simply awful, they are disreputably disgraceful. I have had to remove a mother in labor from one part of the shack to another to keep dry. And here's the testimony of the Reverend Eugene S. Gaddis, former superintendent of the sociological department of the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company. The CF&I Company now own and rent hovels, shacks and dugouts that are unfit for the habitation of human beings and are little removed from the pigsty make of dwellings, and the people in them live on the very level of a pigsty. Frequently the population is so congested that whole families are crowded into one room. 8 persons in one small room was reported during the year. And here is what this same clergyman has to say about the bosses whom the Rockefellers employ. The camp superintendents as a whole impressed me as most uncouth, ignorant, immoral, and in many instances the most brutal set of men that I have ever met, blasphemous bullies. Sometimes the miner grows tired of being robbed of his weights, and applies for the protection which the law of the state allows him. What happens then? When a man asked for a check weighman, in the language of the super he was getting too smart. And he got what? He got it in the neck, generally. And when these wage slaves, goaded beyond endurance, went on strike, in the words of the Commission's report, 5 strikers, 1 boy and 13 women and children in the strikers' tent colony were shot to death by militiamen and guards employed by the coal companies, or suffocated and burned to death when these militiamen and guards set fire to the tents in which they made their homes. And now, what is the position of education in such camps? The Reverend James McDonald, a Methodist preacher, testified that the school building was dilapidated and unfit. One year there were 4 teachers, the next 3, and the next only 2. The teacher of the primary grade had 120 children enrolled, 90% of whom could not speak a word of English. Every little bench was seated with 2 or 3. It was overcrowded entirely, and she could hardly get walking room around there. And as to the political use made of this deliberately cultivated ignorance, former United States Senator Patterson testified that the companies controlled all elections and all nominations. Election returns from the 2 or 3 counties in which the large companies operate show that in the precincts in which the mining camps are located, the returns are nearly unanimous in favor of the men or measures approved by the companies, regardless of party. And now comes the all-important question: what of the Catholic Church and these evils? The majority of these mine slaves are Catholics. It is this church which is charged with their protection. There are priests in every town and in nearly every camp. And do we find them lifting their voices in behalf of the miners, protesting against the starving and torturing of 30 or 40,000 human beings? Do we find Catholic papers printing accounts of the Ludlow massacre? Do we find Catholic journalists on the scene reporting it, Catholic lawyers defending the strikers, Catholic novelists writing books about their troubles? We do not. Through the long agony of the 14-month strike, I know of just one Catholic priest, Father Lefevre, who had a word to say for the strikers. One of the first stories I heard when I reached the strike field was of a priest who had preached on the text that "idleness is the root of all evil," and had been reported as a "scab," and made to shut up. "Who made him?" I asked naively, thinking of his church superiors. My informant, a union miner, laughed. "We made him," he said. I talked with another priest who was prudently saving souls and could not be interested in questions of worldly greed. Max Eastman, reporting the strike in the Masses, tells of an interview with a Catholic sister. "Has the church done anything to try to help these people, or to bring about peace?" we asked. "I consider it the most useless thing in the world to attempt it," she replied. The investigating committee of Congress came to the scene, and several clergymen of the Protestant Church appeared and bore testimony to the outrages which were being committed against the strikers. But of all the Catholic priests in the district not one appeared, not one. Several Protestant clergymen testified that they had been driven from the coal camps, not because they favored the unions, but because the companies objected to having their workers educated at all. But no one ever heard of the Catholic Church having trouble with the operators. To make sure on this point I wrote to a former clergyman of Trinidad who watched the whole strike, and is now a first lieutenant in the 1st New Mexico Infantry. He answered: "The Catholic Church seemed to get along with the companies very cordially. The church was permitted in all the camps. The impression was abroad that this was due to favoritism. I honor what good the church does, but I know of no instance during the Colorado coal strike or at any other time or place, when the Catholic Church has taken any special interest in the cause of the laboring men. Many Catholics, especially the men, quit the church during the coal strike." The Unholy Alliance. Everywhere throughout America today the ultimate source of all power, political, social, and religious, is economic exploitation. To all other powers and all other organizations it speaks in these words: "Help us and you will thrive; oppose us and you will be destroyed." It has spoken to the Catholic Church, for 1600 years the friend and servant of every ruling class, and the church has hastened to fit itself into the situation, continuing its pastoral role as shepherd to the wage slave vote. In New York and Boston and Chicago the church is "democratic." So in the Elaine campaign it was possible for a Republican clergyman to describe the issue as "rum, Romanism, and rebellion." But the Holy Office was shrewd and socially ambitious, and the grand old party was desperately in need of votes, so under the regime of Mark Hanna, the president maker, there began a rapprochement between big business and the New Inquisition. Under Hanna the Catholic Church got representation in the cabinet. Under him the Cardinals' Mass became a government institution, a Catholic college came to the fore in Washington, and Catholic prelates were introduced in the role of eminent publicists, their reactionary opinions on important questions being quoted with grave solemnity by a prostitute press. It was Mark Hanna himself who founded the National Civic Federation, upon whose executive committee Catholic cardinals and archbishops might work hand in glove with Catholic labor leaders for the chloroforming of the American working class. Hannah's biographer naively calls attention to the president-maker's popularity among Catholics, high and low, and the support they gave him. Archbishop Ireland was in frequent correspondence with him, and used his influence in Mr. Hannah's behalf. And this tradition, begun under Hannah, was continued under Roosevelt, and reached its finest flower in the days of Taft, the most pliant tool of the forces of evil who has occupied the White House since the days of the slave power. President Taft was himself a Unitarian, yet it was under his administration that the Catholic Church achieved one of its dearest ambitions, and broke into the Supreme Court. Why not? We can imagine the powers of the time in conference. It is desired to pack the court against the possibility of progress. It is desired to find men who will stand like a rock against change. And who better than those who have been trained from childhood in the idea of a divine sanction for doctrine and morals? After all, what is it that hereditary privilege wants in America? A Roman Catholic code of property rights, with a supreme tribunal to play the part of an infallible pope. Under this Taft administration the country was governed by the strangest legislative alliance our history ever saw. A combination of the old guard of the Republican Party with the leaders of the Tammany Democracy of New York. Bloody Shirt Foraker, senator from Ohio, voting with the sons of those Irish Catholic mob leaders whom the federal troops shot down in the draft riots. By this unholy combination a pledge to reduce the tariff was carried out by a bill which greatly increased its burdens. By this combination the public lands and resources of the country were fed to a gang of vultures by a thievish Secretary of the Interior. And of course under such an administration the cause of religion made tremendous strides. Catholic officials were appointed to public office. Catholic ecclesiastics were accorded public honors, and Catholic favor became a means to political advancement. You might see a hard-swearing old political pirate like Uncle Joe Cannon, taking his cigar out of the corner of his blasphemous mouth, and betaking himself to the Cardinal's Day Mass, to bend his stiff knees and bow his hoary unrepentant head before a jeweled prelate on a throne. You might see an emissary of the United States government proceeding to Rome, prostrating himself before the Pope, and paying over $7 million of our taxes for lands which the filthy and sensual friars of the Philippine Islands had filched from the wretched serfs of that country, and which the wretched serfs had won back by their blood in a revolution. Secret Service. This Taft administration, urged on by the Catholic intrigue, made the most determined efforts to prevent the spread of radical thought. Because the popular magazines were opposing the plundering of the country, a bill was introduced into Congress to put them out of business by a prohibitive postal tax. The President himself devoted all his power to forcing the passage of this bill. At the same time the socialist press was handicapped by every sort of persecution. I was at that time in intimate touch with the "appeal to reason," and I know that scarcely a month passed that the Post Office Department did not invent some new "regulation" especially designed to limit its circulation. I recall one occasion when I met the editor on his way to Washington with a trunk full of letters from subscribers who complained that their postmasters refused to deliver the paper to them. And later on this same editor was prosecuted by a Catholic attorney general and sentenced to prison for seeking to awaken the people concerning the Moyer Haywood case. From my personal knowledge I can say that under the administration of President Taft, the Roman Catholic Church and the Secret Service of the federal government worked hand in hand for the undermining of the radical movement in America. Catholic lecturers toured the country, pouring into the ears of the public vile slanders about the private morality of socialists, while at the same time government detectives, paid out of public funds, spent their time seeking evidence for these Catholic lecturers to use. I know one man, a radical labor leader, whose morals happened to approach those of the average capitalist politician, and who was prevented by threats of exposure and scandal from accepting the socialist nomination for president. I know a dozen others who were shadowed and spied upon. I know one case, myself, a man who was asking a divorce from his wife and whose mail was opened for months. This subject is one on which I naturally speak with extreme reluctance. I will only say that my opponent in the suit made no charge of misconduct against me. But those in control of our political police evidently thought it likely that a man who was not living with his wife might have something to hide. So for months my every move was watched and all my mail intercepted. In such a case one might at first suspect one's private opponent, but it soon became evident that this net was cast too wide for any private agency. Not merely was my own mail opened, but the mail of all my relatives and friends, people residing in places as far apart as California and Florida. I recall the bland smile of a government official to whom I complained about this matter. "If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear." My answer was that a study of many labor cases had taught me the methods of the agent provocateur. He is quite willing to take real evidence if he can find it, but if not, he has familiarized himself with the affairs of his victim, and can make evidence which will be convincing when exploited by the yellow press. In my own case, the matter was not brought to a test, for I went abroad to live. When I made my next attack on Big Business, the Taft administration had been repudiated at the polls, and the Secret Service of the government was no longer at the disposal of the Catholic machine. Tax exemption. Today the Catholic Church is firmly established and everywhere recognized as one of the main pillars of American capitalism. It has some 15,000 churches, 14 million communicants, and property valued at $500 million. Upon this property it pays no taxes, municipal, state, or national. Which means, quite obviously, that you and I, who do not go to church, but who do pay taxes, furnish the public costs of Catholicism. We pay to have streets paved and lighted and cleaned in front of Catholic churches. We pay to have thieves kept away from them, fires put out in them, records preserved for them, all the services of civilization given to them gratis, and this in a land whose constitution provides that Congress, which includes all state and municipal legislative bodies, shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. When war is declared, and our sons are drafted to defend the country, all Catholic monks and friars, priests and dignitaries are exempted. They are ministers of religion, whereas we socialists may not even have the status of conscientious objectors. We do not teach religion. We only teach justice and humanity, decency and truth. In defense of this tax exemption graft, the stock answer is that the property is being used for purposes of education or charity. It is a school in which children are being taught that liberty of conscience is a most pestiferous error, from which arises revolution, corruption, contempt of sacred things, holy institutions and laws. Pius IX. It is a house of refuge, to which wayward girls are committed by Catholic magistrates, and in which they are worked 12 hours a day in a laundry or a clothing sweatshop. Or it is a parish house, in which a celibate priest lives under the care of an attractive young housekeeper. Or it is a nunnery, in which young girls are held against their will and fed upon the scraps from their sisters' plates to teach them humility, and taught to lie before the altar, prostrate in the form of a cross, while their superiors walk upon their bodies to impress the religious virtues. I was a teacher in the Catholic schools up to a very recent period, writes the woman friend who tells me of these customs, and I know about the whole awful system which endeavors to throttle every genuine impulse of the human will. Concerning a large part of this church property, the claim of "religious" use has not even the shadow of justification. In every large city of America you will find acres of land owned by the Catholic machine, and supposed to be the future site of some institution. But as time goes on and property values increase, the church decides to build on a cheaper site, and proceeds to cash in the profits of its investment, precisely as does any other real estate speculator. Everywhere you turn in the history of Romanism you find it at this same game, doing business under the cloak of philanthropy and in the holy name of Christ. Read the letter which the Catholic Bishop of Mexico sent to the Pope in 1647, complaining of the Jesuit fathers and their boundless graft. In McCabe's Candid History of the Jesuits appears a summary. A remarkable account is given of the worldly property of the fathers. They hold, it seems, the greater part of the wealth of Mexico. 2 of their colleges own 300,000 sheep, besides cattle and other property. They own 6 large sugar refineries, worth from $500,000 to $1,000,000 crowns each, and making an annual profit of 100,000 crowns each, while all the other monks and clergy of Mexico together own only 3 small refineries. They have immense farms, rich silver mines, large shops and butcheries, and do a vast trade. Yet they continually intrigue for legacies. A woman has recently left them 70,000 crowns, and they refuse to pay the appointed tithe on them. It is piquant to add to this authoritative description that the Jesuit congregation at Rome were still periodically forbidding the fathers to engage in commerce, and Jesuit writers still gravely maintain that the society never engaged in commerce, It should be added that the missionaries were still heavily subsidized by the King of Spain, that there were, the bishop says, only 5 or 6 Jesuits to each of their establishments, and that they conducted only 10 colleges. End of Book 3, Part 4. Book 3, The Church of the Servant Girls, Part 5, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Holy History. And if you think this tax exemption privilege should be taken away from the church grafters, let me suggest a course of procedure. Write a letter about it to your daily newspaper, and if the letter is not published, go and see the editor and ask why. So you will learn something about the partnership between superstition and big business. It is not too much to say that today no daily newspaper in any large American city dares to attack the emoluments of the Catholic Church, or to advocate restrictions upon the ecclesiastical machine. As I write, they are making a new Catholic bishop in Los Angeles, and all the newspapers of that graft-ridden city herald it as an important social event. Each paper has the picture of the new prelate, with his shepherd's crook upraised, his empty face crowned with a rhomboidal fool's cap, and enough upholstery on him to outfit a grand opera company. The Los Angeles Examiner, the only paper in the city with a pretense to radicalism, turns loose its star writer, one of those journalist virtuosos who will describe you a Wild West rodeo one day, and a society elopement the next, and a GOP convention the next, and always with his picture, 1 inch square, at the head of his effusion. He takes in the Catholic festivity, and does it faze him? It does not. He is a newspaper man, and if his city editor sent him to hell, he would take the assignment and write like the devil. To read him now, you might think he had been reared in a convent. His soul is uplifted, and he bursts forth in pure spontaneous ecstasy. Solemnly magnificent, every brilliant detail symbolically picturing the holy history of the Roman Catholic Church in the inexorable progress of its immense structure, which rises from the Rock of Peter, with its beacons of faith and devotion piercing the fog of doubt and fear which surround the world and the worldly, was the ceremony yesterday at the Cathedral of St. Vibiana, whereby Bishop John J. Cantwell was installed in his diocese of Monterey and Los Angeles. And then, a month later, comes another occasion of state, the 23rd annual banquet of the Merchants and Manufacturers Association of Los Angeles. I should have to write a little essay to make clear the sociological significance of that function, explaining first a nationwide organization which has been proven by congressional investigation and by the publication of its secret documents to be a machine for the corruption of our political life, and then exhibiting our City of the Angels, from which all angels have long since fled, a city in the first crude stage of land speculation, without order, dignity, or charm, a city of real estate agents, who exist by selling climate to new arrivals from the East, a city whose intellectual life is boosting, whose standards of truth are those of the horse trade. Its newspapers publish a table of temperatures, showing the daily contrast between Southern California and the East. This device is effective in the winter time, but last June, when for 5 days the temperature went to over 110, and several times 114, the Los Angeles space was left empty. In the same way, there is a rule that our earthquake shocks are never mentioned, unless they destroy whole towns. On the afternoon of January 26, 1918, a cyclone hit Pasadena, of violence sufficient to lift a barn over a church steeple and deposit it in the pastor's front yard. That evening a friend of mine in Los Angeles called up the office of the Times to make inquiry, and although they are only 13 miles away and have a branch office and a special correspondent in Pasadena, the answer was that they had heard nothing about the cyclone. And next morning I made a careful search of their columns. On the front page I read, "Fourth blizzard of season raging in East." Also, "Another earthquake in Guatemala," but not a line about the Pasadena cyclone. That there was plenty of space in that issue, you may judge from the fact that there were 20 headlines like the following, many of them representing full-page and half-page illustrated write-ups. Where spring is January. Wealth waits in California. The bright side of Sunshine Land. Come to California. Southland's arms outstretched in cordial invitation to the East. Flower stands make gay city streets. Southland climate big manufacturing factor. Joy of life demonstrated in Los Angeles's beautiful homes. Nymphs knit and bathe at ocean's sunny beach, etc. Now we are in the war, and our business is booming. We are making money hand over fist. It is all the more delightful because we are putting our souls into it. We are lending our money to the government and saving the world for democracy. Our labor unionists have been driven to other cities, and our Mexican agitators and IWWs are in jail. So, in the gilt ballroom of our palatial $6 a day hotel, the 400 masters of our prosperity meet to pat themselves on the back, and they invite the new Catholic bishop to come and confer the grace of God upon their eating. The bishop comes, and I take up the Times, the labor-hating, labor-baiting, fire and slaughter-breathing Times, and here is the episcopal picture on the front page, the arms stretched 4 columns wide in oratorical beneficence. How the shepherd of Jesus does love the merchants and manufacturers! How his eloquence is poured out upon them! You represent, gentlemen, the largest and the most civilizing secular body in the country. You are the pioneers of American civilization. I am glad to be among you, glad that my lines have fallen in this glorious land by the sunset sea, and honored to meet in intimate acquaintance the big men who have raised here in a few years a city of metropolitan proportions. And then, bearing in mind his responsibilities as guardian of exploitation, the bishop goes on to tell them about the coming class war. On the one side a statesman preaching patience and respect for vested rights, strict observance of public faith; on the other a demagogue speaking about the tyranny of capitalists and usurers. And then, of course, the inevitable religious tag, "How will men obey you if they believe not in God, who is the author of all authority?" At which, according to the Times, prolonged applause and cheers from the merchants and manufacturers. The editor of the Times goes back to his office, and inspired by this episcopal eloquence, writes a leader with the statement that "We have no proletariat in America." Das Centrum. In order to see clearly the ultimate purpose of this unholy alliance, this union of superstition and the Merchants and Manufacturers Association, we have to go to Europe, where the arrangement has been working for 1,000 years. In Europe today we see the whole world in conflict with a band of criminals who have been able to master the minds and lives of 100 million highly civilized people. As I write, the Junker aristocracy is at bay and soon to have its throat cut. But there comes a Holy Father to its rescue, with the cross of Jesus uplifted, and a series of pleas for mercy, written in Vienna, edited in Berlin, and sent out from Rome. The Holy Father loves all mankind with a tender and touching love. His heart bleeds at the sight of bloodshed and suffering, and he pleads the sacred cause of peace on earth and goodwill toward men. But what was the Holy Father doing through the 43 years that the Potsdam gang were preparing for their assault on the world? How was the Holy Father manifesting his love of peace and goodwill? He is, you understand, the sole, last, supreme judge of what is right and wrong. And his followers obey him with the utmost promptness and devotion. They express themselves as prostrate at his feet. And when the masters of Prussia came to him and said, "Give us the power to turn this nation into the world's greatest military empire," what did the Roman Church answer? Did it speak boldly for the gentle Jesus and the cause of peace on earth and goodwill towards men? No, it did not. To Bismarck in Germany it said, precisely as it said to Mark Hanna in America, "Give us honors and prestige, give us power over the minds of the young, so that we may plunder the poor, and build our cathedrals, and feed fat our greed. And in return we will furnish you with votes, so that you may rule the state and do what you will." You think there is exaggeration in that statement? Why, we know the very names of the prelates with whom the master cynic of the Junkerthum made his deal. He had tried the method of the Kulturkampf and had failed, but before he repealed the anti-Catholic laws, he made sure that the Church had learned its lesson, and would never more oppose the Prussian ruling caste. We know how this bargain was carried out. We have the record of the Centrum, the Catholic party of Germany, whose 100 deputies were the solid rock upon which the military regime of Prussia was erected. Not a battleship nor a Zeppelin was built for which the Black Terror did not vote the funds. Not a school child was beaten in Posen or Alsace that the new Inquisition did not shout its "Halt!" The writer sat in the visitors' gallery of the Reichstag when the Socialists were protesting against the torturing of miserable Herreros in Africa, and he heard the deputies of the Holy Father's political party screaming their rage like jaguars in a jungle night. All over Europe the Catholic Church organized fake labor unions, the Yellows, as they were called, to scab upon the workers and undermine the revolutionary movement. The Holy Father himself issued precise instructions for the management of these agencies of betrayal. Hear the most pious and benevolent Leo XIII. They must pay special and principal attention to piety and morality, and their internal discipline must be directed precisely by these considerations, otherwise they entirely lose their special character, and come to be very little better than those societies which take no account of religion at all. It is so hard, you see, to keep a man thinking about piety and morality while he is starving. I am quoting from the encyclical letter on "The Condition of Labor," issued in 1891 and addressed "To our venerable brethren, all patriarchs, primates, archbishops and bishops of the Catholic world, in grace and communion with the Apostolic See." The purpose of the letter is "to refute false teaching," and the substance of its message is: This great labor question cannot be solved except by assuming as a principle that private property must be held sacred and inviolable. And again the purpose of churches, proclaimed in language as frank as any used in the present book. The chief thing to be secured is the safeguarding, by legal enactment and policy, of private property. Most of all it is essential in these times of covetous greed to keep the multitude within the line of duty. For if all may justly strive to benefit their condition, yet neither justice nor the common good allows any one to seize that which belongs to another, or, under the pretext of futile and ridiculous equality, to lay hands on other people's fortunes. And this, you understand, in lands where rapine and conquest, class tyranny and priestly domination have been the custom since the dawn of history, in which no property right can possibly trace back to any other basis than force. In Austria, for example, Austria, the leader and guardian of the Holy Alliance, Austria, which had no Reformation, no Revolution, no Kulturkampf, Austria, in which the income of the Catholic primate is $625,000 a year. In other words, Austria is still to a large extent a priestly empire, and it was Austria which began the war, began it in a religious quarrel, with a Slav people which does not acknowledge the Holy Father as the ruler of the world, but persists in adhering to the Eastern Church. So of course today, when Austria is learning the bitter lesson that they who draw the sword shall perish by the sword, the heart of the Holy Father is wrung with grief, and he sends out these eloquent peace notes, written in Vienna and edited in Berlin. And at the same time his private chaplain is convicted and sentenced to prison for life as Austria's master spy in Rome. It is a curious thing to observe, the natural instinct which, all over the world, draws superstition and exploitation together. This war, which is hailed as a war against autocracy, might almost as accurately be described as a war against the clerical system. Wherever in the world you find the papal power strong, there you find sympathy with the Prussian infamy, and there you find German intrigue. In Spain, for example, in Ireland and Quebec, and in the Argentine. The treatment of Belgium was a little too raw, too many priests were shot at the outset, and so Cardinal Mercier denounces the Germans. But you notice that he pleads in vain with the Vatican, which stands firm by its beloved Austria, and against the godless kingdom of Italy. The Kaiser allows the hope of restoration of the temporal power at the peace settlement, and meantime the law forbidding the presence of the Jesuits in Germany has been repealed, and all over the world the propagandists of this order are working for the Kaiser. Sir Roger Casement was raised a Catholic, and so also Jim Larkin, the Irish labor leader who is touring America denouncing the Allies. The Catholic Bishop of Melbourne opposed and beat conscription in Australia, and it was Catholic propaganda of treachery among the ignorant peasant soldiers from Sicily which caused the breaking of the Italian line at Tolmino. So deeply has this instinct worked that, In the fall of 1917, while the Socialist Party in New York was campaigning for immediate peace, the Catholic Irish suddenly forgot their ancient horrors. The Catholic Freeman's Journal published 9 articles favoring socialism in a single issue, while even The Tablet, the diocesan paper, began to discover that the socialists were not such bad fellows after all. The same Tablet which a few years ago allowed Father Belford to declare that socialists were mad dogs who should be stopped with a bullet. P.S. The reader will be interested to know that for the statements on page 155, Upton Sinclair was described as a scoundrel by a former Prime Minister of the Austrian Empire, and brought suit against the gentleman, and after a court trial was awarded damages of 500,000 crowns, about $7 in American money. End of Book 3, Part 5. End of Book 3. Book 4, The Church of the Slavers, Part 1, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Church of the Slavers. Be, underneath the crown of thorn, the eyeballs fierce, the features grim, and merrily from night to morn we chaunt his praise and worship him. Great Christus Jingo, at whose feet Christian and Jew and atheist meet. A wondrous God, most fit for those who cheat on change, then creep to prayer. Blood on his heavenly altar flows, hell's burning incense fills the air. And death attests in street and lane the hideous glory of his reign. Buchanan. Face of Caesar. The thesis of this book is the effect of fixed dogma in producing mental paralysis, and the use of this mental paralysis by economic exploitation. From that standpoint, the various Protestant sects are better than the Catholic, but not much better. The Catholics stand upon tradition, the Protestants upon an inspired word. But since this word is the entire literary product, history and biography, science and legislation, poetry, drama, and fiction, of a whole people for something like 1,000 years, it is possible by judicious selection of texts to prove anything you wish to prove, and to justify anything you wish to do. The Holy Book, being full of polygamy, slavery, rape, and wholesale murder, committed by priests and rulers under the direct orders of God, it was a very simple matter for the Protestant slavers to construct a Bible defense of their system. They get poor Jesus because he was given to irony, that most dangerous form of utterance. If he could come back to life, and see what men have done with his little joke about the face of Caesar on the Roman coin, I think he would drop dead. As for Paul, he was a Roman bureaucrat, with no nonsense in his make-up. When he ordered, "Servants, obey your masters," he meant exactly what he said. The Roman official stamp which he put upon the gospel of Jesus has been the salvation of the slavers from the Reformation on. In the time of Martin Luther, the peasants of Germany were suffering the most atrocious and awful misery. Luther himself knew about it. He had denounced the princely robbers and the priestly land exploiters with that picturesque violence of which he was a master. But nothing had been done about it, nothing ever is done about it, until at last the miserable peasants attempted to organize and win their own rights. Their demands do not seem to us so very criminal as we read them today. The privilege of electing their own pastors, the abolition of villenage, the right to hunt and fish and cut wood in the forest, the reduction of exorbitant rents, extra payment for extra labor, and that universal cry of peasant communes, whether in Russia, England, Mexico, or 16th century Germany, the restoration to the village of lands taken by fraud. But Luther would hear nothing of slaves asserting their own rights, and took refuge in the Pauline sociology. If they really wished to follow Christ, they would drop the sword and resort to prayer. The gospel has to do with spiritual, not temporal affairs. Earthly society cannot exist without inequalities, etc. And when the peasants went on in spite of this, he turned upon them and denounced them to the princes. He issued proclamations, which might have been the instructions of Mr. John Wanamaker to the police force of his City of Brotherly Love. One cannot answer a rebel with reason, but the best answer is to hit him with the fist until blood flows from the nose. He issued a letter "against the murderous and thieving mob of peasants," which might have come from the Reverend Wolfkin, Fifth Avenue pastor of Standard Oil. The ass needs to be beaten, and the populace needs to be controlled with a strong hand. God knew this well, and therefore he gave the rulers, not a fox's tail, but a sword. He implored these rulers, after the fashion of Methodist Chancellor Day of the University of Syracuse, "Do not be troubled about the severity of their repression, for it will save many souls." With such pious exhortations in their ears, the princes set to work, and slaughtered 100,000 of the miserable wretches. They completely aborted the social hopes of the Reformation, and cast humanity into the pit of wage slavery and militarism for 4 centuries. As a church scholar, Professor Rauschenbusch puts it, "The glorious years of the Lutheran Reformation were from 1517 to 1525, when the whole nation was in commotion, and a great revolutionary tidal wave seemed to be sweeping every class and every higher interest one step nearer to its ideal of life. The Lutheran Reformation had been most truly religious and creative when it embraced the whole of human life, and enlisted the enthusiasm of all ideal men and movements. When it became religious in the narrow sense, it grew scholastic and spiny, quarrelsome, and impotent to awaken high enthusiasm and noble life." Deutschland über alles. As a result of Luther's treason to humanity, his church became the state church of Prussia, and Bible worship and devil terror played their part, along with the Mass and the confessional, in building up the Junker dream. A court official, the Oberhofprediger, was set up, and from that time on the Hohenzollerns were the most pious criminals in Europe. Frederick the Great, the ancestral genius, was an atheist and a scoffer, but he believed devoutly in religion for his subjects. He said, "If my soldiers were to begin to think, not one would remain in the ranks." And Carlyle, instinctive friend of autocrats, tells with jocular approval how he kept them from thinking. He recognizes the uses of religion, takes a good deal of pains with his preaching clergy, will suggest texts to them, and for the rest expects to be obeyed by them, as by his sergeants and corporals. Indeed, the reverend men feel themselves to be a body of spiritual sergeants, corporals, and captains, to whom obedience is the rule, and discontent a thing not to be indulged in by any means. So the soldiers stayed in the ranks, and Frederick raided Silesia and Poland. His successors ordered all the Protestant sects into one, so that they might be more easily controlled, from which time the Lutheran Church has been a department of the Prussian state, in some cases a branch of the municipal authority. In 1848, when the people of various German states demanded their liberty, it was an ultra-pious King of Prussia who sent his troops and shot them down, precisely as Luther had advised to shoot down the peasants. At this time the future maker of the German Empire rose in the Landtag and made his bow before the world. A young Prussian land magnate, Otto von Bismarck by name, he shook his fist in the face of the new German liberalism, and incidentally of the new German infidelity. Christianity is the solid basis of Prussia, and no state erected upon any other foundation can permanently exist. The present Hohenzollern has diligently maintained this tradition of his line. It was his custom to tour the empire in a train of blue and white cars, carrying as many costumes as any stage favorite, most of them military. With him on the train went the Prussian god, and there was scarcely a performance at which this god did not appear, also in military costume. After the failure of the Kulturkampf, the official Lutheran religion was ordered to make friends with its ancient enemy, the Catholic Church. Said the Kaiser, "I make no difference between the adherents of the Catholic and Protestant creeds. Let them both stand upon the foundation of Christianity, and they are both bound to be true citizens and obedient subjects. Then the German people will be the rock of granite upon which our Lord God can build and complete his work of Kultur in the world." And here is the oath required of the Catholic clergy upon their admission to equality of trustworthiness with their Protestant confrères. "I will be submissive, faithful, and obedient to His Royal Majesty, and his lawful successors in the government, as my most gracious King and Sovereign, promote his welfare according to my ability, prevent injury and detriment to him, and particularly endeavor carefully to cultivate in the minds of the people under my care a sense of reverence and fidelity towards the King, love for the fatherland, obedience to the laws, and all those virtues which in a Christian denote a good citizen. And I will not suffer any man to teach or act in a contrary spirit. In particular, I vow that I will not support any society or association, either at home or abroad, which might endanger the public security, and will inform His Majesty of any proposal made, either in my diocese or elsewhere, which might prove injurious to the state." And later on this heaven-guided ruler conceived the scheme of a Berlin-Baghdad railway, for which he needed one religion more. He paid a visit to Constantinople, and made another debut and produced another god, with the result that millions of Turks are fighting under the belief that the Kaiser is a convert to the faith of Mohammed. Der Tag. All this was, of course, in preparation for the great event to which all good Germans looked forward, to which all German officers drank their toasts at banquets the day. This glorious day came, and the field gray armies marched forth, and the Pauline Lutheran God marched with them. The Kaiser, as usual, acted as spokesman. Remember that the German people are the chosen of God. On me, the German Emperor, the Spirit of God has descended. I am His sword, His weapon, and His viceregent. Woe to the disobedient, and death to cowards and unbelievers. As to the Prussian state religion, its attitude to the war is set forth in a little book written by a high clerical personage, the Herr Consistorialrat Dietrich Vorwerk, containing prayers and hymns for the soldiers, and for the congregations at home. Here is an appeal to the Lord God of battles. Though the warrior's bread be scanty, do thou work daily death and tenfold woe unto the enemy. Forgive in merciful long-suffering each bullet and each blow which misses its mark. Lead us not into the temptation of letting our wrath be too tame in carrying out thy divine judgment. Deliver us and our ally from the infernal enemy and his servants on earth. Thine is the kingdom, the German land. May we, by the aid of thy steel-clad hand, achieve the fame and the glory. It is this Herr Consistorialrat who has perpetuated the great masterpiece of humor of the war, the hymn in which he appeals to that God who keeps guard over cherubims, seraphim, and zeppelins. You have to say over the German form of these words in order to get the effect of their delicious melody. Cherubinnen, seraphinnen, zeppelinen. And lest you think that this too musical clergyman is a rara avis, turn to the little book which has been published in English under the same title as Herr Vorwerk's Hurrah and Hallelujah. Here is the Reverend S. Lehmann. Germany is the center of God's plans for the world. Germany's fight against the whole world is in reality the battle of the spirit against the whole world's infamy, falsehood, and devilish cunning. And here is Pastor K. Koenig. It was God's will that we should will the war. And Pastor J. Rump. Our defeat would mean the defeat of His Son in humanity. We fight for the cause of Jesus within mankind. And here is an eminent theological professor. The deepest and most thought-inspiring result of the war is the German God, not the national God such as the lower nations worship, but our God, who is not ashamed of belonging to us, the peculiar acquirement of our heart. King Cotton. It is a cheap way to gain applause in these days to denounce the Prussian system. My only purpose is to show that Bible worship, precisely as saint worship or totem worship, delivers the worshipper up to the slavers. This truth has held in America, precisely as in Prussia. During the middle of the last century there was fought out a mighty issue in our free republic. And what was the part played in this struggle by the Bible cults? Hear the testimony of William Lloyd Garrison. American Christianity is the main pillar of American slavery. Hear Parker Pillsbury. We had almost to abolish the church before we could reach the dreadful institution at all. In the year 1818, the Presbyterian General Assembly, which represented the churches of the South as well as of the North, passed by a unanimous vote a resolution to the effect that "slavery is utterly inconsistent with the law of God, which requires us to love our neighbor as ourselves." But in a generation the views of the entire South, including the Presbyterian Church, had changed entirely. What was the reason? Had the law of God been altered? Had some new "revelation" been handed down? Nothing of the kind. It was merely that a Yankee by the name of Eli Whitney had perfected a machine to take the seeds out of short staple cotton. The cotton crop of the South increased from 4,000 bales in 1791 to 450,000 in 1820, and 5,400,000 in 1860. There was a new monarch, King Cotton, and his empire depended upon slaves. According to the custom of monarchs since the dawn of history, he hired the ministers of God to teach that what he wanted was right and holy. From one end of the South to the other the pulpits rang with the text, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant to servants shall he be to his brethren." The learned Bishop Hopkins, in his "Bible View of Slavery," gave the standard interpretation of this text: The Almighty, foreseeing the total degradation of the Negro race, ordained them to servitude or slavery under the descendants of Shem and Japheth, doubtless because he judged it to be their fittest condition. I might fill the balance of this volume with citations from defenses of the peculiar institution, in the name of Jesus Christ, and not only from the South, but from the North. For it must be understood that leading families of Massachusetts and New York owed their power to slavery. Their fathers had brought molasses from New Orleans and made it into rum, and taken it to the coast of Africa to be exchanged for slaves for the Southern planters. And after this trade was outlawed, the slave-grown cotton had still to be shipped to the North and spun. So the traders of the North must have divine sanction for the fugitive slave law. Here is the Bishop of Vermont declaring, "The slavery of the Negro race appears to me to be fully authorized both in the Old and New Testaments." Here in the True Presbyterian of New York, giving the decision of a clerical man of the world, "There is no debasement in it. It might have existed in paradise, and it may continue through the millennium." And when the slave-holding oligarchy of the South rose in arms against those who presumed to interfere with this divine institution, the men of God of the South called down blessings upon their armies, in words which, with the proper change of names, might have been spoken in Berlin in August 1914. Thus Dr. Thornwell, one of the leading Presbyterian divines of the South: "The triumph of Lincoln's principles is the death knell of slavery. Let us crush the serpent in the egg." And the Reverend Dr. Smith of Charleston: "The war is a war against slavery, and is therefore treasonable rebellion against the word, providence, and government of God." I read in the papers, as I am writing, how the clergy of Germany are thundering against President Wilson's declaration that that country must become democratic. Here is a manifesto of the German Evangelical League, made public on the 400th anniversary of the Reformation. "We especially warn against the heresy, promulgated from America, that Christianity enjoins democratic institutions, and that they are an essential condition of the kingdom of God on earth. In exactly the same way the religious bodies of the entire South united in an address to Christians throughout the world early in the year 1863. The recent proclamation of the President of the United States seeking the emancipation of the slaves of the South is in our judgment occasion of solemn protest on the part of the people of God. End of Book 4, Part 1. Book 4, The Church of the Slavers, Part 2, of The Prophets of Religion, by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Witches and Women. To whatever part of the world you travel, to whatever page of history you turn, you find the endowed and established clergy using the word of God in defense of whatever form of slave driving may then be popular and profitable. 200 or 300 years ago it was the custom of Protestant divines in England and America to hang poor old women as witches. Only 150 years ago we find John Wesley, founder of Methodism, declaring that the giving up of witchcraft is in effect the giving up of the Bible. And if you investigate this witch burning, you will find that it is only one aspect of a blot upon civilization, the Christian misogyny. You see, there were two Hebrew legends, one that woman was made out of a man's rib, and the other that she ate an apple. Therefore, in modern England, a wife must be content with a legal status lower than a domestic servant. Perhaps the most comical of the clerical claims is this, that Christianity has promoted chivalry and respect for womanhood. In ancient Greece and Rome the woman was the equal and helpmate of man. We read in Tacitus about the splendid women of the Germans, who took part in public councils and even fought in battles. 2,000 years before the Christian era, we are told by Maspero that the Egyptian woman was the mistress of her house. She could inherit equally with her brothers, and had full control of her property. We are told by Paturé that she was juridically the equal of man, having the same rights and being treated in the same fashion. But in present-day England, under the common law, woman can hold no office of trust or power, and her husband has the sole custody of her person, and of her children while minors. He can steal her children, rob her of her clothing, and beat her with a stick, provided it is no thicker than his thumb. While I was in London, the highest court handed down a decision on the law which does not permit a woman to divorce her husband for infidelity, unless it has been accompanied by cruelty. A man had brought his mistress into his home, and compelled his wife to work for and wait upon her, and the decision was that this was not cruelty in the meaning of the law. And if you say that this enslavement of woman has nothing to do with religion, that ancient Hebrew fables do not control modern English customs, then listen to the Vicar of Crantock, preaching at St. Crantock's, London, August 27th, 1905, and explaining why women must cover their heads in church. 1. Man's priority of creation. Adam was first formed, then Eve. 2. The manner of creation. The man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man. 3. The purport of creation. The man was not created for the woman, but the woman for the man. 4. Results in creation. The man is the image of the glory of God, but woman is the glory of man. 5. Woman's priority in the fall. Adam was not deceived, but the woman, being deceived, was in the transgression. 6. The marriage relation. As the church is subject to Christ, so let the wives be to their husbands. 7. The headship of man and woman. The head of every man is Christ, but the head of the woman is man. I say there is no modern evil which cannot be justified by these ancient texts, and there is nowhere in Christendom a clergy which cannot be persuaded to cite them at the demand of ruling classes. In the city where I write, 3 clergymen are being sent to jail for 6 months for protesting against the use of the name of Jesus in the wholesale slaughter of men. Now, I am backing this war. I know that it has to be fought, and I want to see it fought as hard as possible. But I want to leave Jesus out of it, for I know that Jesus did not believe in war, and never could have been brought to support a war. I object to clerical cant on the subject. And I note that an eminent theological authority, Billy Sunday, appears to agree with me, for I find him on the front page of my morning paper assailing the 3 pacifist clergymen, and making his appeal not to Jesus, but to the bloodthirsty tribal deity of the ancient Hebrews. I suppose they think they know more than God Almighty, who commanded the sun to stand still while Joshua won the battle for the Lord, more than the God who made Samson strong so he could slay thousands of his nation's enemies in a righteous cause. Right you are, Billy. And if the capitalist system continues to develop unchecked, we shall some day see it dawn upon the masters of the world how wasteful it is to permit these superannuated workers to perish by slow starvation. So much more sensible to make use of them. So we shall have a Bible defense of cannibalism. We shall hear our evangelists quoting Leviticus, "They shall eat the flesh of their own sons and daughters." Or perhaps some of our leisure class ladies might make the discovery that the flesh of working class babies is relished by Pomeranians and poodles. If so, the Billy Sundays of the 21st century may discover the text, "Happy shall be he that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones." Moth and rust. It is especially interesting to notice what happens when the Bible texts work against the interests of the slavers and their clerical retainers. Then they are null and void, and no matter how precise and explicit and unmistakable they may be. Take for example the Sabbath injunction, 6 days shalt thou labor and do all that thou hast to do. Karl Marx records of the pious England of his time that occasionally in rural districts a day laborer is condemned to imprisonment for desecrating the Sabbath by working in his front garden. The same laborer is punished for breach of contract if he remains away from his metal, paper, or glass works on the Sunday, even if it be from a religious whim. The orthodox parliament will hear nothing of Sabbath breaking if it occurs in the process of expanding capital. Or consider the attitude of the church in the matter of usury. Throughout ancient Hebrew history, the moneylender was an outcast. Both the law and the prophets denounced him without mercy, and it was made perfectly clear that what was meant was not the taking of high interest, but the taking of any interest whatsoever. The early church fathers were explicit, and the Catholic Church for 1,000 years consigned money-lenders unhesitatingly to hell. But then came the modern commercial system, and the money-lenders became the masters of the world. There is no more amusing illustration of the perversion of human thought than the efforts of the Jesuit casuists to escape from the dilemma into which their heavenly guides had trapped them. Here, for example, is Alfonso Liguori, a Spanish Jesuit of the 18th century, a doctor of the Church, now worshipped as Saint Alphonsus, presenting a long and elaborate theory of mental usury, concluding that, if the borrower pay interest of his own free will, the lender may keep it. In answer to the question whether the lender may keep what the borrower pays not out of gratitude but out of fear that otherwise loans will be refused to him in future, Liguori says that to be usury it must be paid by reason of a contract, or as justly due. Payment by reason of such a fear does not cause interest to be paid as an actual price. Again, the great saint and doctor tells us that it is not usury to exact something in return for the danger and expense of regaining the principal. Could the house of J.P. Morgan and Company ask more of their ecclesiastical department? The reader may think that such sophistications are now out of date, but he will find precisely the same knavery in the efforts of present-day slavers to fit Jesus Christ into the system of competitive commercialism. Jesus, as we have pointed out, was a carpenter's son, a thoroughly class-conscious proletarian. He denounced the exploiters of his own time with ferocious bitterness. He drove the money changers out of the temple with whips, and he finally died the death of a common criminal. If he had foreseen the whole modern cycle of capitalism and wage slavery, he could hardly have been more precise in his exhortations to his followers to stand apart from it. But did all this avail him? Not in the least. I place upon the witness stand an exponent of Bible Christianity whom all readers of our newspapers know well. A scholar of learning, a publicist of renown, once pastor of the most famous church in Brooklyn, now editor of our most influential religious weekly, a liberal both in theology and politics, a modernist, an advocate of what he calls industrial democracy. His name is Lyman Abbott, and he is writing under his own signature in his own magazine, his subject being The Ethical Teachings of Jesus. Several times I have tried to persuade people that the words I am about to quote were actually written and published by this eminent doctor of divinity, and people have almost refused to believe me. Therefore I specify that the article may be found in the Outlook, the bound volumes of which are in all large libraries, volume 94, page 576. The words are as follows, the boldface being Dr. Abbott's, not mine. My radical friend declares that the teachings of Jesus are not practicable, that we cannot carry them out in life, and that we do not pretend to do so. Jesus, he reminds us, said, "Lay not up for yourself treasures upon earth." And Christians do universally lay up for themselves treasures upon earth. Every man that owns a house and lot, or a share of stock in a corporation, or a life insurance policy, or money in a savings bank, has laid up for himself treasure upon earth. But Jesus did not say, "Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth." He said, "Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal." And no sensible American does. Moth and rust do not get at Mr. Rockefeller's oil wells, nor at the Sugar Trust's sugar. And thieves do not often break through and steal a railway or an insurance company or a savings bank. What Jesus condemned was hoarding wealth. Strange as it may sound to some of the readers of this book, I count myself among the followers of Jesus of Nazareth. His example has meant more to me than that of any other man, and all the experiences of my revolutionary life have brought me nearer to him. Living in the great metropolis of Mammon, I have felt the power of privilege, its scourge upon my back, its crown of thorns upon my head. When I read that article in the Outlook, I felt just as Jesus himself would have felt, and I sat down and wrote a letter. To Lyman Abbott. This discovery of a new method of interpreting the Bible is one of such very great interest and importance that I cannot forbear to ask space to comment upon it. May I suggest that Dr. Abbott elaborate this exceedingly fruitful lee, and write us another article upon the extent to which the teachings of the inspired word are modified by modern conditions, by the progress of invention and the scientific arts? The point of view which Dr. Abbott takes is one which had never occurred to me before, and I had therefore been completely mistaken as to the attitude of Jesus on the question. Also, I have, like Dr. Abbott, many radical friends who are still laboring under error. Jesus goes on to bid his hearers, "Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin." What an apt simile is this for the "great mass of American wealth" in Dr. Abbott's portrayal of it. It is serving the community, he tells us. It is building a railway to open a new country to settlement by the homeless. It is operating a railway to carry grain from the harvests of the West to the unfed millions of the East, etc. Incidentally, it is piling up dividends for its pious owners, and so everybody is happy, and Jesus, if he should come back to earth, could never know that he had left the abodes of bliss above. Truly, there should be a new school of Bible interpretation founded upon this brilliant idea. Jesus says, "Therefore, when thou doest thine alms, do not sound a trumpet before thee, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may have glory of men." Verily not, for of what avail are trumpets, compared with the millions of copies of newspapers which daily go forth to tell of Mr. Rockefeller's benefactions? How transitory are they, compared with the graven marble or granite which Mr. Carnegie sets upon the front of each of his libraries? There is the paragraph, "Neither shalt thou swear by thy head, because thou canst not make one hair white or black." I have several among my friends who are Quakers, presumably Dr. Abbott has also, and he should not fail to point out to them the changes which scientific discovery has wrought in the significance of this command against swearing. We can now make our hair either white or black, or a combination of both. We can make it a brilliant peroxide golden. We could, if pushed to an extreme, make it purple or green. So we are clearly entitled to swear all we please by our head. Nor should we forget to examine other portions of the Bible according to this method. Look not upon the wine when it is red, we are told. Thanks to the activities of that capitalism which Dr. Abbott praises so eloquently, we now make our beverages in the chemical laboratory, and their color is a matter of choice. Also it should be pointed out that we have a number of pleasant drinks which are not wine at all. Highballs and gin rickeys and peppered punches, also vermouth and creme de menthe and absinthe, which I believe are green in hue, and therefore entirely safe. Then there are the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. See how completely our understanding of this command is changed, so soon as we realize that we are free to make images of molten metal, and that we may with impunity bow down to them and worship them and serve them, even, for instance, a golden calf. The 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor the stranger that is within thy gates. This, again, it will be noted, is open to new interpretations. It specifies maidservants, but does not prevent one's employing as many married women as he pleases. It also says nothing about the various kinds of labor-saving machinery which we have now taught to work for us: sailboats, naphtha launches, yachts, automobiles, and private cars, all of which may be busily occupied during the 7th day of the week. The men who run these machines, the guides, boatmen, stokers, pilots, chauffeurs, and engineers, would all indignantly resent being regarded as servants, and so they do not come under the prohibition any more than the machines. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. I read this paragraph over for the first time in quite a while, and I came with a jolt to its last words. I had been intending to point out that it said nothing about a neighbor's automobile, nor a neighbor's oil wells, sugar trusts, insurance companies, and savings banks. The last words, however, stop one of abruptly. One is almost tempted to imagine that the divine intelligence must have foreseen Dr. Abbott's ingenious method of interpretation, and taken this precaution against him. And this was a great surprise to me, for, truly, I had not supposed it possible that such an interpretation could have been foreseen, even by omniscience itself. I will conclude this communication by venturing the assertion that it could not have been foreseen by any other person or thing, in the heavens above, on the earth beneath, or the waters under the earth. Dr. Abbott may accept my congratulations upon having achieved the most ingenious and masterful exhibition of casuistical legerdemain that it has ever been my fortune to encounter in my readings in the literatures of some 30 centuries and 7 different languages. And I will also add that I respectfully challenge Dr. Abbott to publish this letter. And I announce to him in advance that if he refuses to publish it, I will cause it to be published upon the first page of the Appeal to Reason, where it will be read by some 500,000 socialists, and by them set before several million followers of Jesus Christ, the world's first and greatest revolutionist, whom Dr. Lyman Abbott has traduced and betrayed by the most amazing piece of theological knavery that it has ever been my fortune to encounter. End of Book 4, Part 2. Book 4, The Church of the Slavers, Part 3, of The Prophets of Religion by Upton Sinclair. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Octopus. Dr. Lyman Abbott published this letter. In his editorial comment thereon he said that he did not know which of two biblical injunctions to follow. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou be thought like unto him, or answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own conceit. I replied by pointing out a third text which the Reverend Doctor had possibly overlooked. He that calleth his neighbor a fool shall be in danger of hell fire. But the Reverend Doctor took refuge in his dignity, and I bided my time and waited for that revenge which comes sooner or later to us muckrakers. In this case it came speedily. The story is such a perfect illustration of the functions of religion as oil to the machinery of graft, that I ask the reader's permission to recite it at length. For a couple of decades the political and financial life of New England has been dominated by a gigantic aggregation of capital, the New York, New Haven and Hartford Railroad. It is a Morgan concern. Its popular name, the New Haven, stands for all the railroads of 6 states, nearly all the trolley lines and steamship lines, and a group of the most powerful banks of Boston and New York. It is controlled by a little group of insiders who followed the custom of railroad wrecking familiar to students of American industrial life, buying up new lines, capitalizing them at fabulous sums, and unloading them on the investing public, paying dividends out of capital, passing dividends as a means of stock manipulation, accumulating surpluses, and cutting melons for the insiders, while at the same time crushing labor unions, squeezing wages, and permitting rolling stock and equipment to go to wreck. All these facts were perfectly well known in Wall Street, and could not have escaped the knowledge of any magazine editor dealing with current events. In 8 years the New Haven had increased its capitalization 1,501%, and what that meant, any office boy in the street could have told. What attitude should a magazine editor take to the matter? At that time there were still 2 or 3 free magazines in America. One of them was Hampton's, and the story of its wrecking by the New Haven criminals will someday serve in school textbooks as the classic illustration of that financial piracy which brought on the American Social Revolution. Ben Hampton had bought the old derelict Broadway magazine, with 12,000 subscribers, and in 4 years, by the simple process of straight truth-telling, had built up for it a circulation of 440,000. In 2 years more he would have had 1,000,000, but in May, 1911, he announced a series of articles dealing with the New Haven management. The articles, written by Charles Edward Russell, were so exact that they read today like the reports of the Interstate Commerce Commission, dated 3 years later. A representative of the New Haven called upon the editor of Hampton's with a proof of the first article, obtained from the printer by bribery, and was invited to specify the statements to which he took exception. In the presence of witnesses he went over the article line by line and specified 2 minor errors, which were at once corrected. At the end of the conference he announced that if the articles were published, Hampton's magazine would be "on the rocks in 90 days." Which threat was carried out to the letter. First came a campaign among the advertisers of the magazine, which lost an income of thousands of dollars a month, almost overnight. And then came a campaign among the banks. The magazine could not get credit. Anyone familiar with the publishing business will understand that a magazine which is growing rapidly has to have advances to meet each month's business. Hampton undertook to raise the money by selling stock, whereupon a spy was introduced into his office as bookkeeper, his list of subscribers was stolen, and a campaign was begun to destroy their confidence. It happened that I was in Hampton's office in the summer of 1911, when the crisis came. Money had to be had to pay for a huge new edition, and upon a property worth $2 millions, with endorsements worth as much again, it was impossible to borrow $30,000 in the city of New York. Bankers, personal friends of the publisher, stated quite openly that word had gone out that anyone who loaned money to him would be "broken." I myself sent telegrams to every one I knew who might by any chance be able to help, but there was no help, and Hampton retired without a dollar to his name, and the magazine was sold under the hammer to a concern which immediately wrecked it and discontinued publication. The Industrial Shelley. Such was the fate of an editor who opposed the New Haven. And now, what of those editors who supported it? Turn to The Outlook, a weekly journal of current events, edited by Lyman Abbott, the issue of December 25th, 1909 years after Christ came down to bring peace on earth and goodwill toward Wall Street. You will there find an article by Sylvester Baxter entitled, "The Upbuilding of a Great Railroad." It is the familiar slush article which we professional writers learn to know at a glance. Prodigious, Mr. Baxter tells us, has been the progress of the New Haven. This was "a master stroke," that was "characteristically sagacious." The road had made "prodigious expenditures," and to a noble end. Transportation efficiency epitomizes the broad aim that animated these expenditures and other constructive activities. There are photographs of bridges and stations, "vast terminal improvements," a masterpiece of modern engineering, the highest, greatest, and most architectural of bridges. Of the official under whom these miracles were being wrought, President Mellon, we read, "nervously organized, of delicate sensibility, impulsive in utterance, yet with an extraordinarily convincing power for vividly logical presentation." An industrial Shelley or a Milton, you perceive, and all this prodigious genius poured out for the general welfare. To study out the sort of transportation service best adapted to these ends, and then to provide it in the most efficient form possible, that is the life task that President Mellon has set himself. There was no less than 16 pages of these raptures, quite a section of a small magazine like the Outlook. The New Haven ramifies to every spot where industry flourishes, where business thrives. As a purveyor of transportation, it supplies the public with just the sort desired. Here we have the new efficiency in a nutshell. In short, here we have what Dr. Lyman Abbott means when he glorifies the great mass of American wealth. It is serving the community, it is building a railway to open a new country to settlement by the homeless, it is operating a railway to carry grain from the harvests of the West to the unfed millions of the East, etc. The unfed millions, my typewriter started to write underfed millions, are humbly grateful for these services, and hasten to buy copies of the pious weekly which tells about them. The Outlook runs a column of "current events," in which it tells what is happening in the world; and sometimes it is compelled to tell of happenings against the interests of "the great mass of American wealth." The cynical reader will find amusement in following its narrative of the affairs of the New Haven during the 5 years subsequent to the publication of the Baxter article. First came the collapse of the road's service, a series of accidents so frightful that they roused even clergymen and chambers of commerce to protest. A number of the Outlook's subscribers are New Haven commuters, and the magazine could not fail to refer to their troubles. In the issue of January 4th, 1913, 3 years and 10 days after the Baxter rhapsody, we read: "The most numerous accidents on a single road since the last fiscal year have been, we believe, those on the New Haven. In the opinion of the Connecticut Commission, the Westport wreck would not have occurred if the railway company had followed the recommendation of the Chief Inspector of Safety Appliances of the Interstate Commerce Commission in its report on a similar accident at Bridgeport a year ago." And by June 28th, matters had gone farther yet. We find the Outlook reporting: "Within a few hours of the collision at Stamford, the wrecked Pullman car was taken away and burned. Is this criminal destruction of evidence?" This collapse of the railroad service started a clamor for investigation by the Interstate Commerce Commission, which of course brought terror to the bosoms of the plunderers. On December 20th, 1913, we find the Outlook putting the soft pedal on the public indignation. "It must not be forgotten that such a road as the New Haven is in fact, if not in terms, a national possession, and as it goes down or up, public interests go down or up with it." But in spite of all pious admonitions, the Interstate Commerce Commission yielded to the public clamor, and an investigation was made, revealing such conditions of rottenness as to shock even the clerical retainers of privilege. "Securities were inflated, debt was heaped upon debt," reports the horrified Outlook, and when its hero, Mr. Mellon, its industrial Shelley, nervously organized, of delicate sensibility, admitted that he had no authority as to the finances of the road, and no understanding of them, but had taken all his orders from Morgan, the Outlook remarks, deeply wounded, "A pitiable position for the president of a great railway to assume." A little later, when things got hotter yet, we read: "In the search for truth, the commissioners had to overcome many obstacles, such as the burning of books, letters, and documents, and the obstinacy of witnesses, who declined to testify until criminal proceedings were begun. The New Haven system has more than 300 subsidiary corporations, in a web of entangling alliances, many of which were seemingly planned, created and manipulated by lawyers expressly retained for the purpose of concealment or deception." But do you imagine even that would sicken the pious jackals of their offal? If so, you do not know the sturdiness of the pious stomach. A compromise was patched up between the government and the thieves who were too big to be prosecuted. This bargain was not kept by the thieves, and President Wilson declared in a public statement that the New Haven administration had "broken an agreement deliberately and solemnly entered into," in a manner to the president "inexplicable and entirely without justification." which of course seemed to the Outlook dreadfully impolite language to be used concerning a national possession, it hastened to rebuke President Wilson, whose statement was "too severe and drastic." A new compromise was made between the government and the thieves who were too big to be prosecuted, and the stealing went on. Now, as I work over this book, the President takes the railroads for war use, and reads to Congress a message proposing that the securities based upon the New Haven swindles, together with all the mass of other railroad swindles, shall be sanctified and secured by dividends paid out of the public purse. New Haven securities take a big jump, and the Outlook, needless to say, is enthusiastic for the President's policy. Here is a chance for the big thieves to baptize themselves, or shall we say to have the water in their stocks made holy? Says our pious editor, for the government to take property without full compensation would be contrary to the whole spirit of America. The Outlook for Graft. Anyone familiar with the magazine world will understand that such crooked work as this, continued over a long period, is not done for nothing. Any magazine writer would know, the instant he saw the Baxter article, that Baxter was paid by the New Haven, and that the Outlook also was paid by the New Haven. Generally he has no way of proving such facts, and has to sit in silence. But when his board bill falls due and his landlady is persistent, he experiences a direct and earnest hatred of the crooks of journalism who thrive at his expense. If he is a socialist, he looks forward to the day when he may sit on a publications graft commission, with access to all magazine books which have not yet been burned. In the case of the New Haven we know a part of the price, thanks to the labors of the Interstate Commerce Commission. Needless to say, you will not find the facts recorded in the columns of the Outlook. You might have read it line by line from the palmy days of Mellon to our own, and you would have got no hint of what the commission revealed about magazine and newspaper graft. Nor would you have got much more from the great metropolitan dailies, which systematically "played down" the expose, omitting all the really damaging details. You would have to go to the reports of the commission, or to the files of Pearson's Magazine, which is out of print and not found in libraries. According to the New Haven's books, and by the admission of its own officials, the road was spending more than $400,000 a year to influence newspapers and magazines in favor of its policies. President Mellon stated that this was relatively less than any other railroad in the country was spending. There was a professor of the Harvard Law School going about lecturing to boards of trade, urging in the name of economic science the repeal of laws against railroad monopolies, and being paid for his speeches out of railroad funds. There was a swarm of newspaper reporters writing on railroad affairs for the leading papers of New England, and getting $25 weekly, or $200 or $300 on special occasions. Sums had been paid directly to more than 1,000 newspapers, $3,000 to the Boston Republic, and when the question was asked, "Why?" the answer was, "That is Mayor Fitzgerald's paper." Even the ultra-respectable Evening Transcript, organ of the Brahmins of culture, was down for $144 for typing, mimeographing, and sending out "dope" to the country press. There was an item of $381 for 15,000 "prayers," and when asked about that, President Mellon explained that it referred to a pamphlet called "Prayers from the Hills," embodying the yearnings of the backcountry people for trolley franchises to be issued to the New Haven. Asked why the pamphlet was called Prayers, Mr. Mellon explained that there was lots of biblical language in it. And now we come to the Outlook. After 5 years of waiting, we catch our pious editors with the goods on them. There appears on the payroll of the New Haven, as one of its regular press agents, getting sums like $500 now and then, would you think it possible? Sylvester Baxter! And worse yet, there appears an item of $938.64 to the Outlook for a total of 9,716 copies of its issue of December 25th, 1909 years after Christ came to bring peace on earth and goodwill towards Wall Street. The writer makes a specialty of fair play, even when dealing with those who have never practiced it towards him. He wrote a letter to the editor of the Outlook, asking what the magazine might have to say upon this matter. The reply, signed by Lawrence F. Abbott, president of the Outlook Company, was that the Outlook did not know that Mr. Baxter had any salaried connection with the New Haven, and that they had paid him for the article at the usual rates. Against this statement must be set one made under oath by the official of the New Haven who had the dispersing of the corruption fund, that the various papers which used the railroad material paid nothing for it, and they all knew where it came from. Mr. Lawrence Abbott states that the New Haven Railroad bought copies of the Outlook without any previous understanding or arrangement, as anybody is entitled to buy copies of the Outlook. I might point out that this does not really say as much as it seems to. For the president of every magazine company in America knows without any previous understanding or arrangement that any time he cares to print an article such as Mr. Baxter's, dealing with the affairs of a great corporation, he can sell 10,000 copies to that corporation. The late unlamented Elbert Hubbard wrote a defense of the Rockefeller slaughter of coal miners, published it in The Fra, and came down to New York and unloaded several tons at 26 Broadway. He did the same thing in the case of the copper strike in Michigan, and again in the case of The Jungle. And all this without the slightest claim to divine inspiration or authority. Mr. Abbott answers another question. We certainly did not return the amount to the railroad company. Well, a sturdy conscience must be a comfort to its possessor. The president of the Outlook is in the position of a pawnbroker caught with stolen goods in his establishment. He had no idea they were stolen, and we might believe it, if the thief were obscure. But when the thief is the most notorious in the city, when his picture has been in the paper 1,000 times? And when the thief swears that the broker knew him? And when the broker's shop is full of other suspicious goods? Why did the Outlook practically take back Mr. Sparr's revelations concerning the powder barony of Delaware? Why did it support so vigorously the Standard Oil ticket for the control of the Mutual Life Insurance Company? And with James Stillman, one of the heads of Standard Oil, president of Standard Oil's big bank in New York, secretly one of its biggest stockholders? Also, why does the magazine refuse to give its readers a chance to judge its conduct? Why is it that a search of its columns reveals no mention of the revelations concerning Mr. Baxter, not even any mention of the $400,000 slush fund of its paragon of transportation virtues? I asked that question in my letter, and the president of the Outlook Company for some reason failed to notice it. I wrote a second time, courteously reminding him of the omission, and also of another, equally significant. He had not informed me whether any of the editors of the "Outlook" or the officers or directors of the company were stockholders in the New Haven. His final reply was that the question seemed to him wholly unimportant. He does not know whether the "Outlook" published anything about the Baxter revelations, nor does he know whether any of the editors or officers or directors of the "Outlook" company are or ever have been stockholders of the New York, New Haven and Hartford Railroad Company. The fact would not in the slightest degree affect either favorably or unfavorably our editorial treatment of that corporation. Caesar's wife, it appears, is above suspicion, even when she is caught in a brothel. End of Book 4, Part 3.